Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Before we begin the zombie apocalypse, I want to ask for your support by subscribing to the channel. Your subscription is very important to me and helps me a lot, so please subscribe to support me. Maybe that way I can stay alive a little longer. Now let's go to day 0, how it all began. The house on Yale was a small brick bungalow with a neat yard and a minivan in the driveway. The kind of place where you'd expect to find a young family trying to make it work in an expensive city. And when we arrived, the other unit was already there. 2 officers I recognized from the station standing on the porch looking uncertain, which was never a good sign because cops are trained not to look uncertain even when they have no idea what they're dealing with. I got out of the car and approached them asking what we had, and the older one, a guy named Mitchell who'd been on the force since before I was born, said the front door was open but nobody was answering. And they'd heard screaming earlier, but now it was quiet. Too quiet. And he didn't like it. Rodriguez stayed by the car to radio in our arrival while I followed Mitchell and his partner up to the front door. My hand resting on my service weapon more out of instinct than any real expectation that I'd need it. Because even with all the weird calls tonight, this still felt like it would turn out to be nothing. Maybe an argument that got out of hand. Maybe someone drunk and belligerent. Nothing we hadn't handled 1,000 times before. The front door hung open about 6 inches, and through the gap I could see into a living room lit by the blue glow of a television that had been left on. Some late-night infomercial selling kitchen knives playing to an empty room. And the smell hit me before anything else. That copper penny smell of blood mixed with something worse, something organic and wrong that made my stomach turn. Mitchell pushed the door open wider with his foot, calling out that this was the Houston Police Department and we were coming in. And we entered the house with our weapons drawn now because the smell and the silence told us everything we needed to know about this not being a routine call anymore. The living room looked normal except for the overturned coffee table and the dark stains on the beige carpet, and we moved through it carefully, checking corners and doorways, following the trail of blood that led toward the kitchen at the back of the house. I could hear Rodriguez behind us now, his hand on his own weapon, his breathing steady but slightly faster than normal, and I was about to call out again when we heard it, a wet chewing sound coming from somewhere ahead. Rhythmic and horrible in a way that made my skin crawl. We found them in the kitchen, or what was left of them, a man and a woman who I assumed were the homeowners based on the family photos stuck to the refrigerator with magnets. Except the man was on the floor in pieces and the woman was crouched over him actually eating him, her face buried in his torn open abdomen while her hands pulled at his intestines like she was trying to untangle Christmas lights. Mitchell shouted at her to stop and get on the ground, but she didn't even look up, just kept eating with this single-minded focus that was more disturbing than any rage or violence I'd ever witnessed. And when Mitchell moved closer, she finally turned toward us and I saw her face, her mouth and chin covered in blood, her eyes completely vacant like nobody was home behind them, and she lunged at him with a sound that wasn't quite human, more like a growl mixed with a moan. Mitchell fired twice, center mass, textbook shots that should have dropped her immediately, but she barely stumbled, just kept coming at him with her hands outstretched and her teeth bared, and it wasn't until his third shot caught her in the throat that she finally went down, collapsing onto the kitchen floor in a spreading pool of blood that mixed with her husband's. And we all just stood there for a moment trying to process what we'd just seen. Rodriguez was on the radio immediately, calling for an ambulance and a supervisor, his voice tight and controlled. But I could hear the shock underneath it, and Mitchell was backing away from the bodies, his gun still pointed at the woman even though she was clearly dead now, her eyes staring at nothing while blood pumped weakly from the hole in her neck. I moved closer to check the man, though it was obvious he was beyond help. His body opened up like something from a butcher shop, and I had to turn away before I threw up, focusing on my breathing and trying to maintain some semblance of professional detachment even though every instinct I had was screaming at me to get out of that house. The radio exploded with activity then, multiple units reporting similar incidents across the city, people attacking others with inhuman aggression, refusing to stop even when shot, and I heard the strain in the dispatcher's voice as she tried to coordinate responses to what was clearly becoming a crisis beyond normal police procedures. Mitchell looked at me and asked what the hell was happening, and I had no answer for him because I'd never seen anything like this, never even heard of anything like this outside of horror movies and bad dreams. We secured the scene as best we could and waited for the ambulance. Though I knew it was pointless, both victims were dead and there was nothing anyone could do for them now except maybe figure out what had made the woman lose her mind and start eating her husband. More units arrived, including a sergeant who took one look at the kitchen and immediately got on his phone with someone higher up the chain, his conversation tense and clipped. And I heard him say the word outbreak, which sent a chill down my spine because that implied this wasn't isolated, that whatever was happening was spreading. Rodriguez and I were told to head back out on patrol to respond to calls as they came in, and as we drove away from that house, I noticed the streets were busier than they should be at this hour. People standing on their porches, looking around nervously, cars driving faster than normal. Everyone sensing that something was wrong, even if they didn't know what yet. The radio never stopped, call after call after call. The dispatcher's voice getting more and more frantic as the night wore on, and Rodriguez and I responded to 3 more incidents before dawn, each one worse than the last, each one following the same pattern of someone attacking another person with savage violence, and continuing even after being shot multiple times. At a gas station on Shepherd, we found a clerk who'd been torn apart by 2 customers, their bodies sprawled on the floor among scattered lottery tickets and crushed beer cans. And at an apartment complex near Rice University, we encountered a group of students who'd barricaded themselves in a 3rd-floor unit after their roommate tried to bite them. The roommate now pounding on the door with such force that the frame was starting to splinter. We managed to subdue him barely, and it took 4 of us to get him into handcuffs. His strength inhuman, his eyes empty of any recognition or intelligence, and when we finally got him into the back of a patrol car, he threw himself against the window so hard I thought he'd break through the reinforced glass, his face smashing against the barrier over and over without any regard for the damage he was doing to himself. By the time the sun came up, I'd been on shift for 14 hours straight and nobody was talking about going home. The department had called in everyone they could reach and canceled all leave, turning the station into a command center that buzzed with confused and frightened officers trying to make sense of a situation that defied all logic and training. I sat in the break room with Rodriguez, both of us drinking coffee that tasted like burnt plastic, and we watched the news on the ancient television mounted in the corner, the local stations reporting on what they were calling a mass psychotic episode affecting hundreds of people across Houston, experts speculating about chemical contamination or a bad batch of street drugs, everyone grasping for rational explanations that didn't quite fit the reality of what we were seeing. Rodriguez asked me if I'd gotten through to my sister, and I shook my head, told him she wasn't answering her phone, which worried me because she lived alone in an apartment in Midtown, and I had no way of knowing if she was safe or if she'd been caught up in whatever this was. He said his wife was keeping their kids home from school, that the district had sent out a message saying classes were canceled due to an unspecified emergency. And I could see the fear in his eyes even though he was trying to hide it, trying to maintain that tough cop exterior we all wore like armor. The sergeant came in and told us to grab some rest if we could, that we'd be going back out in a few hours, but I knew sleep was impossible. My mind racing with images of that woman eating her husband, of the student throwing himself against the car window, of all the other horrors I'd witnessed in the past 12 hours, each one seared into my memory with perfect clarity. I tried my sister again, let it ring until it went to voicemail, left a message telling her to stay inside and lock her doors and call me as soon as she got this, trying to keep my voice calm even though panic was building in my chest like pressure in a sealed container. Other officers were doing the same thing, calling loved ones, checking on family, everyone suddenly aware of how fragile our normal lives were, how quickly everything could fall apart when the basic rules of civilized behavior stopped applying. Someone turned up the television volume and we all watched as the mayor appeared at a press conference, flanked by the police chief and someone from the CDC, all of them looking exhausted and worried, and the mayor urged everyone to stay calm, to remain in their homes, to avoid contact with anyone showing signs of aggressive behavior. And I thought about how useless that advice was, how you couldn't just avoid this thing when it was everywhere at once. They were calling it a virus by midday, though nobody seemed to know what kind or where it came from. The CDC representative giving vague statements about investigation and containment while refusing to answer most questions. And I watched the reporters getting more aggressive, demanding real information, wanting to know if this was a terrorist attack or a biological accident or something else entirely. The word terrorism hung in the air like smoke, and I saw the looks exchanged between the officials on screen, the careful non-denial that told me they knew more than they were saying, and I felt anger rising up through my exhaustion because people were dying and we deserved to know what we were facing. Rodriguez was asleep in a chair across from me, his head tilted back and his mouth open, snoring softly. And I envied his ability to shut down even in crisis, that soldier's skill of taking rest whenever you could get it because you never knew when the next opportunity would come. I must have dozed off eventually because I woke to Rodriguez shaking my shoulder, telling me we were needed back out there, that the situation was getting worse. And when I looked at the television, I saw scenes of chaos in downtown Houston, crowds of people running through the streets, police trying to establish barricades, smoke rising from burning vehicles. The virus, or whatever it was spreading faster than anyone had anticipated, the infection rate exponential. And there were reports now of attacks in the suburbs, in the wealthy neighborhoods where people thought they were safe behind their gates and security systems. Nowhere was immune. Nowhere was protected. We grabbed our gear and headed out to the motor pool, joining a convoy of police vehicles being dispatched to help with evacuations in the medical center area. And as we drove through the streets, I saw Houston transforming into something I didn't recognize. A city eating itself from the inside out, normal people turning into monsters and attacking anyone they encountered. The thin veneer of civilization cracking and peeling away to reveal the horror underneath. The medical center was in complete chaos, patients and staff fleeing the hospitals while infected people pursued them through parking garages and across landscaped grounds. And we tried to establish a perimeter, but there were too many of them, too many infected and not enough of us. And I fired my weapon for the first time that day, putting down a man in scrubs who was chasing a nurse across a helicopter pad, my bullet catching him in the head and dropping him instantly. And I felt nothing. No guilt or remorse, just the grim satisfaction of having stopped a threat. We managed to get maybe 50 people into buses for evacuation before the infected overran our position, forcing us to fall back. And I saw Rodriguez get grabbed by a woman in a hospital gown, her teeth snapping at his neck while he struggled to push her away. And I shot her without hesitation, the bullet entering just above her ear and exploding out the other side. And she dropped like her strings had been cut. Rodriguez thanked me, his voice shaky, and we ran for the patrol car, bullets and screams echoing behind us. The medical center lost. All those expensive buildings and cutting-edge technology useless against an enemy that didn't care about medicine or science or the billions of dollars invested in fighting disease. We regrouped at a staging area near Herman Park, dozens of police and emergency vehicles clustered together while supervisors tried to coordinate a response that was already failing. the infected outnumbering use 10 to 1 in some areas, maybe more, spreading through the city like water through cracks in concrete. Someone had set up a radio to monitor emergency broadcasts, and we heard the governor declare a state of emergency, heard that the National Guard was being mobilized, that the president was being briefed on the situation, all the usual bureaucratic responses that sounded hollow and inadequate when you were standing in the middle of an apocalypse. I tried my sister again, and this time she answered, her voice small and scared, telling me she could hear screaming in the hallway outside her apartment, that something was wrong with her neighbors, and I told her to barricade her door, to push furniture against it and stay away from the windows, and I promised her I would come get her even though I had no idea how I was going to keep that promise. Rodriguez and I volunteered to go, told the sergeant we had family in Midtown that needed evacuation, and he looked at us like he wanted to say no but couldn't because he understood, because he'd do the same thing in our position, and he told us to be careful, to stay in radio contact and to get back as soon as possible because they needed every officer they could get. We took the patrol car and headed toward Midtown, navigating streets that were clogged with abandoned vehicles and fleeing pedestrians, the traffic lights still cycling through their patterns even though nobody was following them anymore. Red and green and yellow illuminating scenes of carnage and chaos. I saw a man being pulled from his car by 3 infected people, saw them tear into him like lions on a gazelle, his screams cutting off abruptly as they found his throat, and I wanted to help, but I couldn't stop, couldn't risk it. My sister's voice on the phone still echoing in my head, her fear becoming my fear. We made it to her building, a modern high-rise with a glass facade that reflected the smoke-filled sky. And the lobby was empty except for a security guard's body sprawled behind the desk, his throat torn out and his blood painting abstract patterns on the marble floor. Rodriguez covered me while I checked the elevators, but they weren't working. Power must have been cut, or maybe someone had shut them down deliberately. So we took the stairs, climbing 12 flights with our weapons drawn and our nerves stretched tight. I could hear sounds from other floors, screams and crashes, and that horrible wet chewing noise that I'd come to associate with the infected feeding, and I moved faster, taking the steps 2 at a time, my lungs burning and my legs aching, but I didn't slow down. Her apartment was at the end of a long hallway, and as we approached, I saw her door was still intact, the furniture barricade visible through the peephole, and I knocked and called her name, told her it was me. It was Daniel, and I heard her crying on the other side, heard furniture scraping as she moved the barricade, and then the door opened and she was there. My little sister Maria, 26 years old and terrified, and she threw her arms around me and I held her tight, promising her I'd get her out of there, promising her she'd be safe. We made it back down the stairs without incident, though we could hear the infected moving through the building, their moans echoing in the stairwell. And when we reached the lobby, we found our patrol car surrounded by a group of them, maybe 8 or 9, their hands pressed against the windows and leaving bloody smears. Rodriguez looked at me and I looked at him, and we both knew what we had to do. There was no way around them, no sneaking past. We'd have to go through them. I told Maria to stay behind us, to run for the car as soon as we made an opening, and she nodded, her face pale but determined, and I was proud of her in that moment, proud that she wasn't falling apart even though she had every right to. We burst through the lobby doors firing, the noise deafening in the enclosed space, and the infected turned toward us with that eerie coordination they seemed to have, all moving as one, and we dropped 3 of them before they could close the distance. Headshots mostly, a few lucky body shots that did enough damage to slow them down. Rodriguez went down when one of them grabbed his leg, pulling him off balance, and I saw its teeth sink into his calf, and I knew what that meant, what would happen to him, but I didn't have time to process it because I was still fighting, still trying to keep them away from Maria, and I kicked the one biting Rodriguez in the head, caved in its skull with my boot, and then dragged him toward the car while Maria provided covering fire with a gun she must have grabbed from her apartment, her shots wild but effective enough to make the infected hesitate. We got him into the back seat and Maria jumped in after him and I slid behind the wheel and gunned the engine, the car lurching forward and clipping two infected who'd gotten too close, sending them spinning away like bowling pins, and then we were moving, accelerating down the street, leaving that building and its horrors behind. Rodriguez was pale, his leg bleeding badly, and Maria was trying to apply pressure with her jacket, but the bite was deep, the flesh torn and ragged, and I could see the infection starting already. Black veins spreading from the wound like roots growing under his skin. He looked at me in the rearview mirror and I saw acceptance in his eyes. Saw that he knew what was coming and he asked me to make it quick when the time came, not to let him turn into one of those things. And I wanted to tell him he'd be fine, that we'd get him to a hospital, but we both knew that was a lie. The hospitals were gone, overrun or abandoned, and there was no cure for this, no treatment, nothing anyone could do. Maria was crying, asking me to help him, to do something, and I had to tell her there was nothing. That he was infected, and that meant he was already dead, he just didn't know it yet. And she looked at me like I was a monster, but I was just being honest, just stating the terrible truth that we were all learning to accept. We made it maybe 3 miles before Rodriguez started convulsing, his body seizing up and foam coming from his mouth, and Maria screamed and scrambled away from him, pressing herself against the opposite door, and I pulled over because I couldn't drive and deal with this at the same time. I got out and opened the back door, and Rodriguez looked at me with eyes that were already starting to go vacant, that same empty stare I'd seen in all the infected, and he whispered, "Please," just that one word, and I drew my weapon and I shot my partner of 6 years in the head, killed him before he could turn, gave him the dignity of dying human instead of becoming a monster, and then I stood there on the side of the road and vomited into the gutter while Maria cried in the back seat, and the city burned around us. I got back in the car and drove without any real destination, just moving, staying ahead of the infected hordes that seemed to be everywhere now. And Maria asked where we were going, and I told her I didn't know. Somewhere safe, somewhere we could think, and she laughed bitterly and said there was nowhere safe anymore, and I couldn't argue with her because she was right. We ended up at a police substation in the Heights, a small building that usually handled minor complaints and permit applications. But when we arrived, we found it barricaded and occupied by a dozen survivors, civilians mostly, with a couple of cops I didn't recognize and a firefighter still in his gear. They let us in reluctantly, their weapons trained on us until they were sure we weren't infected, and once we were inside, they re-barricaded the door and told us the rules. No noise, no lights after dark. Everyone takes a turn on watch, and if you get bitten, you leave or you get put down, no exceptions. The firefighter's name was Marcus, and he seemed to be in charge by default, his calm demeanor and natural authority making people follow his lead, and he told us what he knew about the outbreak, how it had started in the medical center according to rumors, some kind of lab accident or deliberate release, and how it had spread through the city in a matter of hours, faster than anyone could have predicted. He said the government was calling it the T-virus, some kind of biological agent that rewired the brain, shutting down higher functions and leaving only base instincts, hunger and aggression, turning people into something that looked human but wasn't anymore. I asked him where he'd heard this, and he said it was on the emergency broadcast before the stations went off the air, that someone from the CDC had given a statement before disappearing, warning people that there was no cure and no vaccine, that the only way to stop the infected was to destroy the brain. Maria sat in a corner hugging her knees, and I went to her and sat down beside her, put my arm around her shoulders, and she leaned into me and cried quietly, mourning Rodriguez and our parents who we couldn't reach and the normal life that had ended so abruptly. I tried to be strong for her, but I felt hollowed out, empty, like someone had reached inside me and scooped out everything that made me human, leaving only a shell going through the motions. One of the other survivors, a woman named Janet, who'd been a nurse before the world ended, came over and offered us granola bars and bottled water, and I thanked her and made Maria eat even though she said she wasn't hungry, knowing she needed to keep her strength up because we weren't out of this yet, weren't anywhere close to safe. We stayed at the substation for 2 days, venturing out only when necessary to scavenge supplies from nearby houses and stores, always in groups of 3 or 4, always armed and alert. I learned that the infection was spreading beyond Houston, that reports were coming in from Dallas and San Antonio and Austin, the whole state falling to the virus, and there were rumors of outbreaks in other states too, Louisiana and Oklahoma and New Mexico, the infection following highways and flight paths, unstoppable. The power went out on the second day, the grid finally failing under the strain of unmanned power plants and damaged infrastructure, and we were plunged into darkness, forced to rely on flashlights and candles, every shadow suddenly threatening, every sound potentially hostile. The infected seemed more active at night, their moans and shuffling footsteps constant outside our walls, and we took turns on watch, staring into the darkness and wondering when they'd finally break through, when our fragile sanctuary would be overrun. On the third day, we heard gunfire in the distance, sustained automatic weapons fire that went on for maybe 10 minutes before cutting off abruptly, and Marcus said it was probably the military making a stand somewhere, trying to establish a safe zone, and maybe we should try to reach them, try to get to wherever the government was setting up refugee camps. Some of the survivors wanted to go immediately, wanted to take their chances in the streets, but others argued for staying put, for waiting until we knew more, and the group fractured into factions, people choosing sides based on fear and hope and desperation. I didn't know which was right, didn't trust my judgment anymore after everything I'd seen. But Maria wanted to go, wanted to find some place with real protection, with soldiers and walls and the illusion of government control. And I couldn't deny her that, even though I suspected it was a false hope. We left the next morning, our group down to 8 people now after 4 decided to stay at the substation, and we moved through the streets like ghosts, quiet and careful, avoiding the infected when we could and putting them down silently when we couldn't. Marcus led us toward the sound of the gunfire we'd heard, figuring that wherever the military had been, they might have left behind supplies or information about where to go. And as we walked, I saw Houston dying, saw the city I'd protected for 12 years collapsing into ruin and chaos, and I felt a grief so profound it threatened to crush me. We passed a school where infected children pressed their faces against windows, their small hands leaving prints on the glass, and I had to look away because I couldn't process it. Couldn't let myself think about all those kids who'd never grow up, never have families of their own, never experience any of the things that made life worth living. The military position turned out to be a barricade across I-10, heavy vehicles and concrete barriers creating a choke point that must have held for a while before being overrun, and we found shell casings everywhere, thousands of them, along with bodies, soldiers, and infected mixed together in death, and the smell was overwhelming, thick and sweet and rotten. We scavenged what we could, military-grade weapons and ammunition, MREs and medical supplies, loading ourselves down with more gear than we could comfortably carry because we didn't know when we'd find supplies again. Maria found a radio, military issue, still functional, and we listened to it hoping for broadcasts, for some sign that there was still a functioning government somewhere. Still someone in charge who could fix this, but all we got was static and occasional automated messages telling people to shelter in place and await further instructions. We made camp that night in a Walmart that had been thoroughly looted, the shelves empty and the windows broken, but the roof was intact and we could barricade the entrances, turn it into a defensible position for a few hours of rest. Marcus organized watch rotations and we settled in, trying to ignore the sounds of the infected wandering through the parking lot outside, their endless moaning like a Greek chorus commenting on our tragedy. I sat with Maria and we talked about our parents, wondered if they were still alive somewhere or if they'd been caught in the initial outbreak. And I told her stories about them, happy memories from before, trying to give her something good to hold on to in all this darkness. She fell asleep eventually, her head on my shoulder, and I stayed awake watching the darkness beyond our barricades, my weapon in my hands, ready for whatever came next. The radio crackled to life around 3 a.m, a human voice cutting through the static, and we all gathered around it, desperate for information, for connection, for proof that we weren't alone in this nightmare. The voice identified itself as Colonel Sarah Chen with the Texas National Guard, broadcasting from a secure facility, and she said there were evacuation sites being established at several locations around the state, that military forces were working to create safe zones and that civilians should make their way to the nearest one. She listed coordinates and landmarks, and Marcus pulled out a map and started plotting routes, his finger tracing possible paths through the infected city, and I could see hope kindling in the faces around me. People allowing themselves to believe that maybe, just maybe, we could survive this. The nearest evacuation site was at NRG Stadium, maybe 15 miles away through the heart of Houston, and Marcus said we should try for it, that we had enough weapons and ammunition to fight our way through if necessary. And the alternative was staying here and slowly starving to death or getting overrun when the infected eventually broke through our defenses. I looked at Maria and she nodded, said she wanted to try. Wanted to get somewhere with real walls and real soldiers, and I agreed even though something felt wrong about it. Some instinct telling me this was too easy, too convenient. But I pushed the feeling down because what choice did we have? We set out at first light, moving in a tight formation with Marcus at point and me bringing up the rear. Our weapons ready and our eyes scanning constantly for threats. The streets were carpeted with bodies, the dead and the undead mixed together, and we had to pick our way carefully to avoid making noise that might attract attention. We made it maybe 3 blocks before we encountered our first real obstacle, a horde of infected blocking the entire street, hundreds of them, too many to fight through. And we had to detour into an office building and make our way through its maze of cubicles and conference rooms, emerging on the other side covered in dust and cobwebs but alive. Maria stayed close to me the whole time, her hand gripping the back of my tactical vest, and I could feel her shaking, but she never made a sound, never complained, just kept moving forward with a determination that reminded me of our mother. We were halfway to the stadium when we heard the explosions, big ones that shook the ground and sent mushroom clouds of smoke rising into the sky. And through the radio we heard Colonel Chen's voice again, strained and panicked now, saying that the evacuation sites were under attack, that someone was bombing them and we needed to find shelter immediately and await further instructions. Marcus stopped walking and we all stood there in the middle of a destroyed intersection, looking at each other, realizing that the hope we'd allowed ourselves to feel had been premature. That whatever was happening was bigger and more complicated than just a viral outbreak. Janet asked who would bomb evacuation sites, who would attack people trying to survive. And I didn't have an answer, but I was starting to suspect, starting to piece together fragments of information into a picture I didn't want to see. The radio crackled again, and this time the voice was different, male and cultured, with the kind of accent that suggested expensive schools and old money, and he said his name was Harrison Cross, and that he was speaking on behalf of the Purifiers, an organization dedicated to cleansing humanity of its weakness and corruption. He said the virus had been their gift to the world, a necessary culling that would allow the strong to survive and rebuild society properly, without the parasites and degenerates who had brought civilization to the brink of collapse. He said the evacuation sites were traps, Government attempts to round up survivors and control them, and the purifiers wouldn't allow that. Wouldn't let the same corrupt system that had failed humanity reassert its power over the remnants. I felt cold listening to him, felt a rage building in my chest because this wasn't some natural disaster or accident. This was deliberate. Someone had chosen to do this, had chosen to release a virus that turned people into monsters and destroyed everything we'd built. Marcus was cursing, his usually calm demeanor cracking, and he said we needed to find these purifiers, needed to stop them before they killed more people. And I agreed, but I didn't know where to start, didn't know how to find a terrorist organization in the middle of an apocalypse. We found shelter in a parking garage and tried to plan our next move. But we were just 8 people with limited supplies and no real intelligence. What could we possibly do against an organized group with resources and a plan? Maria suggested we try to reach the underground, the networks of tunnels beneath Houston that connected buildings and allowed people to move around without going outside. And I thought about it, realized she might be right, that the tunnels might give us access to areas we couldn't reach on the surface, might let us find supplies or other survivors, or maybe even track down these purifiers. We entered the tunnel system through a hotel basement, descending into darkness that our flashlights barely penetrated, and immediately I felt claustrophobic, trapped, aware that if we encountered infected down here, we'd have nowhere to run. But the tunnels were mostly empty, the infected seeming to prefer staying above ground where there was more prey. And we made good progress following maps that Marcus had found in a tourist information kiosk, navigating through the labyrinth of passages that connected downtown Houston. We emerged in the basement of a building that had once housed offices for energy companies. The corporate logo still visible on walls and doors, and we climbed the stairs to the ground floor, finding it as destroyed as everywhere else. Windows shattered and furniture overturned, blood and bodies everywhere. I was checking one of the offices when I found it, a computer terminal that was still running on backup power, and on the screen was an open email that mentioned the purifiers in Harrison Cross and something called Operation Genesis, a plan to release the T-virus in major cities across the country and eliminate 90% of the population, creating a blank slate for rebuilding society according to their vision. I called Marcus over and we read through the emails, learning that Cross was a billionaire who'd made his fortune in pharmaceuticals, that he'd been funding research into biological weapons for years, and that the T-virus had been developed in a secret facility connected to Area 51, a black site lab where the government did research it didn't want anyone knowing about. The emails talked about infiltration, about purifier cells embedded in government agencies and military units, about sympathizers in positions of power who'd helped facilitate the outbreak and would continue to sabotage any attempts at recovery. I felt sick reading it, felt betrayed and furious because this wasn't just some crazy terrorist group. This was a conspiracy that reached into the highest levels of government, that involved people who were supposed to protect us, and I understood now why Colonel Chen's evacuation sites had been bombed, why there was no organized military response, because the purifiers had made sure any response would fail, had planned this down to the smallest detail. Marcus was taking photos of the emails with a camera we'd scavenged, documenting everything, and he said we needed to get this information out somehow, needed to let people know what was really happening, but I didn't know who we could trust, didn't know who might be a purifier sympathizer waiting to sabotage us. We were still in the office when we heard them. Voices in the hallway outside. Not the moans of the infected, but actual human speech. And we took positions behind desks and filing cabinets, weapons ready, not knowing if these were friends or enemies. The door opened and 3 men entered, all of them armed with military-grade weapons. All of them wearing black tactical gear with a symbol I didn't recognize. A stylized phoenix rising from flames, and I knew immediately these were purifiers, knew from the way they moved with confidence and purpose, like they owned this place. Marcus signaled for us to hold our fire to see what they were doing, and we watched as they moved to the same computer I'd been using. One of them sitting down and accessing files, downloading them to a flash drive. I made a decision then, probably a stupid one, but I stood up and pointed my weapon at them and told them to freeze. Identified myself as Houston PD even though that didn't mean anything anymore, and they looked at me with contempt and amusement like I was a child playing cop. The one at the computer, a man with a shaved head and cold eyes, said I should put my weapon down before I got hurt. That this didn't concern me, and I told him I knew what they'd done, knew about the virus and Operation Genesis, and his expression changed, became calculating and dangerous. He looked at his companions and nodded, and they raised their weapons. And then Marcus and the others opened fire, cutting down 2 of them before they could shoot. But the third one, the one from the computer, managed to get behind cover and returned fire, his bullets punching through drywall and sending splinters flying. We had him pinned, but he had a radio and he was calling for backup, telling someone named Cross that they'd been compromised at the downtown location, and I knew we had maybe minutes before more purifiers arrived, before we were overwhelmed and killed. I told Maria to run, told her to get to the tunnels and keep moving, and she refused. Said she wouldn't leave me, and I had to physically push her toward the door, telling her that if she stayed, she'd die, and that I couldn't live with that. Couldn't lose her, too. Not after Rodriguez. Not after everything. She went finally, tears streaming down her face. And Janet went with her along with 2 others, and that left me and Marcus and 2 civilians whose names I couldn't even remember in a firefight with a purifier who was better trained and better armed than us. Marcus and I coordinated, one of us providing suppressing fire while the other moved, trying to flank him, and we were making progress when we heard boots in the hallway, lots of them, reinforcements arriving, and I knew we were out of time. The purifier we'd been fighting made a break for the door, and I shot him, caught him in the back and dropped him. But then his friends were there, pouring into the room, and Marcus yelled for us to fall back, and we retreated toward the back offices, laying down fire as we went. One of the civilians went down, shot in the chest, and the other one panicked and ran straight into enemy fire, cut down before he'd taken 3 steps. And then it was just me and Marcus, 2 against what sounded like a dozen or more. And our ammunition was running low and our options were running out. We made it to a stairwell, and Marcus said we should split up, that I should try to reach Maria and get her to safety while he held them off. And I said no, that we stayed together, but he was already pushing me toward the stairs, telling me he'd buy me time, telling me to make it count. I wanted to argue, but I could hear the purifiers getting closer, and I knew he was right, knew that splitting up gave us both a better chance. So I went, running down the stairs while behind me I heard Marcus's weapon firing, heard him shouting defiance at his attackers, and then an explosion that shook the building, and I knew he'd used a grenade, knew he'd taken some of them with him, and I hoped he'd taken a lot. I made it to the tunnel level and found Maria and Janet waiting for me, the others having scattered in different directions during the chaos, and I told them we needed to move fast, needed to put distance between us and the purifiers before they regrouped and came after us. We ran through the tunnels, my flashlight beam bouncing off walls and creating dancing shadows, and behind us I could hear pursuit shouts and footsteps echoing in the confined space. We emerged in a different building and found ourselves in what looked like an underground mall. Empty stores with their security gates still down. Mannequins in the windows modeling fashions nobody would ever wear again. And we used the stores for cover, ducking into alcoves and behind displays, trying to lose our pursuers in the maze of retail space. I heard them searching, heard them calling to each other, coordinating their hunt. And I realized they weren't going to give up, weren't going to let us escape with what we knew about them. We needed somewhere to hide, somewhere they wouldn't find us, and I remembered the maintenance areas, the service corridors and storage rooms that ran behind the storefronts, accessible through unmarked doors that employees used. We found one and slipped through, finding ourselves in a narrow concrete hallway lit by emergency lights running on battery power, and we followed it deeper into the building's guts, past electrical panels and water heaters, past rooms full of boxes and equipment, until we found a small office that must have belonged to a building manager, and we locked ourselves inside and waited, barely breathing, listening to the purifiers search the mall. They searched for hours, their frustration evident in the way they threw things around and kicked in doors. But eventually they gave up and left, their footsteps fading, and we stayed hidden for another hour just to be sure, not moving, not speaking, just existing in terrified silence. When we finally emerged, the mall was empty, and we made our way back to the tunnels and continued moving. Not knowing where we were going, but knowing we couldn't stay still, couldn't give the purifiers time to organize a proper search. Maria asked me what we were going to do now, and I told her I didn't know, that our only ally was dead and we were hunted by people who had resources and manpower and a willingness to kill anyone who got in their way. We spent that night in an abandoned apartment complex in a unit on the 4th floor that gave us a view of the street below and multiple escape routes if we needed them. I couldn't sleep, my mind replaying Marcus's last stand, wondering if he'd suffered, if it had been quick, and I felt the weight of another death on my conscience, another good person who died because of choices I'd made. Maria slept fitfully, crying out in her dreams, and Janet sat by the window keeping watch, her rifle across her lap. And I went and sat beside her, asked her how she was holding up, and she said she was tired, bone tired, the kind of tired that sleep wouldn't fix. And I understood exactly what she meant. In the morning we heard helicopters, military from the sound of them, and we watched from the window as they circled the city, occasionally firing missiles at targets we couldn't see. And I wondered if this was the government finally mounting a proper response, or if this was more purifier sabotage, more theater designed to look like help while actually making things worse. The radio had been silent since Colonel Chen's last broadcast. No more automated messages, no more evacuation instructions, just static and occasional bursts of what sounded like combat chatter in languages I didn't recognize. Janet suggested we try to signal the helicopters, try to get rescued, and I considered it. But something felt wrong, some instinct warning me that we couldn't trust anyone, that the purifiers had their hooks too deep into the system. We were debating our options when we heard someone calling from the street below, a male voice shouting that he was alone and unarmed, that he needed help. I looked out the window and saw a man standing in the middle of the street, hands raised, wearing what looked like a business suit that had seen better days, and he was looking up at the buildings like he knew people were hiding in them. It could have been a trap. But he looked genuinely desperate, and against my better judgment, I called down to him, asked him what he wanted, and he said his name was Dr. Robert Marsh, and he'd worked at the facility where the T-virus was developed, and he had information about the purifiers in Harrison Cross, information that could stop them. I told him to stay where he was, that I was coming down, and I left Janet and Maria in the apartment with instructions to cover me from the window, to shoot him if this turned out to be an ambush. I approached him carefully, my weapon ready, scanning the surrounding buildings for signs of a setup. But everything seemed clear. Up close, he looked worse than he had from the window. His face gaunt and covered in bruises, his suit torn and stained with blood that I hoped wasn't his. He said he'd escaped from the purifiers 3 days ago, that they'd been holding him because he knew too much, because he'd tried to stop them from releasing the virus, and when he'd refused to help them refine it, they'd beaten him and locked him up until he could be dealt with permanently. I asked him what information he had, what could possibly stop people who'd already destroyed civilization, and he told me about Cross's bunker, a massive underground facility in the outskirts of Houston where the purifiers had stockpiled supplies and weapons and additional samples of the virus, thousands of vials ready to be deployed if they needed to expand the outbreak. He said Cross was there now, coordinating purifier operations from a command center filled with communications equipment and computers, and if we could reach it, if we could destroy it and kill Cross, we might be able to disrupt their organization long enough for what was left of the government to mount a real response. I asked him why he was telling me this, why he thought a cop and 2 civilians could accomplish what the military apparently couldn't, and he said because we were small enough to slip through their defenses, because we were motivated by survival rather than politics, and because he needed someone who wasn't compromised, someone he could trust to actually try rather than turn him over to the purifiers. I took him back to the apartment and we discussed his proposal, and Janet said it sounded like suicide, that we'd be walking into the heart of enemy territory with no support and no backup, and she was right, but what else were we going to do? Hide until we starved or got caught? Maria surprised me by saying we should try it, that if there was any chance of stopping these people, we had to take it. And I looked at my little sister and saw that she'd changed, that the frightened girl from 3 days ago had been replaced by someone harder, someone who'd seen too much death to care about personal safety anymore. I told Dr. Marsh we'd help him, told him to tell us everything he knew about the bunker's defenses and layout, and he pulled out a crumpled piece of paper covered in sketches and notes, a map of the facility he'd drawn from memory, and we started planning an assault that would probably get us all killed. The bunker was located beneath what had appeared to be a chemical storage facility on the city's east side, an industrial area that had been mostly abandoned even before the outbreak, and Dr. Marsh said the only entrance he knew about was through the main building, past security checkpoints and blast doors designed to withstand a nuclear strike. He said the purifiers had maybe 50 people stationed there, heavily armed and fanatical, true believers in Cross's vision of a cleansed world, and they wouldn't surrender or retreat. They'd fight to the death to protect their leader. I asked about the virus samples he'd mentioned, whether destroying them would stop the outbreak, and he shook his head and said no. The virus was already out there, already spreading beyond any hope of containment. But destroying the stockpile would prevent the purifiers from deploying additional strains they'd been developing. Worse versions that were more contagious or more lethal or both. We spent the rest of the day gathering supplies and ammunition, raiding nearby buildings and stores for anything useful. And by evening we had enough gear to make an attempt at the bunker, even though our chances of success seemed vanishingly small. I tried to convince Maria to stay behind. Told her Janet could watch over her while Dr. Marsh and I went to the bunker, but she refused. Said she was coming with us, said she deserved a chance to make the people who'd destroyed our lives pay for what they'd done. And I couldn't argue with that, even though the thought of her getting hurt or killed made me want to lock her in a room somewhere until this was over. We left at dawn, moving through streets that were thick with infected, using the skills we'd learned over the past few days to avoid them or dispatch them quietly when avoidance wasn't possible. And Dr. Marsh proved surprisingly capable, handling a weapon like someone who'd had training, military maybe, before he became a scientist. The chemical storage facility looked exactly as abandoned as Dr. Marsh had described. A cluster of rusted tanks and corrugated metal buildings surrounded by chain-link fencing topped with barbed wire. And from the outside there was no indication that beneath it lay a state-of-the-art bunker filled with terrorists and biological weapons. We found a gap in the fence and slipped through, approaching the main building carefully, watching for guards or cameras, but everything seemed quiet. Too quiet. And I started to worry that we'd been set up, that Dr. Marsh was leading us into a trap. He must have sensed my suspicion because he stopped and turned to me and said he understood if I didn't trust him that he wouldn't trust him either given the circumstances, but he swore on everything he had left that he was telling the truth. That Cross was down there and that we could stop him if we were brave enough. We entered the building through a side door that Dr. Marsh said led to a loading area, and inside we found stacks of supply crates and pallets of bottled water. Enough provisions to last a small army for months. And I realized the purifiers had been planning this for a long time. had been preparing for the end of the world while the rest of us went about our normal lives oblivious to the threat. We found the entrance to the bunker behind a false wall that slid aside when Dr. Marsh entered a code into a keypad, revealing a steel door and an elevator shaft that descended into darkness. And I felt my heart rate spike because once we went down there, we'd be trapped, committed to seeing this through to whatever end awaited us. The elevator carried us down maybe 50 feet, opening into a concrete corridor lined with fluorescent lights that hummed quietly, and we moved forward with our weapons raised, expecting to encounter guards at any moment but finding the hallway empty. Dr. Marsh led us through a maze of passages that all looked identical, turning left and right according to some internal map he was following. And we passed rooms full of equipment and supplies, dormitories where bunks were made with military precision, a cafeteria that smelled of coffee and cooking food, all of it suggesting that life down here continued normally even while the world above fell apart. We were approaching what Dr. Marsh said was the command center when we finally encountered our first purifier, a woman in combat fatigues who stepped out of a doorway ahead of us. And Janet shot her before she could raise an alarm. The sound of the gunshot impossibly loud in the enclosed space, and we knew we'd lost the element of surprise. Alarms started blaring and we ran, sprinting toward the command center while behind us we heard boots and shouts, the purifiers mobilizing to respond to the intrusion. We reached a set of heavy double doors and Dr. Marsh punched in another code, the doors sliding open to reveal a room filled with computers and monitors and communication equipment, and sitting in the center of it all was Harrison Cross, a man in his 50s with silver hair and the kind of face that would have looked at home on a magazine cover or a boardroom table. He looked up as we burst in, showing no fear or surprise, just mild annoyance like we were an inconvenience rather than a threat. And he said he'd been expecting us, that Dr. Marsh's escape had been too easy, too convenient. And of course the good doctor had led enemies right to his door just as Cross had planned. I looked at Dr. Marsh and saw horror and betrayal on his face, saw him realize he'd been manipulated, that his escape had been allowed, that Cross had used him as bait to draw out anyone who might oppose the purifiers, and I felt rage building in my chest because we'd walked right into it, had brought ourselves to Cross on a silver platter. But we were here now, and we had weapons and Cross was in front of us, and I raised my gun and pointed it at his head. Told him to call off his people or I'd kill him right there, and he laughed, actually laughed like I'd told a joke. He said killing him wouldn't change anything, that the purifiers were bigger than one man, that they were a movement, an idea, and you couldn't kill ideas with bullets, and besides, even if I did shoot him, his people would tear us apart before we could make it 10 feet from this room. Maria stepped forward and I saw she was crying, tears of rage and grief streaming down her face, and she asked Cross how he could do this, how he could kill millions of people. And he looked at her with something like pity and said he hadn't killed anyone. He'd freed them from lives of quiet desperation and meaningless existence, given them the chance to die with purpose instead of fading away in nursing homes and hospital beds. He said the world had been sick long before the virus, sick with corruption and greed and selfishness, and the purifiers had simply administered the cure, harsh medicine that would ultimately save humanity by reducing it to only those strong enough and pure enough to rebuild properly. I told him he was insane, that there was nothing pure about turning people into monsters, and he smiled and said I couldn't understand, that I was part of the problem, a cog in the broken machine of modern society, but my death would be meaningful because it would help usher in the new world. The doors burst open and purifiers poured in, a dozen of them with automatic weapons, and they surrounded us, disarmed us, forced us to our knees while Cross stood and walked over to us, looking down like we were interesting specimens he was examining. He said he admired our courage, if not our intelligence. Said it was rare to find people willing to fight for something they believed in. And he offered us a choice. join the purifiers, embrace their vision and help build the future, or die here and now, quickly and relatively painlessly. Janet spat at him, told him exactly what he could do with his offer, and he nodded like he'd expected that response. And he pulled a pistol from his belt and shot her in the head without hesitation, her body crumpling to the floor, and Maria screamed, and I felt something break inside me. Felt the last restraints on my rage snap. I lunged at Cross, got maybe 2 steps before the purifiers grabbed me, held me while Cross pressed his gun against my forehead, the barrel cold and hard, and he asked if I wanted to die too, if I was eager to throw away my life for nothing. And I told him he could go to hell, told him that even if he killed me, there would be others, that someone would stop him eventually. He said I was probably right, that the purifiers would face resistance. That was inevitable, but by the time anyone organized a meaningful opposition, the world would have already changed. The infection would have spread so far and killed so many that there wouldn't be enough people left to mount a real threat to their plans. He stepped back and told his people to take us to the holding cells, that he wanted to keep us alive for now, that we might prove useful as leverage or information sources, and they dragged us out of the command center and through more corridors to a section of the bunker that had been converted into a prison. They threw us into a cell, just concrete walls and a steel door with a small window. And I immediately went to Dr. Marsh and grabbed him by his collar, slammed him against the wall. Demanded to know if he'd known about the setup, if he'd led us into a trap deliberately. He swore he hadn't, that he'd thought his escape was real, that Cross had played him just like he'd played us, and I wanted to believe him, but trust was a luxury I couldn't afford anymore. Maria sat in the corner crying for Janet, and I went to her and held her. Told her we'd get out of this somehow. Told her I wouldn't let Cross win, and she looked at me with eyes that had seen too much and asked how. How could we possibly escape from a bunker filled with armed fanatics who wanted us dead? I didn't have an answer, not yet. But I started examining the cell, looking for weaknesses, for anything we could exploit. And I noticed the door's locking mechanism, electronic but with a manual override in case of power failure. And I thought about the explosions we'd heard earlier, thought about what would happen if the bunker lost power, if the backup generators failed. Dr. Marsh saw what I was looking at and said it wouldn't work, that the bunker's power systems were redundant and hardened against failure. But I told him every system had a weakness, every fortress had a crack, we just had to find it. We spent hours discussing options, discarding idea after idea as impractical or impossible, until finally Dr. Marsh remembered something. A maintenance tunnel that ran from the bunker to a surface access point about half a mile away, used for ventilation and emergency evacuation. And while it would be locked and monitored, it might be less heavily guarded than the main entrance. The problem was getting out of the cell and reaching the tunnel without being caught, and the only opportunity I could see was during the twice daily meal delivery, when a guard would open the door and pass in trays of food, a brief window of vulnerability we might be able to exploit. I told Maria and Dr. Marsh my plan, simple and direct and probably suicidal. We'd overpower the guard when he opened the door, take his weapon and his access card, and fight our way to the maintenance tunnel. And if we died trying, at least we'd die fighting instead of waiting in a cell for Cross to decide our fate. Maria agreed immediately, her grief for Janet transforming into determination. And Dr. Marsh hesitated but eventually nodded, said he owed it to Janet and Marcus and everyone else who'd died to at least try. We waited for the next meal delivery, positioning ourselves to either side of the door, and when it opened and the guard stepped through, we attacked. Maria and I grabbing his arms while Dr. Marsh went for his weapon, and we struggled in the confined space, the guard shouting for help, and I got my hands around his throat and squeezed, cutting off his air, feeling him weaken and collapse. And I took his rifle and his access card and we ran, leaving him unconscious on the cell floor. The corridor outside was empty, but I knew that wouldn't last. Alarms would sound any second and we needed to move fast. Needed to reach the maintenance tunnel before the purifiers could organize a response. Dr. Marsh led us through passages I didn't recognize, taking turns that seemed random but that he assured me would get us to the tunnel. And behind us I heard shouts and running footsteps, pursuit getting closer. We reached a heavy door marked with hazard symbols, and Dr. Marsh swiped the stolen access card, the door sliding open to reveal a narrow tunnel that sloped upward into darkness, and we entered it and sealed the door behind us, buying ourselves maybe minutes before the purifiers cut through or found another way around. The tunnel was barely wide enough for one person, forcing us to move in single file, and the air was stale and hot, making breathing difficult, and I wondered how far we'd have to crawl before reaching the surface. Wondered if we'd make it before running out of air or being caught. We crawled for what felt like hours, but was probably 20 minutes. The tunnel getting steeper and the air getting worse, and just when I thought we'd have to turn back, we saw light ahead, faint but unmistakable, and we crawled faster, desperate for fresh air and freedom. The tunnel ended in a vertical shaft with a ladder, and we climbed up and emerged into a small concrete structure disguised as a utility building. And beyond its door, I could see trees and sky and the infected city of Houston, and I'd never been so happy to see such a terrible view. We exited the building and ran, not caring where we were going, just putting distance between us and the bunker. And behind us I heard explosions, big ones, and I looked back and saw smoke rising from where the chemical storage facility had been. And Dr. Marsh said Cross must have ordered the bunker destroyed. Must have decided that if he couldn't capture us, he'd rather deny us any evidence or intelligence we might have gained. We kept running until we couldn't anymore, collapsing in an alley behind what had been a restaurant, gasping for breath and checking ourselves for injuries, and I realized we'd actually made it out, had escaped from Harrison Cross and his bunker, even though it had seemed impossible. Maria was laughing and crying at the same time, the emotional release overwhelming, and I held her and told her we were alive, we'd survived, and she said Janet didn't. Janet and Marcus and Rodriguez and all the others, and what was the point of surviving if everyone else died? I told her the point was to make sure their deaths meant something, to finish what they'd started, to stop Cross and the purifiers from killing anyone else, and she asked how we were supposed to do that. Just the three of us against an organization with resources and manpower and fanatical devotion to their cause. Dr. Marsh said Cross wouldn't have destroyed the bunker if he hadn't had somewhere else to go. Another facility, another base of operations, and he'd been working on a theory about where that might be. A property Cross owned in the outskirts that had been flagged during Dr. Marsh's original investigation into purifier activities. He said it was a long shot, that Cross could be anywhere by now, but if we wanted revenge, if we wanted to finish this, that's where we should look. I asked him how far it was, and he said maybe 10 miles. Too far to walk safely given the number of infected between here and there, and we'd need a vehicle and supplies and probably more weapons because Cross wouldn't be alone. He'd have guards and security and every advantage. We spent the next day preparing, scavenging supplies from abandoned stores and homes, finding a pickup truck with enough gas to get us where we needed to go, and gathering intelligence by monitoring radio frequencies and looking for any sign of purifier activity. I tried to talk Maria into staying behind, told her she'd done enough, that she deserved to rest while Dr. Marsh and I finished this, but she refused again. Said she'd come too far and lost too much to quit now, and I recognized the look in her eyes, the same look I'd seen in the mirror. The look of someone who'd crossed a line they could never uncross. We left at dusk, driving through streets that were thick with infected, the truck's headlights illuminating horrors I'd learned not to react to anymore. Bodies and blood and the shambling forms of people who used to be human. And I felt nothing except a cold determination to see this through. The property Dr. Marsh had identified was a ranch, sprawling acres of land surrounded by a high fence, and as we approached, we saw lights in the main house, generators running. Someone definitely home. We parked the truck a quarter-mile away and approached on foot, using the cover of trees and darkness to get close without being spotted. And as we neared the house, we saw guards, at least 6 of them patrolling the perimeter, all of them armed with assault rifles and wearing night vision goggles. This was going to be significantly harder than the bunker. No convenient tunnels or security weaknesses, just a straightforward assault against a prepared enemy. And I started second-guessing our decision to come here, started thinking maybe we should retreat and live to fight another day. But then I saw him, Harrison Cross, standing on the porch of the main house talking on a satellite phone. And the rage came back, burning away any doubt or fear, and I knew I had to kill him. Had to make him pay for Rodriguez and Marcus and Janet and everyone else who died because of his sick vision of cleansing humanity. I told Maria and Dr. Marsh my plan, stupid and simple and probably fatal. I'd create a distraction while they circled around to the back of the house. And when the guards responded to whatever chaos I caused, they'd have a chance to get inside and reach Cross. Maria argued, said we should stick together, but I told her this was the only way, that I was a cop and I'd been trained for this, and she finally agreed, hugging me tight and making me promise to survive this, to meet her on the other side. And I made a promise I wasn't sure I could keep. I waited until they were in position. Then I opened fire on the nearest guard, the shot taking him in the chest and dropping him immediately, and all hell broke loose. The other guards converging on my position while shouting into radios, and I ran, drawing them away from the house, leading them on a chase through the property's outbuildings and equipment sheds. I could hear them behind me, their boots pounding on packed earth, their weapons firing, bullets whipping past my head and punching through metal and wood. And I fired back when I could, not aiming, just trying to slow them down, make them cautious. I ducked into a barn and climbed into the hayloft, positioning myself to ambush whoever came through the door, and 2 guards entered below me, sweeping the space with their weapons, and I shot them both, my bullets finding their targets with the luck of desperation. And then I was moving again, jumping from the loft and running toward a storage shed while more guards appeared from the darkness. Something hit me, a bullet catching my shoulder and spinning me around. The pain immediate and stunning, and I went down hard, my weapon skittering away across gravel, and I thought this was it. This was how I died. But then I heard gunfire from the house and explosions, and I realized Maria and Dr. Marsh had made it inside, had engaged Cross's security, and the guards chasing me hesitated, torn between pursuing me and responding to the new threat. I used the momentary confusion to crawl toward my weapon, my shoulder screaming in protest, blood soaking my shirt, and I grabbed the rifle and forced myself to stand, forced myself to keep fighting, even though every instinct told me to lie down and rest. I made it back to the house and entered through a side door, following the sound of gunfire to what looked like Cross's study, a room filled with bookshelves and expensive furniture. And I found Maria behind an overturned desk exchanging fire with 3 guards, while Dr. Marsh tried to stop the bleeding from a wound in his leg. I joined the fight, shooting 2 of the guards before they realized I was there. And the 3rd one went down when Maria hit him with a perfect headshot. And then it was quiet except for our heavy breathing and the ringing in my ears from the gunfire. Cross was there too, cowering behind his desk, his expensive suit rumpled and his silver hair disheveled. And when he saw me, he tried to run, tried to make it to a door at the back of the room, but I was faster, tackling him and bringing him down. And we struggled on the floor of his study, 2 men fighting with everything they had left. He was stronger than he looked, managing to get his hands around my throat, squeezing, cutting off my air, and I saw stars. Felt consciousness fading. But then I remembered Rodriguez bleeding out in the back seat, remembered Marcus holding off the purifiers so I could escape, remembered Janet's body crumpling to the floor, and I found strength I didn't know I had, breaking his grip and rolling away, getting to my feet. I saw it then, leaning against the wall, A crowbar that someone had left there, maybe for breaking into Cross's safe or prying open crates. And I grabbed it, the metal cold and heavy in my hands. And Cross looked at me with fear for the first time, really looked at me and saw not a cop or a survivor, but an executioner. And he tried to plead, tried to say we could work together, that he had supplies and resources and knowledge that could help us survive. But I wasn't interested in his offers or his lies. I swung the crowbar and caught him in the ribs. Heard something crack and he went down, gasping for air, and I hit him again and again, each blow punctuated by the names of the people he'd killed. Rodriguez and Marcus and Janet and the millions of others whose deaths he'd engineered. And when I finally stopped, he wasn't moving anymore, wasn't breathing, just a broken body on an expensive carpet, and I felt nothing except exhaustion. Maria helped me up, her face pale and shocked at what she'd seen, at what I'd done, and I told her we needed to go, needed to get out before more purifiers arrived or the infected found us. Dr. Marsh was in bad shape, his leg wound worse than it had looked, and we had to support him between us, half carrying him toward the truck, and I felt my own wound bleeding again. Felt weakness spreading through my limbs, but I kept moving because stopping meant dying, and I wasn't done yet. We made it to the truck and got it started, pulling away from the ranch just as I saw headlights approaching in the distance, more purifiers or maybe military. I didn't know and didn't care, we just needed to be anywhere else. We drove through the night, no destination in mind, just moving. And the radio crackled to life with an emergency broadcast, automated and ominous, warning all civilians to seek shelter immediately, that military forces were implementing a final solution to contain the outbreak, and I knew what that meant, knew what final solution was code for. Maria heard it too and asked what we should do, where we should go, and I told her I didn't know. That there was nowhere safe anymore, nowhere the infection hadn't reached, and as if to prove my point, we saw Houston burning in the distance, fires visible for miles, the city consuming itself. The broadcast repeated, more urgent now, and this time it gave a time frame. All civilians had 2 hours to reach designated safe zones before the operation commenced, and I did the math in my head, realized we couldn't reach any safe zone in that time, not injured and low on gas and with infected between us and anywhere that might offer shelter. Dr. Marsh was unconscious in the back seat, his breathing shallow and labored, and I knew he wouldn't make it much longer. Knew the wound in his leg had gotten infected despite our attempts to clean and bandage it. And I felt guilty for dragging him into this, for using him to get to Cross even though he'd volunteered, even though he'd wanted revenge as much as I did. We found shelter in a warehouse on the outskirts of the city, abandoned but structurally sound, and we barricaded the entrances and climbed to the second floor where we could watch the streets below. The city was emptying, people fleeing in every direction, cars and trucks and buses loaded with civilians trying to escape before whatever the military had planned arrived. And I watched them go and wondered how many would actually make it to safety. How many would die on the roads or get caught by infected or simply run out of gas in the middle of nowhere. Maria asked me what final solution meant, and I told her the truth, that the military was probably going to drop a bomb, something big enough to sterilize the entire metropolitan area, kill every infected person and probably most of the survivors too. A desperate last-ditch attempt to contain the outbreak before it spread beyond Texas. She asked if we'd survive, and I looked at her and saw my little sister. The girl I'd promised to protect, and I lied. Told her we'd be fine, that we were far enough away to escape the blast, but we both knew it wasn't true. Knew that a bomb big enough to level Houston would leave nothing alive for miles around. We sat together watching the sun rise over the dying city, and I thought about our parents. Hoped they'd died quickly in the initial outbreak. Hoped they hadn't suffered, and I thought about all the people I'd known, colleagues and friends and casual acquaintances, wondering which of them were still alive and which had joined the legions of infected or the piles of corpses. Maria leaned against me and asked if I thought it would hurt. The bomb, and I told her it would be over so fast we wouldn't feel anything. Another lie, but a kind one. And she said she was glad she was with me, that if she had to die, at least she wasn't alone. And I held her tighter and told her I loved her, that I was proud of her, that she'd been braver than anyone had a right to expect. The 2 hours passed, the sun climbing higher, the day warming up, and through the windows we could see Houston spread out below us, a city that had been home to millions now mostly empty and burning. Dr. Marsh woke up briefly, looked around confused, and asked if we'd gotten Cross, and I told him yes, that Cross was dead, that we'd finished it. And he smiled and closed his eyes and didn't open them again. His breathing stopping, his body going still, and I knew he was gone. Knew he'd held on just long enough to know his death had meant something. We heard it before we saw it, a sound like thunder, but deeper, more fundamental. Like the earth itself was tearing apart, and then the horizon lit up with light brighter than the sun, a flash that burned shadows into walls and turned everything white for a moment. And I pulled Maria close and covered her with my body, even though I knew it wouldn't make any difference. The shockwave hit seconds later, the building shaking and groaning, windows exploding inward in a spray of glass, and I felt heat wash over us, intense and horrible. And I knew this was it. This was the end. But I held Maria and told her I loved her and promised her we'd see our parents again soon. Promised her peace was coming even as the world burned around us. The warehouse collapsed, the walls failing and the roof coming down, and I felt crushing weight and then nothing, darkness and silence. And somewhere in that void, I thought about Rodriguez and Marcus and Janet and Dr. Marsh and all the others who'd fought and died trying to stop this, and I wondered if anyone would remember us, if anyone would know that we'd tried, that we hadn't just accepted our fate but had fought back with everything we had. The thermobaric bomb had leveled downtown Houston, turning buildings into dust and vaporizing everything within a 2-mile radius of the blast center. The heat and pressure wave extending far beyond that, and the warehouse where we'd taken shelter was well within the kill zone. And I knew, in those last moments of consciousness, that Maria and I would die here, would be buried in rubble and consumed by fire, and there was nothing I could do to save her, nothing I could do to change the ending we'd both known was coming. I thought about Harrison Cross and wondered if killing him had mattered, if it had made any difference to the outcome, and I realized it probably hadn't. That the purifiers were bigger than one man. That the virus they'd unleashed would continue spreading regardless of what happened to their leadership. And the bomb that was killing us now was just the first of many. Just the beginning of humanity's desperate attempt to contain something that was already beyond containment. The world was ending. Civilization was collapsing, and nothing I'd done or could do would stop it, but at least I'd tried, at least I'd fought instead of accepting it passively, and maybe that was enough. Maybe that was all anyone could do in the face of extinction. The darkness deepened and the pain faded, consciousness slipping away like water through fingers. And my last thought was of Maria, hoping she wasn't suffering, hoping the end came quickly for her. And then there was nothing at all, just absence, just the void, and Houston burned and the infected continued their spread across Texas and beyond, and the purifiers watched from their hidden bunkers and congratulated themselves on the successful purification of humanity. And somewhere in Washington, or what was left of it, military commanders plotted more bombings, more desperate measures trying to contain an outbreak that had already won, that had already doomed humanity to slow extinction or transformation into something that wasn't human anymore. The virus spread north and south and east and west, following highways and rail lines and air currents, reaching new cities and towns and rural communities, turning millions into infected and sending the survivors into hiding or flight, and every attempt to stop it failed. Every safe zone was eventually overrun. Every military position eventually abandoned, and slowly, inexorably, the zombies won. claiming the world that humanity had built, reducing cities to ruins and filling them with the shambling undead, and in bunkers and compounds scattered across the country. The purifiers celebrated their victory even as they too fell to the virus they'd unleashed, even as their careful plans and preparations proved inadequate against an enemy that couldn't be reasoned with or controlled. And in the end, everyone died or turned, everyone suffered the consequences of Cross's vision, and the world became a graveyard, silent except for the moans of the infected and the screams of the few remaining survivors. In Houston, or what had been Houston, the bomb crater cooled slowly, fused glass and melted concrete marking the spot where a major American city had once stood, and radiation seeped into the groundwater and spread through the surrounding areas, poisoning the land and ensuring nothing would live here again for generations. And the infected who'd survived the blast wandered the outskirts. Their flesh burned and their bodies broken but still animated by the virus, still hunting for prey that no longer existed, and they would wander until they finally collapsed from cumulative damage, until the virus could no longer keep their bodies moving, and even then they wouldn't truly die, just enter a state of dormancy waiting for some future prey to wake them from their rest. I died knowing the infection had spread beyond containment, knowing that Houston's destruction was meaningless in the larger context of the outbreak, knowing that the purifiers had won and humanity had lost. And there was no comfort in that knowledge, no peace, just the bitter awareness that everything I'd fought for had been futile. That Maria's death and my death and all the deaths of everyone I'd known had achieved nothing except maybe delaying the inevitable by a few days or hours. The last thing I saw was fire, orange and red and impossibly bright, consuming everything, reducing the world to ash and smoke. And then darkness swallowed me completely and I was gone. One more casualty in an apocalypse that would claim billions before it was done. One more body buried under rubble in a dead city, forgotten and unmourned. Just another cop who tried to do his job and had failed because the job was impossible. And the enemy was unstoppable and the world was ending regardless of how hard anyone fought to save it. And somewhere in the darkness of that dead city, in the ruins and the rubble, the infected continued to move, continued to hunt, continued to spread, and the virus evolved and adapted and found new ways to survive, new strategies for converting the living into more of itself. And it won not through intelligence or planning, but through sheer biological imperative, through the simple fact that it could reproduce faster than humanity could kill it. And in the end, the zombies prevailed, taking the world that had been ours and making it theirs, filling it with their endless moaning and their constant hunger. And there was no one left to stop them, no one left to fight back. Just scattered survivors hiding in the ruins of civilization, waiting for the inevitable moment when they too would fall. When they too would join the legions of the infected and become part of the problem instead of the solution. And the world turned. And the sun rose and set, and the infected wandered, and humanity faded into memory, into history, into nothing at all. And the virus that had destroyed us continued on, patient and persistent, waiting for the next species to rise so it could infect them too. Because that's what viruses do, that's all they know how to do. And this one was very good at it. Very good at surviving and spreading and killing, and nothing and no one could stop it. And in the end, that was the only truth that mattered. The only certainty in an uncertain world. That the T-virus had won and we had lost, and there was no reversing it, no cure, no miracle salvation. Just the slow grinding down of humanity until there was nothing left but monsters wearing human skin, shambling through the ruins of our cities, feeding on the few remaining survivors, converting them one by one until there was truly no one left. Until the last human took their last breath and the infected inherited the earth completely. Totally. Finally. And the great experiment of human civilization ended not with a bang but with a whimper. Not with noble sacrifice but with desperate scrambling and futile resistance. And I died knowing all of this. Knowing it had all been for nothing. and that knowledge was the heaviest weight I carried into whatever came after death. Heavier than any physical burden, heavier than guilt or grief or rage. Just the crushing awareness that we'd lost, and there was nothing anyone could have done to change it, because from the moment the purifiers released the virus, the outcome was determined. The apocalypse was inevitable, and all our struggling and fighting and dying had just been delaying the obvious conclusion, postponing the moment when the last human voice fell silent and the world belonged to the dead. Now let's move on to the next story. I ordered a full tox screen, CBC, metabolic panel, the works. But the labs came back clean, nothing that explained the behavior. His temperature was elevated, 103.8, heart rate through the roof at 160, blood pressure spiking to stroke levels, but his oxygen saturation was normal, no obvious signs of infection or trauma. I tried talking to him, using the calm voice I'd learned worked on combative patients, but Marcus didn't respond to language at all. Didn't seem to hear words as anything but noise. When I tried to examine his arm, he twisted his head around with such force I thought he'd break his own neck, and his teeth snapped shut an inch from my fingers. Sarah administered 5 milligrams of Ativan, then another 5 when the first dose did nothing. And finally, we had to call security to help us move him to the isolation room. By 10:30, we had 3 more patients with similar presentations, all from the same neighborhood near the Port of Baltimore. All with the same empty eyes and that terrible grinding hunger. One was a woman in her 50s who'd attacked her husband in their kitchen. Another was a teenage kid who'd bitten a chunk out of his mother's shoulder before the police tased him. And the third was an elderly man found eating a dead cat in an alley. The charge nurse, Patricia Wong, a woman who'd seen everything in 30 years of emergency medicine, pulled me aside with genuine fear in her eyes and said we needed to call the CDC, that this wasn't drugs or mental illness, that something was very wrong. I was on the phone with the Maryland Department of Health when the first code blue sounded from the isolation room where we'd put Marcus Webb. I ran down the corridor with the crash team, my shoes squeaking on linoleum that smelled like bleach, and the particular staleness that lived in every hospital I'd ever known. And when we pushed through the door, Marcus was seizing on the bed, his whole body convulsing so violently the restraints had torn through the flesh on his wrists. Blood pooled on the sheets, dark and thick, and foam bubbled from his mouth, pink with blood from where he'd bitten through his own tongue. Dr. James Morrison, a cardiology fellow who'd been first on scene, was already running the code, calling out orders while a respiratory therapist bagged him and Sarah worked to get another IV line. We pushed epinephrine, we shocked him twice, we did everything right, followed every protocol, but Marcus's heart just stopped, flat line on the monitor, that sustained tone that means someone's gone. James called time of death at 11:14, and we all stood there breathing hard, the adrenaline still coursing through us, the smell of burnt flesh from the defibrillator pads sharp in the air. I remember thinking about his family, wondering who we'd have to call, what we'd say to them, the same thoughts I'd had 100 times before when patients died. Sarah reached out to close his eyes, and that's when Marcus sat up. His eyes snapped open, the same dead stare, but somehow worse now. And he grabbed Sarah's wrist with strength that shouldn't have been possible for someone who'd been dead 30 seconds ago. She screamed, a sound of pure terror I'd never heard from her before, and Marcus pulled her close, his mouth opening wide, wider than mouths should open, and I saw his broken teeth, saw the black blood on his tongue, saw his intention as clearly as if he'd spoken it. I didn't think, just reacted, grabbing the nearest thing I could reach, which was the metal IV pole, and I swung it hard into the side of his head. The impact made a sound like a hammer hitting a melon, and Marcus went down, taking Sarah with him. We all scrambled backward, James pulling Sarah free while I kept the IV pole raised, ready to swing again, my hands shaking so badly the pole rattled. Marcus tried to get up, moving with jerky, uncoordinated motions like a puppet with half its strings cut. and I could see the dent in his skull where I'd hit him. Could see bone fragments in the matted hair. But he didn't seem to register pain, didn't slow down. Security burst in, 2 guys I knew from the night shift, Mike Torres and Dennis Pratt, both former cops, both carrying tasers. They hit Marcus with 50,000 volts and he went down twitching, and we got him back on the bed, got the restraints secured with Mike standing guard while the rest of us stumbled out into the hallway. Sarah was sobbing, her wrist already bruising purple where Marcus had grabbed her. And I could see the shape of his fingers in her skin, 5 perfect marks like a brand. I got her to the break room, made her sit down, checked her over for bites or scratches, anything that might have broken the skin, but she was clean, just shaken and scared. James brought her water and a blanket, and we sat with her while she cried, while the enormity of what we'd just seen settled over us like a weight. Patricia came in and said the other 3 patients were showing the same symptoms, seizing and coding, and we needed a plan. Needed to figure out what we were dealing with before more people died. I called the health department again, demanded to speak to someone in authority, and got transferred up the chain until I reached a Dr. Ellen Vickers at the CDC, who listened to my description with growing alarm and said she was dispatching a team immediately. That we needed to implement full isolation protocols, that everyone who'd had contact with these patients needed to be monitored. She used the word containment, and something about the way she said it made my blood run cold. I asked her what we were containing, what she thought this was, and there was a long pause before she said they'd received similar reports from 3 other hospitals in the Baltimore area. That preliminary analysis suggested a viral pathogen with an extremely short incubation period and a mortality rate approaching 100%, and that we should prepare for the worst. The worst came faster than any of us expected. By noon, we had 17 patients with the same presentation, and 3 of our staff members were showing early symptoms, including Dr. Ramirez, who'd called in sick that morning, who came staggering into the ER with blood streaming from his nose and his eyes already starting to glaze. The news was reporting a chemical spill at the Port of Baltimore, advising people to stay indoors, but I could see through the ER windows that traffic was already backing up on the streets, people trying to flee, accidents happening at every intersection. The CDC team arrived in hazmat suits and set up a temporary command center in our largest conference room, and Dr. Vickers herself, a stern woman in her 50s with iron gray hair and the kind of face that had seen too many outbreaks, pulled me aside and told me what they knew. The pathogen had been identified as a modified rabies virus, weaponized and enhanced with genetic material from several other viruses to increase transmission rates and reduce incubation time, and intelligence suggested it had been deliberately released by a terrorist cell operating in the Baltimore area. She showed me electron microscope images on her tablet, the virus particles looking like tiny spacecraft bristling with protein spikes. And she explained that once symptoms appeared, death usually followed within 2 to 4 hours, and reanimation occurred within minutes of death. Reanimation, she said the word like it was normal, like it was something that happened, and I realized we were in a horror movie except the monsters were real and there was no director to yell cut. I thought about my reserve unit, the 121st Combat Support Hospital based out of Fort Meade. Wondered if they'd been activated, if they were dealing with this same nightmare somewhere else. My phone had 17 missed calls from my sister Jennifer, who lived in D.C., and when I finally called her back, she was crying, saying the news was reporting attacks all over the city, that people were eating each other in the streets, that I needed to get out of Baltimore right now. I told her I couldn't leave, that I was needed here, that I'd taken an oath, and she said the oath wouldn't matter if I was dead. She made me promise to be careful, made me promise to call her every hour, and I agreed, even though I knew I probably couldn't keep that promise. By 1 in the afternoon, the power flickered for the first time, and I heard distant explosions that might have been transformers blowing or might have been something worse. The radio in the nurse's station was tuned to the emergency broadcast system, a recorded message on loop telling people to shelter in place, to avoid contact with anyone showing signs of illness, to await further instructions from authorities. Patricia came running from the isolation wing, her face white, and said 3 of the patients had died and reanimated, that they'd torn through the restraints and attacked the security guards, that Mike Torres was dead and Dennis Pratt was bitten. I grabbed my medical bag and ran. The isolation wing was a war zone. Blood covered the walls in arterial spray patterns, the kind you see when major vessels are severed, and Dennis was on the floor clutching his shoulder while Sarah and another nurse, Amy Rodriguez, tried to pack the wound with gauze. The bite had taken off a chunk of deltoid muscle, and I could see white bone through the meat, could see Dennis going into shock, his skin clammy and his pupils dilated. The 3 reanimated patients were in the hallway, moving toward us with that horrible jerky gait, their hospital gowns soaked with blood and other fluids, their faces slack except for their mouths, which worked constantly, teeth gnashing on empty air. James was trying to keep them back with a chair, jabbing at them like a lion tamer, but they didn't respond to pain or threats, just kept coming with single-minded purpose. I remembered my combat medic training, remembered clearing buildings in Iraq, remembered the weight of an M4 in my hands and the sound bullets made hitting flesh. But I didn't have a gun now, just my wits and whatever I could improvise. I grabbed a fire extinguisher from the wall, popped the pin and blasted the nearest one, a woman who'd been a grandmother before the virus took her, with a cloud of white powder that sent her stumbling backward. It bought us maybe 10 seconds, enough time for Amy and Sarah to drag Dennis toward the emergency exit while James and I covered their retreat. We made it to the stairwell and barricaded the door with an equipment cart, but I could hear more of them on the other side, pounding and clawing, and I knew the barrier wouldn't hold long. Dennis was fading, his breathing shallow and rapid, classic signs of hypovolemic shock. And I started 2 large-bore IVs, pushing saline and O-negative blood from the cooler Sarah had grabbed on the way out. We carried him down 3 flights to the ground level, our footsteps echoing in the concrete stairwell, and emerged into the main ER to find absolute chaos. Patients and staff were fighting, screaming, dying. The neat triage system we'd maintained all morning completely collapsed into primal survival. A security guard I didn't know was beating a reanimated janitor with a fire axe, each swing making a wet thunking sound, and a woman in scrubs I recognized from radiology was crouched in a corner crying while blood pooled around her from a bite on her calf. Dr. Vickers and her CDC team were trying to establish a perimeter, but the hazmat suits made them slow and clumsy, and I watched one of them go down under 3 attackers, the plastic tearing, blood spraying across the white material like modern art. I pulled Sarah and Amy toward the ambulance bay, physically dragging them when they froze, when their minds couldn't process the horror their eyes were seeing. And James followed with Dennis slung over his shoulder in a fireman's carry. The ambulance bay was marginally better, a few EMTs trying to organize an evacuation, but half the ambulances were gone, and the others had dead batteries or flat tires or were simply blocked by the traffic piling up outside. I commandeered one that looked functional, a Type 3 Chevy with maybe half a tank of gas, and we loaded Dennis into the back. Sarah climbed in with him, her training overriding her fear, and she started checking his vitals while I ran around to the driver's seat. James jumped in the passenger side and Amy squeezed into the back with Sarah, and I fired up the engine, which turned over on the 3rd try and roared to life. I hit the lights and siren more out of habit than any belief they'd help, and I pulled out onto the street into a vision of the apocalypse. Cars were abandoned everywhere, some still running, doors open, drivers fled or dead or transformed. Bodies littered the pavement, and I had to swerve around them, had to not think about the fact that each one had been a person with a life and a family and dreams. Some of the bodies were moving, crawling toward anything that lived, and I saw one pull itself forward with just its arms, its lower half crushed by a truck, leaving a trail of intestines behind it like a grotesque snail. I didn't have a destination, didn't have a plan beyond getting away from the hospital, and I drove east toward the waterfront because the roads looked clearer in that direction. The siren wailed, cutting through the general noise of car alarms and distant screaming and the deep bass rumble of something burning, and I pushed the ambulance up to 60 through intersections where the lights had all gone dark. James was on the radio trying to reach anyone, police, fire, National Guard, but all he got was static and the occasional panicked voice cutting in and out. Fragments of sentences about containment failure and mass casualty events and requests for military support. Sarah called out that Dennis's pressure was dropping despite the fluids, that his heart rate was tachycardic, that she thought he was going septic from the bite, and I knew what that meant. Knew that in maybe an hour he'd code and then he'd reanimate and we'd have one of those things in the back of the ambulance with Sarah and Amy. I tried not to think about it, tried to focus on driving, on survival, on getting us somewhere safe, even though I was starting to suspect there was no such place anymore. We made it maybe 2 miles before we hit the checkpoint. The Maryland National Guard had set up a roadblock at the intersection of Eastern Avenue and Ponca Street. Concrete barriers and armored Humvees and soldiers in mop gear pointing M4s at anything that moved. I slowed down, hands visible on the wheel, and a sergeant approached with his rifle up, face hidden behind a gas mask that made him look like an insect. He yelled at me to turn around, that the waterfront was under quarantine, that anyone trying to enter the zone would be fired upon, and I yelled back that I was a doctor with wounded, that we needed medical support. He looked past me into the ambulance, saw the blood, saw Sarah and Amy in their scrubs, and something in his posture softened just slightly. He conferred with someone on his radio, then told me to pull forward slowly, that they'd take us to the field hospital they'd set up at Camden Yards, the baseball stadium. I followed his directions, navigating around the barriers, and a convoy of military vehicles fell in around us. An escort through streets that looked like Fallujah after the insurgency. Buildings burning, bodies everywhere, the smell of smoke and death so thick I could taste it even with the ambulance windows closed. Camden Yards had been transformed into a fortress. Chain-link fencing topped with razor wire surrounded the perimeter, guard towers with mounted machine guns at each corner, and inside the parking lot a tent city had sprung up. White canvas structures marked with red crosses and biohazard symbols. Soldiers directed us to a receiving area where medical personnel in full protective equipment took Dennis from us, and I gave them a quick report on his status, the bite, the blood loss, the sepsis I suspected was setting in. A captain whose name tape read Morrison, no relation to James, took down our information and told us we'd be held for observation, standard protocol for anyone who'd been in contact with infected individuals, 72 hours minimum. I argued, said we were doctors and nurses, that we could help, that they needed all the medical personnel they could get, and he agreed but said the observation period wasn't negotiable, that too many people had turned without warning, that containment required strict adherence to protocol. He assigned us to a tent with about 20 other healthcare workers, all looking shell-shocked and exhausted, and told us someone would bring food and water, that we should try to rest. Rest felt impossible. The tent had cots but no privacy, and I could hear everything happening outside. The constant helicopter traffic, the sporadic gunfire, the generators running to power the medical equipment, and under it all, a kind of low moaning that rose and fell like waves, the sound of thousands of infected pressed against the perimeter. Sarah curled up on a cot and cried quietly, and Amy sat beside her, holding her hand, not speaking because there was nothing to say. James paced, burning off adrenaline, and I sat on my own cot and finally let myself check my phone. 14 new messages from Jennifer, each one more desperate than the last, and a voicemail from my reserve unit commander, Colonel Patricia Hayes, ordering me to report to Fort Meade immediately for activation. I called Jennifer first, got her voicemail, left a message telling her I was alive and okay and in a safe location, which was mostly a lie, but what else could I say? Then I called Colonel Hayes, got through to her aide who said the colonel was in a briefing but that all reserve personnel were on immediate active duty status that I needed to report as soon as possible. I explained about the quarantine and the aide said he'd pass along my location, that someone would coordinate my release with the guard commander. Night fell and the temperature dropped and someone brought us MREs and bottled water and wool blankets that smelled like diesel. I ate mechanically, chili mac that tasted like cardboard, and I watched through the tent flap as the lights came on around the perimeter. Harsh sodium vapor lamps that turned everything orange and created deep shadows where things could hide. The moaning outside grew louder as darkness settled, and I could see shapes pressed against the fence, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all drawn by the light and sound and the smell of living flesh. Guard towers opened fire periodically, controlled bursts that lit up the night with muzzle flashes, and I watched bodies fall only to be replaced by more, an endless tide of hunger. A young soldier, couldn't have been more than 20, brought us coffee around midnight, and I asked him how bad it was out there, what he'd seen. He told me the entire city was gone, that infected outnumbered survivors 100 to 1, that the bridges out of Baltimore were clogged with abandoned cars and the people who'd tried to flee were either dead or turned. He said his unit had been ordered to hold the stadium until evacuation could be organized, but nobody was telling them where they'd evacuate to, or when, or how. And the rumor going around was that the brass was considering more permanent solutions to the outbreak. Permanent solutions, the phrase hung in my mind like a noose. I knew what that meant, had seen enough classified briefings during my time in the reserve to understand that when containment failed, when a biological threat became existential, the government had contingency plans. Nuclear options, both literal and figurative, ways to sterilize an outbreak zone by erasing it from the map. I thought about Baltimore, my home for 6 years, the neighborhoods I knew, the people I'd treated, the restaurants and bars and parks, all of it potentially scheduled for deletion. I thought about Jennifer in D.C. just 40 miles away and wondered if the virus had spread that far yet, if she was safe or if she was already running or fighting or dying. The coffee was bitter and cold, but I drank it anyway, needing the caffeine, needing something to do with my hands. Sarah had finally fallen asleep, exhausted past the point where fear could keep her awake, and Amy was dozing beside her, but James was still pacing, still wired, still processing. I caught his eye and gestured for him to join me outside the tent, and we stood in the cold night air watching the infected mass at the fence. We talked in low voices, sharing what we'd seen, trying to make sense of it, trying to find patterns in the chaos. James said he'd overheard some of the CDC people talking about the virus, that it wasn't natural, that the genetic modifications were too sophisticated for anything except a state-level bioweapons program. He said they thought it had been developed by North Korea or Iran or maybe Russia, that a terrorist cell had somehow acquired samples and released them simultaneously at multiple sites around Baltimore, that the attacks were meant to test the virus's effectiveness before larger operations in more strategic cities. I asked him where he'd heard this, and he said one of the CDC techs had been dating his roommate, that they'd talked before things went bad, that the tech had been scared, had said this was worse than anything they'd prepared for, worse than Ebola or SARS or any naturally occurring pathogen. The implications made my head spin. If this was a deliberate attack, if there were people out there who'd intentionally unleashed this horror, then the outbreak wasn't just a tragedy, it was an act of war, and the response would be military, not medical. Around 2 in the morning, Dennis died. I heard the commotion from the medical tent, the frantic calls for security, and I ran over to find him on a gurney with Sarah trying to perform CPR while 3 soldiers aimed rifles at his head. His eyes were already changing, the light going out, the hunger moving in, and I knew CPR wouldn't bring him back, wouldn't stop what was about to happen. I pulled Sarah away gently and she fought me for a second before collapsing against my chest, sobbing. And I held her while Dennis's body convulsed once, twice, then went still. We all knew what came next, had seen it enough times to recognize the pattern, and sure enough, after maybe 30 seconds, his eyes snapped open and he sat up with that horrible jerky motion. The soldiers didn't hesitate. 3 controlled double taps that put rounds through his skull and dropped him back onto the gurney, brain matter spraying across the white sheets. Sarah screamed into my shoulder and I felt her whole body shaking. And I thought about how wrong this all was, how Dennis had been a good man, a father of 2, a guy who'd coached Little League and volunteered at the food bank, and now he was just meat and bone and wasted ammunition. Captain Morrison pulled me aside after the medics bagged Dennis's body for incineration, and he asked me about Sarah's exposure, about whether she'd been bitten or scratched, and I told him honestly that she'd had contact but no broken skin, that I'd checked her myself. He made a note on his tablet and said she'd need to complete the full observation period regardless, that anyone who'd touched infected individuals was considered potentially compromised. I asked him about my orders from Colonel Hayes, about getting released to report to my unit, and he said he'd made the request but hadn't received clearance yet, that the whole command structure was in flux with so many senior officers dead or missing. He told me to try to get some rest, that tomorrow would bring new challenges, and I laughed without humor because I couldn't imagine tomorrow being worse than today. Though of course I was wrong, I was so wrong. Dawn came gray and cold, filtered through smoke from 1,000 fires, and the infected at the fence had thinned out, maybe half as many as the night before, though whether they'd wandered off or been killed I couldn't tell. A breakfast of scrambled eggs from powder and mystery meat appeared, and we ate in silence. Nobody making eye contact, everyone lost in their own nightmares. Around 8, a major whose name I didn't catch gathered all the medical personnel and told us they needed volunteers to help with triage and treatment in the field hospital proper, that casualties were mounting and they were short-staffed. I volunteered immediately, needing to do something useful, needing to feel like a doctor again instead of a prisoner, and James and Amy volunteered too, though Sarah begged off, saying she couldn't face more blood, more death, more of the virus's relentless hunger. I understood, told her to rest, and promised I'd check on her later. The field hospital was organized chaos, rows of cots filled with wounded soldiers and civilians, some bitten, some shot, some injured in accidents or fires or fighting. The doctors, mostly military with a few civilians like me, triaged as they went. Black tags for those too far gone, red tags for critical, yellow for serious, green for walking wounded. I got assigned to a section handling bite victims, and my job was to assess and stabilize until they either recovered, which never happened, or died and reanimated, which always did. It was brutal work, watching people fade, watching the light leave their eyes and the hunger replace it, watching soldiers put bullets through skulls of patients I'd just been talking to. And after the first dozen, I felt something inside me shut down. Some part of my humanity that couldn't handle the weight anymore. I became mechanical, efficient, moving from patient to patient with the detached precision of a factory worker, documenting vitals and symptoms and time of death with the same emotional investment I'd give to changing a tire. Around noon, helicopters started arriving, big Chinooks and Black Hawks, and I watched them settle onto the baseball field, kicking up dust and debris, their rotors never fully stopping. Soldiers loaded wounded onto stretchers and carried them across the grass. And I heard someone say they were evacuating critical cases to Walter Reed in D.C. that the hospital there had better facilities for treating the virus, though I doubted anyone was actually treating it, not in any meaningful way. The choppers lifted off one by one, and I wondered how long the flights would continue. How long before DC fell too, before there was nowhere left to evacuate to. A sergeant found me around one and said Captain Morrison wanted to see me. So I washed the blood off my hands as best I could and reported to the command tent where Morrison was studying a map of Baltimore covered in colored pins and grease pencil marks. He looked up when I entered, and I could see the exhaustion in his face, the weight of command under impossible circumstances, and he told me my release had been approved, that a convoy was heading to Fort Meade in 30 minutes and I'd be going with them. I thanked him and went to gather my things, which consisted of my phone, my wallet, and the bloody scrubs I was wearing. I found Sarah in the observation tent, still curled on her cot, and I told her I was leaving, that I'd been activated. She sat up and hugged me hard and made me promise to stay alive, to find her when this was over, and I promised even though we both knew I might not be able to keep it. James was in the field hospital doing a blood transfusion on a soldier who'd lost half his intestines to a bite, and I waited until he finished before pulling him aside. We shook hands, and he told me to kill as many of those things as I could, and I said I would, and then there was nothing left to say, so I left. Amy was asleep, and I didn't wake her, just wrote a note saying goodbye and good luck and tucked it under her pillow. The convoy consisted of 3 Humvees and a deuce-and-a-half truck, all armed with roof-mounted machine guns, and I climbed into the back of the truck with a squad of infantrymen who looked at me with the suspicion soldiers always had for anyone not carrying a rifle. The truck rumbled to life, and we pulled out through the checkpoint, leaving the relative safety of Camden Yards for the hellscape of Baltimore proper. The city was burning, columns of smoke rising from every neighborhood, and the streets were clogged with wrecked vehicles and bodies and the shambling forms of the infected. We drove slowly, the gunner on our truck firing controlled bursts whenever clusters of infected got too close, spent brass raining down into the truck bed where I sat trying not to flinch at every shot. We took Russell Street north toward I-95, swerving around obstacles, the driver making constant micro-adjustments to avoid hitting bodies, though sometimes there was no way around, and I felt the sickening bump of tires rolling over flesh. One of the soldiers, a private first class named Rodriguez, offered me a bottle of water and asked if I was medical, and I told him I was a reservist, a combat medic being activated. He nodded and said they needed medics, that his platoon had lost their doc 2 days ago to a bite, that nobody was getting proper treatment in the field anymore, that guys were dying from wounds that should have been survivable. We made it to I-95 and turned north, picking up speed on the highway even though it was littered with abandoned cars and the occasional infected wandering between lanes. The convoy moved in a tight formation, the lead Humvee clearing a path, the truck in the middle, the rear Humvee watching our 6. I could see Fort Meade in the distance, the security fences and guard towers, the American flag still flying, which somehow made me want to cry. And I realized I'd started to believe that everything was gone, that civilization had ended. But here was proof that some structure remained, some order in the chaos. We approached the main gate where MPs in full battle rattle waved us through after a brief radio exchange, and I felt something like relief wash over me, though it was tempered by the knowledge that this was just another bubble of safety in an ocean of death, and bubbles always burst eventually. Fort Meade was organized chaos, soldiers everywhere running drills, loading equipment, briefing in groups, the kind of controlled urgency that meant a major operation was imminent. The truck dropped me at the reserve center where the 121st was mustering, and I found Colonel Hayes in the talk going over deployment orders with her staff. She looked up when I entered, and recognition flashed across her face, followed by what might have been relief. She dismissed her aides and pulled me aside. and she told me the unit was being attached to the 10th Mountain Division for Urban Operations in Baltimore, that our job was to provide medical support during clearing operations designed to rescue survivors and eliminate infected. She said it was a meat grinder, that casualties were expected to be high, that I should write letters to anyone I cared about because there was a good chance none of us were coming back. I asked her about the bigger picture, about containment, about whether they had a plan to stop the spread, and she looked at me with eyes that had seen too much and said the plan was to fight until we couldn't fight anymore. And if that didn't work, there were other options being considered at higher levels, options she wasn't cleared to discuss but that I could probably guess. I was issued gear from the armory, a full combat load including an M4 rifle with 6 magazines, Kevlar vest and helmet, aid bag with medical supplies, and enough ammunition to fight a small war. The rifle felt heavy and familiar in my hands, and I did a functions check automatically, muscle memory from hundreds of range days and deployment workups. Other reservists were gearing up around me. Some I knew from drills, others new faces, all of us quiet and focused. The gallows humor and nervous jokes that usually accompanied mobilization absent in the face of what we were heading into. A first sergeant I didn't know called us to formation and gave us a brief that was essentially a death sentence dressed up in military jargon, talking about rules of engagement, fire discipline, and the importance of not letting anyone turn, friendly or otherwise. He said the infantry would handle most of the fighting, that our job was to keep them alive long enough to complete the mission, and that anyone bitten was to be immediately quarantined and neutralized if they showed symptoms. Neutralized, such a clean word for shooting people in the head. We loaded onto trucks again, this time with the infantry squads we'd be supporting, and I found myself sitting next to a specialist named Marcus Chen, who couldn't have been more than 22, baby-faced and terrified despite the weapon in his hands. He asked me if I'd seen them, the infected, and I told him I had, that I'd fought them in the hospital, and he wanted to know what they were like, if they were really unstoppable. I told him the truth, that they didn't feel pain or fear, that the only way to stop them was to destroy the brain, that they were relentless and they never got tired and they never stopped coming. I told him to aim for the head, to stay in his sector, to watch his buddies back, all the things his drill sergeants had already told him, but that he needed to hear from someone who'd been there. He nodded and checked his rifle again, and I could see his hands shaking slightly, and I remembered being that young and that scared, remembered my first deployment to Iraq, remembered thinking I was going to die before I ever fired a shot. I'd survived that war, but I wasn't sure anyone was going to survive this one. The convoy rolled out at 1600 hours, a full company of infantry plus attachments, maybe 200 soldiers in all, heading back into Baltimore's hellscape with orders to clear a corridor from the waterfront to Johns Hopkins Hospital downtown, rescuing any survivors we found and eliminating infected. The plan was to establish a safe route for evacuating medical personnel and patients who'd been trapped when the outbreak overwhelmed the hospital defenses. Though I suspected that after 3 days there wouldn't be many people left to rescue. We entered the city from the north, following North Charles Street south into the heart of downtown, and immediately ran into resistance. Infected swarmed toward the sound of our engines, dozens at first, then hundreds, flowing from side streets and buildings like water finding its level. The gunners on the vehicles opened up, 50 cals and M240s tearing into the crowd, bodies exploding under the heavy rounds, and I watched through the truck's side opening as people I might have treated or passed on the street were cut down like wheat before a harvester. We dismounted at the intersection of Charles and North Avenue, and the infantry spread out in a defensive perimeter while we medics set up a casualty collection point in the lee of an overturned bus. The noise was incredible, gunfire and screaming and the deep bass boom of grenades, and over it all, that terrible moaning that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. I watched the infantry work, fire teams moving in coordinated patterns, covering and advancing, putting controlled pairs into anything that moved, and they were good, professional. But there were so many infected, and they just kept coming. A private near me went down with a bite to his calf, an infected woman in a business suit having crawled under the bus and grabbed him, and I dragged him back while his buddies put rounds into his attacker. I assessed the wound. A deep laceration with visible bone, and I knew what it meant, knew he was dead even though he was still screaming and clutching at my arm. I gave him morphine, enough to take the edge off, but not enough to compromise him for the fight, and I bandaged the wound and tagged him red. And then I moved on to the next casualty because there was always a next casualty. We fought our way south block by block, the infantry clearing buildings while we stabilized wounded in the street. And I lost count of how many people I treated. How many died despite my efforts. How many turned and had to be put down. The sun was setting, painting the smoke-filled sky in shades of orange and red that looked like hell's doorway. And word came down that we were breaking contact and establishing a defensive position for the night. We pulled back to a parking garage at the corner of Charles and Center, a concrete structure that was relatively easy to defend, and the infantry set up hasty fighting positions while we established a proper aid station on the ground floor. I had 14 casualties under my care, 5 bitten, 9 with combat injuries from infected attacks or friendly fire or accidents in the chaos. The bitten ones knew what was coming and they faced it with varying degrees of courage, some begging for more morphine, some asking me to end it before they turned, some just staring at nothing and waiting for the inevitable. I couldn't grant mercy kills, regulations and ethics, and my own conscience wouldn't allow it, so I just sat with them and held their hands and told them lies about how they might survive, might be the exception, might make it through. Around midnight, the first of the bitten soldiers turned. His name was Corporal Thomas Wayne, a squad leader from Iowa who'd shown me pictures of his kids between firefights. And I watched his eyes go dead and the hunger replace everything that had made him human. The infantry detail assigned to watch him didn't hesitate. A single round through the skull that painted the wall behind him, and they dragged his body to the corner where the other dead were stacked like cordwood. 4 more turned over the next 6 hours, and each time the process was the same. The quick execution, the body disposal, the brief moment of silence before we all went back to whatever we'd been doing. I stopped sleeping, afraid I'd miss the moment someone turned, afraid I'd wake up to teeth in my throat. And I could see the same fear in everyone else. The hypervigilance that came from knowing death could come from your own people as easily as from the enemy outside. Dawn brought rain, cold and miserable, turning the streets to gray slurry that mixed with blood and other fluids. The company commander, a captain named Rodriguez, who looked about 12 despite his rank, called a briefing and told us the mission had changed. Hopkins Hospital had gone dark, no radio contact, no signs of life, and command had decided to bypass it and focus on evacuating the CDC team still working at a research facility near the Inner Harbor. Intelligence suggested the team had critical data about the virus, information that might help develop a treatment or vaccine, and our job was to get them out alive. I thought about the CDC people I'd met at the hospital, about Dr. Vickers and her stern competence, and I wondered if she was still alive, still fighting, or if she'd become one more victim of the horror she'd spent her life trying to prevent. We moved out at first light, a reduced force now, maybe 150 effectives after casualties and soldiers detailed to guard the wounded. The rain made everything harder, reduced visibility, made footing treacherous, soaked through our gear until we were all shivering and miserable. The infected didn't care about the rain, didn't care about anything except feeding, and they came at us from buildings and alleys and from under vehicles, relentless and hungry. I saw an infected child, maybe 6 years old, in a dress covered with cartoon characters. and I watched an infantry sergeant put her down with tears streaming down his face, and I knew we'd all carry these images forever, assuming any of us lived long enough for forever to matter. We lost 12 soldiers in the push to the inner harbor, some bitten, some pulled down by sheer weight of numbers, some simply disappearing into buildings and never coming out. By the time we reached the research facility, a converted warehouse surrounded by chain-link fence topped with razor wire, we were down to maybe 120 effectives, and everyone was running low on ammunition. The facility was locked down tight, steel shutters over the windows, reinforced doors that could withstand a battering ram. The captain tried the radio, got no response, tried banging on the door, still nothing. I suggested shooting the lock, and he gave me a look that said he'd already thought of that. And then he ordered a breaching team forward with charges. The explosion was loud enough to make my ears ring even through my helmet, and the door blew inward in a shower of splinters and twisted metal. The infantry poured in, weapons up, clearing each room with practiced efficiency, and I followed with my aid bag ready for casualties. We found the CDC team in a secure room on the 3rd floor, 6 people in various states of exhaustion and terror. And Dr. Vickers was among them, though she looked 20 years older than when I'd seen her 3 days ago. She recognized me, and something like relief crossed her face, and she said they'd been trapped since the power failed. That infected had gotten into the building through the ventilation system. That half her team was dead and the rest were traumatized. But they had the data. They had samples and research notes and computer drives with everything they'd learned about the virus. We loaded them into the center of our formation and started the fighting withdrawal back to the rally point where extraction choppers were supposed to meet us. The rain had intensified, a full downpour now, and visibility was maybe 50 meters, the world reduced to gray shapes and the constant sound of water hitting concrete. The infected were everywhere, drawn by the noise of the explosion, and we fought through them street by street, burning through ammunition at an unsustainable rate. I treated wounds on the move, quick patches and field dressings, nothing that would hold for long but enough to keep people fighting. A CDC tech, a young woman named Sarah Chen, which made me think painfully of my Sarah back at Camden Yards, fell behind with a twisted ankle, and I went back for her, slinging her arm over my shoulder and half carrying her while an infantry squad covered us. We made it maybe 20 meters before infected burst from a storefront, 3 of them, and they grabbed Sarah and pulled her screaming from my grip. I emptied half a magazine into them, watched her go down under their weight, watched them tear into her while she shrieked, and I couldn't help her, couldn't save her, could only run and leave her to die alone in the rain. The rally point was a disaster. The choppers were late, the LZ was hot with infected pouring in from every direction, and we were down to maybe 90 soldiers, most wounded, all exhausted, running on fumes and desperation. The infantry formed a circle, firing outward in all directions, and I worked in the center with the other medics trying to keep people alive long enough to be evacuated. I could hear the choppers coming, the distinctive whop, whop, whop of rotor blades cutting through the rain. And then I saw them, 3 Blackhawks coming in low and fast, door gunners already firing into the crowd of infected surrounding us. The lead chopper touched down, and we loaded casualties first, then the CDC personnel with their precious cargo, then as many walking wounded as would fit. The chopper lifted off, and I watched it bank away towards safety while the second one settled into the LZ. More casualties loaded, more soldiers extracted, and I was helping a sergeant with a sucking chest wound onto the bird when something grabbed my ankle and pulled hard. I went down on the wet concrete, my rifle skittering away, and I looked back to see an infected in the tattered remains of a police uniform trying to drag me toward his mouth. I kicked him in the face, felt teeth crack under my boot, and scrambled backward, reaching for my sidearm, a Beretta M9 that I'd barely qualified with. I got the pistol out and fired 3 rounds into the infected cop's head, watching his skull come apart like a dropped melon. And then hands were pulling me up, getting me to my feet, shoving me toward the chopper. I climbed aboard, found a seat between a soldier with no left arm and a CDC technician clutching a hard-sided case like it contained the secrets of the universe, and the chopper lifted off with infected clawing at the skids. I looked down at Baltimore, my city, burning and dying and overrun, and I knew I was seeing it for the last time, knew that whatever came next, this place was finished. The flight to Fort Meade took 20 minutes, and I spent them staring out the door at the landscape below, watching fires spread and roads clogged with refugees and infected swarm through neighborhoods like locusts through wheat. The pilot kept us high to avoid ground fire, though I couldn't imagine who'd be shooting at military choppers unless the social breakdown was even more complete than I'd thought. We landed at Meade's main helipad, and medics were waiting with litters, a well-organized triage system that processed casualties with assembly line efficiency. I helped offload wounded, then reported to the TEOC where Colonel Hayes was coordinating the chaos. She took one look at me, covered in blood and rain and other people's fluids, and told me to get cleaned up and get some rest, that I'd earned it. I told her I'd rest when I was dead, which wasn't even meant to be dark humor, just a statement of fact, and she ordered me to the barracks and said she'd have someone wake me if the situation changed. I made it to my bunk, stripped off my gear and soaked uniform, and collapsed onto the thin mattress without even bothering with the blanket. Sleep came instantly, the kind of deep exhaustion-driven unconsciousness that felt like death, and I dreamed of teeth and blood and screaming that went on forever. I woke 6 hours later to a private shaking my shoulder and saying, "Colonel Hayes wanted me in the TOSC immediately, that something had happened, something big." I dressed in fresh fatigues, strapped on my gear, and jogged across the base to the TOC, where every screen was lit up with news feeds and tactical displays. Hayes pointed to a monitor showing aerial footage of downtown Baltimore, and I watched as infected swarmed through the streets in numbers that looked impossible. Tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands, a moving tide of dead flesh that consumed everything in its path. She told me the virus had spread to D.C., to Philadelphia, to New York, that containment had failed on every front, that we were losing. I thought about Jennifer, wondered if she'd gotten out, if she was alive or infected or dead, and I pulled out my phone and tried to call her but got nothing. Circuits busy or towers down or her phone off. Hayes put a hand on my shoulder and said she was sorry, that she knew I had family in the area, and I nodded because words felt impossible. She told me to sit, and she pulled up a classified briefing document on her screen, and she showed me maps with concentric circles radiating from Baltimore, from D.C., from New York, showing projected infection spread based on current rates. At the current pace, the entire eastern seaboard would be overrun within a week, the country within a month, and there was no indication that conventional military operations could stop it. She told me about discussions happening at the highest levels of government, about options that had never been seriously considered before, about the kinds of decisions that would haunt everyone involved for however long humanity survived. Around midday, word came down that civilian authorities had identified the source of the attack. Intelligence agencies working with surviving CDC personnel and international partners had traced the virus back to a North Korean bioweapons facility, had identified the terrorist cell that had released it, and had even located some of the cell members who were trying to flee the country. The cell had been funded and directed by hostile foreign intelligence services, essentially an act of war disguised as terrorism, and the response was going to be military and swift and overwhelming. But more immediately relevant to us, one of the cell's American handlers had been identified, a State Department official named Edward Price, who'd provided diplomatic cover and intelligence support for the operation. Price had been in Baltimore when the outbreak started, had been seen near one of the release sites and was now attempting to flee the quarantine zone using his government credentials and connections. Hayes told me Price was the priority target, that he had information about the cell's operations, about who funded them, about whether this was a one-time attack or the beginning of a larger campaign. She said a team was being assembled to intercept him, that I was being included because I knew Baltimore's geography and had combat medical skills that might be needed. I asked why we were bothering with capture when we could just kill him, and she said the intel was too valuable, that we needed him alive to debrief, though her expression suggested she had personal opinions about what should happen to someone who'd facilitated this horror. The team assembled in 30 minutes, 8 operators from a Special Forces ODA that had been working in Baltimore, plus me for medical support and local knowledge. The team leader was a captain named Michael Stone, a lean, hard-faced man who looked like he'd been carved from granite and had seen more combat than any human should. He briefed us quickly and efficiently, showing us intelligence photos of Price, a soft-looking man in his 50s with thinning hair and the kind of face that would disappear in any crowd. The perfect gray man for espionage work. Intelligence said Price was trying to reach the northern edge of the quarantine zone where he had contacts who could smuggle him out, that he was traveling with 2 security contractors who were armed and dangerous, and that he was carrying encrypted files and devices that might contain actionable intelligence about the bioterror network. Our mission was to intercept him before he reached the perimeter, capture him alive if possible, eliminate the security contractors, and secure any intelligence materials. Stone made it clear that Price's survival was important, but not at the cost of our own. That if it came down to it, we'd take him dead and hope the encrypted devices could still be cracked. We loaded into 2 unmarked SUVs, civilian vehicles that would blend better than military hardware, and we headed into Baltimore for the 3rd time in as many days, though this time I wasn't going as a doctor, I was going as a soldier, and the distinction felt meaningful. The city was worse than before, if that was possible. Fires had merged into firestorms in some neighborhoods, entire blocks consumed by flames that the infected walked through without seeming to notice, their bodies burning as they shambled forward. The military had pulled back to defensive positions around key infrastructure, essentially ceding the city to the dead, and we drove through streets where the only movement was infected and rats and the occasional feral dog. Stone navigated using a tablet with real-time intelligence feeds, and we headed northwest toward the spot where Price's vehicle had last been tracked, a highway overpass near the intersection of I-83 and Northern Parkway. We drove fast but not recklessly, avoiding the main roads where infected congregated in huge crowds drawn by some instinct I didn't understand, taking residential streets where the dead were scattered and easier to avoid. We found Price's vehicle, a black Suburban with State Department plates, abandoned on the shoulder of I-83 with the doors open and blood on the seats. Stone sent 2 operators to check it while the rest of us pulled security, weapons up and scanning for threats. The operators came back and reported 2 bodies inside, both security contractors based on their gear and weapons, both showing bite marks and signs they'd turned and been put down. No sign of Price, but a blood trail leading away from the vehicle toward the overpass, someone wounded but mobile. We followed the trail, moving in a tactical formation, and I kept my rifle up and tried to remember my training. Tried to think like a soldier instead of a doctor, though the distinction was getting harder to maintain. The blood trail led to a stairwell accessing the overpass pedestrian walkway, and we moved up carefully, each step potentially an ambush, each shadow a threat. We found Price on the walkway, backed against the railing with a pistol in his hand and blood soaking through his shirt from a bite wound on his shoulder. He saw us coming and raised the pistol, but Stone was faster, putting a round into Price's hand that sent the weapon flying and left him screaming and clutching the ruined appendage. We moved in quickly, 2 operators securing him while I checked his wounds. The bite was bad, deep and ragged. infection already setting in. And I knew he had maybe an hour before he turned, maybe 2 if he was lucky. Stone knelt beside him and started asking questions, calm and professional. But Price just laughed, a wet bubbling sound that said his lung was compromised, and he told us we were too late, that the outbreak was unstoppable, that America was finished. Stone hit him hard enough to snap his head back and asked about the cell, about other planned attacks, about who was funding and directing the operation. Price talked, maybe from pain, maybe from the knowledge that he was dying anyway. And he told us about a network of cells across the country in major cities, all with access to the virus, all waiting for orders to release it. He said the Baltimore attack was just the first, a proof of concept, and that if containment failed here, which it had, the other cells would be activated and the virus would spread until nothing was left but the dead. He said his handlers were Chinese intelligence, not North Korean, that the North Korean facility had been penetrated and the virus stolen, that this was about destroying America's ability to project power, about reducing the country to a failed state that could never threaten Chinese interests again. Stone asked for names, locations, communication protocols, and Price gave him some. Enough to be useful, but probably not enough to stop the network, and I could see Stone's frustration growing as he realized we'd captured a mid-level facilitator, not the mastermind he'd hoped for. While Stone interrogated Price, I noticed movement below on the highway. Infected were gathering, drawn by the sound of our voices, and they were starting to climb onto abandoned cars, getting higher, working their way up toward the overpass. I alerted Stone, and he swore and called for extraction. But the radio was getting interference, probably from all the fires and electrical chaos, and we couldn't raise anyone. He made a decision quickly, told his team to grab Price and anything he was carrying and prepare to move, that we'd fight our way back to the vehicles and haul Price to Fort Meade for proper interrogation and medical treatment. I told Stone that Price wouldn't last that long, that the bite wound was too severe, and Stone said we'd do what we could, and if Price turned en route, we'd put him down and salvage whatever intel we could from his devices. We started moving, half carrying Price, who was fading fast, his skin going gray and clammy, his breathing labored and wet. The infected below were on the overpass now, dozens of them, and we opened fire with suppressed weapons trying to avoid attracting more. But infected didn't respond to noise the way living humans did. They just kept coming. We fought our way along the pedestrian walkway, putting down infected with headshots. And I stayed in the middle of the formation with Price, trying to keep him conscious and mobile. We reached the stairs and started descending, a fighting withdrawal that consumed ammunition faster than I'd have liked, and we were maybe halfway down when Price stumbled and went to his knees. I grabbed him to haul him up, and he looked at me with eyes that were already changing, the light fading, the hunger creeping in. He said something, might have been, "I'm sorry," or might have been, "Kill me." I couldn't tell over the gunfire, and then his body convulsed and he collapsed. Stone shouted at me to check him, and I knelt and felt for a pulse and found nothing. Price was dead. I told Stone, and he said to secure the devices and leave the body, that we needed to move before we were overrun. I started going through Price's pockets, finding an encrypted phone, a thumb drive, and what looked like a diplomatic passport under a false name. I was pulling the passport out when Price's eyes snapped open and he lunged at me with that horrible jerky motion that meant he'd turned. I fell backward and Price landed on top of me, his teeth inches from my throat, his hands clawing at my vest. I got my forearm up under his chin, trying to keep his mouth away from me, and I was reaching for my sidearm when Stone put a round through Price's skull from maybe 3 feet away, spraying brain matter across my face and chest. I shoved the body off me and scrambled to my feet, heart hammering, adrenaline making my hands shake. Stone pulled me up and asked if I was bitten, and I checked myself frantically and found nothing, just blood and worse, but no broken skin. He grabbed the devices I'd recovered and we ran for the vehicles, leaving Price's twice-dead body on the stairs for the infected to tear apart. We made it to the SUVs and peeled out, infected bouncing off the hood and windows as we accelerated away. And I sat in the back seat trying to process what had just happened, trying to understand that I'd almost died, that I'd been seconds away from becoming one of those things. Stone was on the radio calling in a sit rep, reporting Price's death and the recovery of intelligence materials, and I could hear the disappointment in his voice, the knowledge that we'd lost a major source of information about the Bioterror network. We got back to Fort Meade without further incident, though the drive took twice as long because we had to detour around huge groups of infected that had congregated on major roads. The intelligence section grabbed the devices Stone had recovered and hustled them off for analysis, and Colonel Hayes debriefed me personally, asking detailed questions about Price's condition, his statements, his demeanor. I told her everything I could remember and she took notes and looked increasingly grim, and finally she told me to get cleaned up and get some food, that I'd done good work even if the outcome wasn't what we'd hoped for. I went to the showers and stood under hot water for maybe 20 minutes, watching blood and worse circle the drain, scrubbing my skin until it was raw, trying to feel clean. I put on fresh fatigues and went to the mess hall where I forced down food I couldn't taste, chewing mechanically while around me soldiers ate and talked and tried to pretend this was just another deployment. That evening, the announcement came. The president addressed the nation from some secure location, and every screen on base showed his face, older and grayer than I remembered, stress evident in every line. He talked about the attacks, about the origins of the virus, about the efforts to contain the spread and the heroic sacrifices of military and medical personnel. He talked about the enemy, about the foreign powers that had facilitated this attack, about the response that was already underway, including strikes on the North Korean facility where the virus originated, and diplomatic pressure on China to cooperate with investigation and containment efforts. And then he talked about Baltimore, and his voice broke slightly when he said that conventional containment had failed, that the infected population had reached critical mass, that the virus was spreading beyond the quarantine zone faster than it could be stopped. He said that to prevent further spread, to protect the rest of the country, a difficult decision had been made. Baltimore would be sterilized, the infected population eliminated, the virus contained by any means necessary. He didn't say nuclear strike, didn't use those words, but everyone knew what he meant. The city was going to be erased, turned to ash and glass, everything and everyone in it destroyed to save the rest. The announcement said evacuations would continue until 600 tomorrow, that anyone in the quarantine zone should move to designated extraction points, but that after the deadline, anyone remaining would be considered lost. I thought about Sarah and James and Amy at Camden Yards, wondered if they'd be evacuated, if they'd survive the night, if they'd make it out before the bombs fell. I thought about my apartment in Fells Point, about my favorite bars and restaurants and the little park where I used to run on Sunday mornings. All of it scheduled for deletion. I thought about the 1 million people who'd called Baltimore home, about how many were already dead and how many would die when the strike came. And I felt something break inside me, some belief in the basic fairness of the universe, some faith that things would work out if you just tried hard enough. Around midnight, I was lying on my bunk staring at the ceiling when my phone rang. Jennifer's number, and I grabbed it so fast I almost dropped it, answered with a desperate hello. She was crying, saying she'd been trying to reach me for days, that she'd heard about Baltimore, that she needed to know I was okay. I told her I was alive, that I'd made it out, that I was at Fort Meade. She asked about the strike, asked if it was true, and I confirmed it. Told her the city would be gone by morning. She said D.C. was in chaos, that infected had been confirmed in Alexandria and Arlington, that the government was evacuating to secure locations, and the military was setting up new containment lines around the capital. She said her office was being relocated to some bunker in Virginia, that she didn't know when she'd be able to contact me again, that she loved me and to please stay safe. I told her I loved her too. Told her to get out of DC if she could, to go somewhere remote and defensible, and she promised she would try. And then the call dropped, and I couldn't get her back. I didn't sleep that night, just lay on my bunk listening to the sounds of the base. Helicopters coming and going, vehicles moving, voices raised in urgent communication. Around 0400, the distant rumble of heavy bombers taking off from Andrews Air Force Base, the kind of deep bass sound you feel in your bones. Around 0500, a general evacuation order for all military personnel within 50 miles of Baltimore, and the base erupted into organized chaos as everyone scrambled to grab gear and move to rally points. I joined my unit, and we loaded onto trucks heading west, putting distance between ourselves and the blast zone, and I kept checking my watch, counting down the minutes. At 0600 exactly, the horizon lit up brighter than the sun, a flash that hurt to look at even from 60 miles away. And then the shockwave came, a physical wall of pressure that rattled the truck and made my ears pop. A mushroom cloud rose into the morning sky, black and terrible and beautiful in its awful symmetry. And I watched Baltimore die in fire and fury, taking with it everything I'd known and loved about that place. The wind carried ash and fallout, and we had to button up the trucks and put on protective masks, and we drove for hours until we reached a temporary base somewhere in Pennsylvania where refugees and military personnel were being processed. The radio said the strike had been successful, that initial assessments indicated complete sterilization of the target zone, that no infected had survived the blast and subsequent firestorm. But it also said infected had been reported in Philadelphia, in Wilmington, in Richmond, that the virus was spreading faster than anyone had predicted, that Baltimore had been just the beginning. Over the next week, I watched on television as city after city fell, as the government announced more strikes, as the map of the United States slowly filled with red zones marking places that had been abandoned or destroyed. New York fell, then Boston, then Atlanta, Chicago, Los Angeles, each one erased or overrun or quarantined behind military lines that kept getting pushed back. My unit was redesignated as part of a new formation, the Northern Defense Force, tasked with holding a line from Pittsburgh to Columbus to Indianapolis, trying to keep the virus from spreading into the heartland. We fought skirmishes with infected that broke through the containment. We rescued survivors from overrun areas. We watched our numbers dwindle as casualties mounted and replacements stopped coming. Jennifer stopped answering her phone sometime in the second week, and I tried not to think about what that meant. Tried to focus on the mission, on survival, on putting one foot in front of the other. I saw Colonel Hayes die in a firefight outside of Youngstown. Saw her get pulled down by infected that had infiltrated our lines. Saw the light leave her eyes as I was too far away to help. I saw soldiers I'd trained with, fought beside, saved and been saved by, all fall one by one until our battalion was down to company strength. Then platoon strength. Then just scattered squads holding desperate positions against impossible odds. 6 months after Baltimore burned, the government announced it was relocating to Hawaii, that the continental United States was being abandoned as indefensible, that anyone who could should make their way to designated coastal evacuation points for transport to the islands or other secure locations overseas. I made it to a beach in Delaware with maybe 20 other survivors from my unit, and we sat on the cold sand watching the horizon for ships that never came. Eventually, we realized no one was coming, that the evacuation was a fiction, that we'd been abandoned to buy time for someone else's escape. We scavenged what we could from nearby towns, fought off infected that wandered down from the cities and waited for the inevitable. I'm writing this from a lighthouse we've fortified using an old manual typewriter I found in a house, putting down the story while I still remember it clearly, while the details haven't faded into the general horror that my life has become. I killed Edward Price, pushed him into the infected mob, not on that overpass where Stone shot him, but in my dreams where I get to choose how the story ends, where justice is more than just survival, where the people responsible face consequences for what they've done. In reality, Price died too quickly, too easily, without understanding the magnitude of his crimes, without experiencing a fraction of the suffering he'd caused. But in my dreams, I get to be the instrument of judgment, and I push him screaming into the hungry crowd, and I watch them tear him apart piece by piece, and I feel nothing but cold satisfaction. The reality is darker and more complicated. The reality is that Price was just one man in a vast machine of geopolitics and espionage and unintended consequences. That killing him changed nothing, saved no one, prevented nothing. The virus won. It spread and killed and transformed until civilization collapsed under the weight of the dead. And now I sit in a lighthouse surrounded by an ocean of infected, waiting for the day they figure out how to climb the stairs. I think about the phases we went through, how it all felt like a nightmare with a terrible logic, each horror building on the last until we arrived at this final darkness. I think about the normal life I had before, the emergency room shifts and the coffee complaints and the routine predictability of existence. And it feels like another person's memories, like something I read in a book instead of lived. I think about the first signs, the strange patience and the impossible reanimations, and the moment I knew the world had fundamentally changed. I think about the outbreak in full terrible bloom, the city falling into chaos, the desperate fights through blood-slicked corridors and burning streets. I think about the survivors I gathered around me, Sarah and James and Amy and so many others whose names I've forgotten or can't bear to remember, and I think about watching them die one by one until I was alone again. I think about the villain, Edward Price, and the shadowy network behind him, and how we captured him and lost him and failed to stop anything that mattered. I think about the confrontations and the near-death experiences and the slow grinding realization that we were losing, that we'd always been losing, that from the moment that first patient came into my ER, the outcome was inevitable. And I think about the ending, about Baltimore turned to glass and ash, about the bombs that fell on city after city until the map was more red than anything else, about the virus continuing to spread despite every desperate measure, every sacrifice, every hope. The zombies prevailed, that's the truth of it, the simple, terrible truth that the dead outnumbered the living and hunger never sleeps, and eventually every fortress falls. There was no cure, no antidote, no miracle of science that saved humanity from its own hubris and the weaponized nightmares it created. There was just the slow collapse, the retreat, the abandonment, the final scattered survivors huddling in whatever holes they could find while the dead owned the world. I don't know how long I'll last in this lighthouse. We have enough food for maybe another month, enough ammunition for a few more fights, enough will to live to see the sun rise a few more times. But eventually the food will run out, or the infected will find a way in, or one of us will get careless or sick or just give up, and then it'll be over. I've made my peace with that, have accepted that I'm living on borrowed time, that every breath is a gift I haven't earned. I've written this story as a record, as a warning, as a testament to what happened and why and how we failed to stop it. If anyone ever finds this, if some future archaeologist or alien observer discovers this lighthouse and this typewriter and these pages, know that we tried. We fought and bled and died trying to save something worth saving, and we failed, but we tried. Know that humanity went down swinging, that we didn't surrender meekly, that even in the face of extinction we found courage and compassion and moments of grace amidst the horror. Know that my name is Christopher Blake, that I was a doctor and a soldier, that I saw the end of the world from the inside and survived longer than I had any right to, and that I'm sorry we couldn't stop it, couldn't save it, couldn't be better than we were. Know that the virus, the Trixie virus they called it in official reports, was created in a North Korean bioweapons lab, stolen by Chinese intelligence and deployed by terrorist cells across America in a coordinated attack meant to destroy our nation's ability to function. Know that we responded with nuclear weapons and military force and every resource at our disposal, and it wasn't enough. It was never going to be enough because you can't bomb a virus and you can't shoot an idea, and once the infection reached critical mass, containment was a fantasy we told ourselves to keep fighting. Know that Baltimore died first, erased by a nuclear strike that vaporized the inner harbor and everything within 10 miles, turned my home into a radioactive crater that glows at night and will glow for 1,000 years. Know that the strike failed to contain the spread, that infected survivors carried the virus to Washington, D.C. and beyond, that within weeks the entire eastern seaboard was lost. Know that we kept fighting anyway, kept holding lines and evacuating civilians and trying to preserve some remnant of society, until the day we realized there was nothing left to preserve, no society to save, no future to protect. Know that in the end, the dead inherited the earth, and the living became an endangered species, scattered and hunted and ultimately irrelevant to the New World Order, where hunger is the only law and flesh is the only currency. I can hear them outside now, the moaning that rises and falls like the tide, thousands of infected drawn to this lighthouse by some instinct or accident or cosmic joke. They can't reach us yet, can't climb the smooth stone walls, but they're patient in their hunger, and sooner or later they'll find a way, or we'll make a mistake, or the walls will crumble. I've loaded my rifle one last time, chambered a round, and I've made a decision about how this ends. When the food runs out, when the ammunition is gone, when there's no more fight left in me, I'll put the barrel under my chin and I'll pull the trigger, and I'll go out human instead of letting them turn me into one of their shambling mockeries. It's not the ending I wanted, not the heroic last stand or the miraculous rescue, but it's the ending I've earned. And there's a certain dignity in choosing your own death instead of letting it choose you. The sun is setting, painting the sky in reds and oranges that remind me of the fires that consumed Baltimore. And I'm watching the infected mass on the beach below, watching them sway and moan and wait for flesh that will never come. I'm thinking about everyone I've lost, everyone who died so I could live a little longer, and I'm wondering if any of it mattered, if any of our struggles and sacrifices and small victories added up to anything more than delaying the inevitable. I'm thinking about Sarah Chen, both of them, wondering if they found peace or if they died scared and alone. I'm thinking about Jennifer, hoping against hope that she made it to safety, that somewhere in this dying world she's alive and fighting, and maybe even thinking about me. I'm thinking about Colonel Hayes and her stern competence, about James Morrison and his pacing energy, about Dennis Pratt and his family and the photos he showed me, about every patient I ever treated and every soldier I ever served with and every random stranger whose path crossed mine in the long, dark days of the outbreak. And I'm thinking about Edward Price, about the banality of evil, about how ordinary men making ordinary choices in pursuit of extraordinary goals can unleash hell on earth and never face real consequences for their actions. I killed him in the end, or Stone did, or the virus did, depending on how you count causality, but he died too easily, too quickly, without suffering a fraction of what he'd caused. There's no justice in that. No balance, no cosmic ledger that accounts for the million deaths his choices enabled, and I carry that rage with me like a tumor, a cancerous fury that has nowhere to go and nothing to feed on except my own slowly dying hope. I tell myself that pushing him into the infected mob would have been better, more fitting, more just, and maybe in some parallel universe I got to make that choice, got to watch him scream as they tore him apart. Got to feel the satisfaction of direct retribution. But in this universe, All I got was a corpse with a bullet hole and the knowledge that the network he served is still out there somewhere, still plotting, still spreading chaos and death in service of whatever ideology or national interest they've elevated above human decency. The last of the sun dips below the horizon and darkness settles over the beach and the lighthouse and the endless sea of infected. And I light a candle because we're saving the generator fuel for emergencies, though what emergency could be worse than this I can't imagine. The typewriter keys click under my fingers, each letter a small act of defiance, each word a futile attempt to make meaning from madness. And I keep writing because it's all I have left. The only purpose that sustains me through the long nights and the longer days. I write about the normal life that ended in an ER waiting room, about the strange patients and the impossible reanimations and the moment I knew nothing would ever be normal again. I write about the city falling, about fighting through hospital corridors and burning streets and the desperate rush to save people who couldn't be saved. I write about the survivors and the bonds we formed and the heartbreak of watching them die. About Sarah's tears and James's pacing and Amy's quiet courage and Dennis's kids who would grow up orphaned in a world that had no place for children. I write about the mission to capture Price, about the interrogation on the overpass, about the moment he turned and lunged for my throat and Stone put a bullet through his brain. I write about the intelligence we recovered and the network we uncovered and the strikes we called in that maybe killed some of the people responsible but couldn't undo what had been done. I write about the nuclear annihilation of Baltimore, about watching my city die in fire and fury, about the ash and fallout and the poisoned ground that will glow for generations. I write about the virus spreading despite everything we did, about cities falling one after another like dominoes, about the government abandoning the mainland and the military retreat to nowhere and the final collapse of everything we'd tried to preserve. I write about the ending, dark and heavy and emotionally devastating, about the zombies prevailing and civilization crumbling and the scattered survivors waiting for death in whatever form it takes. And I write about hope, or the absence of hope, or the strange, twisted thing that passes for hope when you know you're going to die but keep fighting anyway. I write about the moments of grace I witnessed, the soldier who gave his last morphine to a dying comrade, the nurse who stayed with patients when she could have fled, the officer who held the line knowing it was suicide because someone had to and it might as well be him. I write about the small kindnesses and the brief connections and the proof that even in hell humanity persists, diminished and scarred but not quite extinguished. I write about the love I felt for my sister, for my colleagues, for the strangers I tried to save. And I write about the hate I felt for Price and his network and the systems that made men like him possible. I write about the terror and the exhaustion and the grinding horror of constant survival. And I write about the strange peace that comes from accepting that you can't win, can only endure a little while longer before the darkness claims you too. The candle burns down, and I replace it with another, and I keep writing because I need to finish this, need to get it all down before my hands stop working or my mind breaks or the infected finally breach the lighthouse. I need someone to know what happened, how it happened, why we couldn't stop it. I need there to be a record, a testament, a voice crying out from the ruins that we existed, that we mattered, that we tried. I write about Christopher Blake, emergency room doctor turned Army Reserve medic, who treated patients in Baltimore when the Trixie virus turned his hospital into a slaughterhouse, who fought through corridors slick with blood watching colleagues become shambling predators, who confronted Edward Price and watched him die and failed to extract justice or meaning or anything except more pain. I write about the bioterrorist cell and their masters, about the foreign intelligence services that funded and directed them, about the desperate attempts to test and refine and deploy a bioweapon that ultimately consumed the world. I write about Baltimore erased by nuclear fire, the inner harbor vaporized, everything within 10 miles turned to ash and glass and memory. And I write about what comes after, about the darkness that follows the ending, about the survivors in their scattered refuges watching the infected inherit the earth. I write about the reports from D.C., about Trixie infected spreading through the capital despite every containment effort, about the government fleeing and the military dissolving and society fragmenting into armed camps and desperate communes and lone survivors like me. I write about the world that was and the world that is and the world that might have been if we'd been smarter, faster, better. If we'd recognized the threat before it was too late. If we'd stopped the cell before they could release the virus. If we'd contained the outbreak before it reached critical mass. All the if-onlys and might-have-beens that haunt every survivor. All the guilt and shame and survivor's remorse that comes from being alive when so many others are dead. The second candle burns down, and my fingers are cramping and my eyes are tired. But I keep writing because I'm almost done. Almost finished with this record, almost ready to set down the burden and accept what comes next. I write about the phases one more time, burning them into the page with the same fervor a priest might recite scripture, the same desperate hope that repetition will somehow make sense of chaos. Normal life and foreshadowing, the calm before the storm, the subtle signs that something was wrong. First signs and local collapse, the moment the storm hit, the instant everything changed. Full outbreak and mass panic, chaos consuming order, civilization crumbling under the weight of the dead. Survival mode and human threats, the formation of bonds and the introduction of villains, the realization that zombies weren't the only danger. Escalation and sacrifices and near death, the grinding attrition, the slow loss of everyone you care about, the constant brush with extinction. Final confrontation and ruin, the showdown with the villain, the desperate attempts to salvage something from the wreckage, the ultimate failure of all our plans and hopes and dreams. And the end game where zombies prevail, where the virus continues uncured and spreading, where the bombs fall and the cities burn and humanity is reduced to scattered holdouts waiting for the end. I write it all, every detail I can remember, every moment that mattered and most that didn't, until the pages pile up beside the typewriter in a stack that represents my attempt to make sense of the senseless, to find order in chaos, to leave behind some small proof that I existed and witnessed and tried. And when I'm done, when there are no more words left and no more story to tell, I'll wrap the pages in plastic and seal them in a waterproof container and hide them somewhere in the lighthouse where maybe someday someone might find them. I'll make my final checks of the perimeter, my final inventory of resources, my final preparation for the ending I've chosen rather than the one that will be chosen for me. And then I'll sit at the top of the lighthouse with my rifle and watch the sunrise one last time. Watch the light paint the infected in shades of gold and red. Watch the new day dawn on a world that has no place for me anymore. But that will be tomorrow, or the day after, whenever the food runs out or the strength fails or the will breaks. Tonight I finish writing this record, this testament, this scream into the void that something terrible happened. And we couldn't stop it, and I'm sorry, so sorry, for everything we failed to do and everyone we failed to save and the world we failed to preserve. Tonight I bear witness to the end of civilization, to the triumph of the dead over the living, to the dark truth that sometimes the monsters win and the heroes fall and there's no happy ending waiting in the wings. Tonight I accept that my name is Christopher Blake, that I am among the last of my kind, that the virus we called Trixie and the bioterrorists who wielded it and the nations that created it have succeeded beyond their wildest dreams or nightmares, have reduced humanity to an endangered species huddling in shrinking pockets of light surrounded by an ocean of hunger and death. The infected moan outside, their voices rising and falling in that terrible rhythm that has become the soundtrack of my existence. And I listened to them and I finished this last paragraph and I typed the final words of my story knowing that it ends in darkness, in defeat, in the absolute certain knowledge that we lost and they won, and nothing we did or could have done would have changed that fundamental truth. The virus spreads, the dead walk, the cities burn, and I remain, for a little while longer, a ghost in a lighthouse marking the passage of time until time itself becomes meaningless. And I join the vast majority of humanity in the cold embrace of extinction, leaving behind only these pages and the fading echo of a voice that once said, "We tried, we fought, we failed, but we tried." Now let's move on to the next story. Our first stop was the Bellagio at 7:45. We parked in the service entrance, and I grabbed the dolly while Marcus secured the truck. The casino's cash management office was in the bowels of the building, past kitchens and loading docks, through corridors that smelled of industrial cleaner and recycled air. The cage manager, a woman named Patricia, who I'd known for years, was waiting with the morning's deposit, but she looked distracted, her usual professional smile strained. "Morning, Patricia," I said, signing the transfer sheet. "Everything okay?" She glanced toward the door leading to the casino floor, then back at me. "Have you been up front yet? On the floor?" "No, we just got here." "Why?" "It's been weird this morning. We had to call security on 3 different people already. They were acting crazy, aggressive. One woman attacked a dealer at the blackjack tables, just lunged at him and started biting. Security had to taser her. And the weird thing is, they all looked sick. Pale, sweating, their eyes were all bloodshot." Marcus and I exchanged glances. "Maybe they were on something," I suggested. Patricia shook her head. "That's what security thought too, but it wasn't like any drug behavior I've ever seen. It was more like they were rabid or something. Animal-like." She shivered. "Anyway, just wanted to give you a heads up. If you see anyone acting strange, steer clear." We loaded the cash containers onto the dolly and wheeled them back to the truck, and as we passed through the service corridor, I heard shouting from somewhere deeper in the building. It sounded like an argument, angry voices echoing off concrete walls. Then a scream, high and sharp and terrified, cut through the air. Marcus and I stopped, our hands instinctively moving toward our sidearms. "Should we check that out?" Marcus asked. I hesitated. Our job was to secure the cargo and move to the next stop, not to get involved in whatever was happening inside the casino. But that scream had sounded wrong, genuinely afraid, not the kind of theatrical outburst you sometimes heard from drunk tourists. Before I could decide, a security guard came running around the corner, his radio squawking with overlapping voices, his face flushed with exertion. "You guys need to clear out," he said breathlessly. "We've got a situation on the casino floor, multiple disturbances. Management is calling Metro." "What kind of disturbances?" I asked. "I don't know, man. People are going crazy. We've had 5 incidents in the last 10 minutes and it's getting worse. Just get your truck out of here before it spills into the service areas." We didn't need to be told twice. We secured the cargo, jumped in the truck, and pulled out of the Bellagio service entrance back onto the strip. Even from outside, I could see increased security presence at the main entrance. Guards in black suits talking urgently into radios. A few tourists being escorted out looking shaken. A Metro police cruiser pulled up as we drove away, lights flashing. "That was strange," Marcus said, checking the route on his tablet. "Next stop is Caesar's Palace. We're running a little behind now." As we drove north on the strip, I noticed the traffic was heavier than usual for this time of morning, and there seemed to be more police presence than normal. 2 ambulances screamed past us heading south, their sirens wailing. I turned on the truck's radio and scanned through the local news stations. On one channel, a reporter was talking about a developing situation at several strip casinos. reports of violent outbursts and medical emergencies. On another, they were discussing the disease outbreak that had started in Asia, saying that the CDC had confirmed 3 cases in Los Angeles and 2 in San Francisco, all passengers who had recently returned from international flights. "Vincent, look at that," Marcus said, pointing ahead. At the intersection of Flamingo and the Strip, a crowd had gathered around something on the sidewalk. Police were trying to push people back, and I could see what looked like a body on the ground, EMTs crouched beside it. As we crawled past in traffic, I saw the person convulsing, their limbs thrashing, and even through our closed windows I could hear someone screaming. The EMTs were struggling to restrain whoever it was, and there was blood on the sidewalk, dark and spreading. My radio crackled. It was Frank back at the depot. "All units, be advised. We're getting reports of multiple incidents across the Strip. Management wants everyone to proceed with caution and report anything unusual immediately." I picked up the handset. "Unit 7, we just saw something at Flamingo and the Strip. Looks like a medical emergency. There's blood everywhere." Frank's voice came back tense. "Yeah, we're hearing the same from multiple locations. Metro is getting overwhelmed with calls. Just finish your route as quickly as possible and get back to the depot. Don't take any unnecessary risks." We continued to Caesar's Palace, but the unease in my chest had grown into something harder, colder. This wasn't normal. Multiple incidents, people acting violent, blood on the streets, and the timing right after news of that disease spreading from Asia to the West Coast. I tried to push the thoughts away to focus on the job, but my instincts, the same ones that had kept me alive in Fallujah and Kandahar, were screaming that something was very wrong. The pickup at Caesars went smoothly, though the casino manager mentioned they'd had to remove several disruptive guests earlier in the morning. As we loaded the cash, I asked him what had happened. "Hell if I know," he said, wiping sweat from his forehead despite the air conditioning. People just started freaking out. One guy attacked a cocktail waitress, tried to bite her face. We had to drag him off and call an ambulance. The paramedics said he had a fever of 105 degrees. They think it might be that virus that's been on the news. "Did they say what virus?" Marcus asked. The manager shrugged. "Some kind of flu or something. Started in Asia, supposedly spreading here now. I don't know the details. All I know is we've got half our security team dealing with sick people going berserk, and it's not even 9 in the morning yet." Back in the truck, Marcus pulled up news feeds on his tablet while I drove. The headlines were getting worse by the minute. CDC warns of rapidly spreading pathogen. Hospitals overwhelmed as mystery illness spreads. Violent outbreaks linked to new virus. One article mentioned that the virus had been identified as a mutated strain that had originated from a research facility, but the details were vague and contradictory. Some reports said it was a natural mutation. Others hinted at a lab accident. Nobody seemed to know for sure, or if they did know, they weren't saying. Our next 3 stops went off without major incident, though at each location we heard more stories of violent behavior and medical emergencies. The Strip was getting more chaotic by the hour. Traffic was gridlocked in places where accidents had occurred. Police cars and ambulances were everywhere, their sirens creating a constant wail that echoed between the massive casino buildings. Tourists who had come to Vegas for fun and gambling were now standing on sidewalks looking confused and frightened, some of them recording everything on their phones, others just trying to figure out how to get back to their hotels. It was around 11:30 when everything changed. We were approaching the Venetian when we heard it, a sound like nothing I'd ever experienced before. A collective roar of human voices that didn't sound human anymore, rising from somewhere ahead of us on the Strip. The sound rolled over the street like a physical wave, and I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Traffic ahead of us suddenly stopped completely, and I could see people running, actually sprinting. away from something near the Venetian's main entrance. "What the hell is that?" Marcus said, leaning forward in his seat. I put the truck in park and grabbed the radio. "Unit 7 to dispatch, we've got some kind of disturbance at the Venetian. Large crowd, people running. Can you confirm what's happening?" Static crackled for a moment, then Frank's voice came through, strained and urgent. "All units, abort your routes and return to depot immediately. I repeat, abort and return. The situation has deteriorated. Metro has declared a citywide emergency. Get back here now." I started to turn the truck around, but the traffic behind us had already filled in solid. We were boxed in on the strip, surrounded by cars, buses, and taxis, with that terrible roaring sound getting louder ahead of us. I looked in the side mirror and saw people running past us now. Their faces masks of terror, some of them bleeding, all of them running like their lives depended on it. Then I saw what they were running from. At first, I thought it was just a mob, a crowd of people moving down the strip in a chaotic surge. But as they got closer, I realized these weren't people anymore, not in any meaningful sense. They moved wrong, jerky and aggressive, their arms reaching out, their mouths open in that awful roar. They were attacking everyone in their path, pulling people down, and what they did next made my blood turn to ice. They were eating them. I watched in frozen horror as a man in a business suit was caught by 3 of those things. They dragged him to the ground and started tearing at him with their hands and teeth, and his screams cut through even the roar of the mob. Blood sprayed onto the white sidewalk, onto the legs of slot machines visible through the Venetian's glass windows, onto the perfectly manicured plants that lined the walkway. "Oh my God," Marcus whispered beside me. "Oh my God, Vincent, what are those things?" I didn't answer because I didn't have an answer. My mind was trying to process what I was seeing and failing completely. People were being ripped apart in broad daylight on the Las Vegas Strip, the most visited tourist destination in America. And the things doing it looked like people but moved like rabid animals. Some of them had blood streaming from their eyes and mouths. Some had wounds on their bodies that should have been fatal, but they kept coming anyway. Kept attacking, kept feeding. The mob was maybe 50 yards away now and closing fast. Cars in front of us were being abandoned as their drivers fled on foot. I saw a taxi driver jump out and run, leaving his passenger still in the back seat screaming. One of those things smashed through the taxi's window and dragged the passenger out onto the street. "We need to move," I said, my training kicking in through the shock. "We need to get off the strip now." "How?" Marcus shouted. "We're blocked in on all sides." He was right. We were trapped in a sea of abandoned vehicles with that nightmare horde bearing down on us. I looked around desperately for any gap, any way through, and saw a narrow alley between the Venetian and another building to our right. It was meant for service vehicles, barely wide enough for the truck, but it was our only option. "Hold on," I said, and jerked the wheel hard right. The truck jumped the curb with a bone-jarring crash, scattering tourists who scattered like birds. I drove straight across the sidewalk toward the alley, clipping a light post that bent with a screech of metal. Behind us, I could see in the mirror that some of those things had noticed our movement and were changing direction, coming for us. Marcus was shouting something, but I couldn't hear him over the roar of the engine and the screaming and that terrible collective howl. We hit the alley doing 30 miles an hour, and immediately I knew it was going to be tight. The truck's mirrors scraped against the brick walls on both sides, sending sparks flying. The alley was cluttered with dumpsters and loading equipment, and I had to swerve violently to avoid them, the truck's suspension groaning under the strain. Behind us, I could see several of those things pouring into the alley entrance, running with an unnatural loping gait. "They're chasing us!" Marcus yelled. "I know!" I gunned the engine, smashing through a pile of wooden pallets that exploded into fragments under the truck's armored nose. The alley curved slightly, and I took the turn too fast, the passenger side scraping against the wall hard enough to tear off the mirror. Then we were through, bursting out onto a side street behind the casinos. This street was chaos too, but at least it wasn't completely gridlocked. I turned left and floored it, the truck's heavy engine roaring. In the rearview mirror, I saw more of those things emerging from the alley, but we were pulling away fast. Marcus was breathing hard beside me, his hands gripping the dashboard, his face pale. "What the fuck was that, Vincent? What the fuck were those things?" "I don't know," I said, my own heart hammering in my chest. "But we need to get to the depot, get weapons, and figure out what's happening." I grabbed the radio again. "Unit 7 to dispatch, Frank. Are you there?" Nothing but static. "Frank, come in. Dispatch, respond." Still nothing. I tried switching channels, but every frequency was either silent or filled with overlapping voices, people screaming for help. Official-sounding voices trying to maintain order but failing. On one channel, I caught a fragment of what sounded like a military transmission. "Containment has failed," I repeat. "Containment has failed, requesting immediate support at..." The transmission cut off. Marcus was scrolling through his phone, his fingers shaking. Social media is going insane. There are videos from all over the city, the Strip, downtown, even out in the suburbs. People are saying it's some kind of infection, that it makes people go crazy and attack others. There are reports of it spreading to other cities too. Los Angeles, San Francisco, Phoenix, Vincent, this is everywhere. I navigated through the side streets heading toward the depot, but every route seemed to lead to more chaos. Abandoned cars blocked intersections, groups of people ran past us in panic. I saw a convenience store being looted, the windows smashed, people carrying out armfuls of supplies. A police car sat empty in the middle of the street, its driver's side door open, radio still squawking. No sign of the officer. Then I heard gunfire. Rapid bursts of automatic weapons fire from somewhere to our north, followed by explosions that rattled the truck's windows. Black smoke rose into the clear desert sky, and I realized it was coming from the direction of the airport. McCarran was burning. We turned onto Industrial Road, which ran parallel to the Strip, and I saw more of them. A group of maybe 20 people, if they could still be called people, shambling out of a warehouse. Some were in work clothes, others in the remains of business suits. All of them had that same jerky, aggressive movement, that same blank hunger in their eyes. When they saw the truck, they turned as one and started moving toward us, breaking into that horrible, loping run. I accelerated past them, but more were emerging from buildings on both sides of the street. How many were there? Hundreds? Thousands? The infection had spread so fast, impossibly fast. This morning, everything had been normal, and now the city was tearing itself apart. The radio crackled to life suddenly, Frank's voice coming through broken and desperate. "Anyone receiving this depot is compromised. Infected breached the perimeter, falling back to... If anyone can hear this, do not come to the depot. I repeat, do not..." The transmission ended in screaming and gunfire. Marcus looked at me with wide, terrified eyes. "He said not to come to the depot." I gripped the steering wheel harder, my mind racing. The depot was our safe point, our fallback position, and now it was gone. We were in an armored truck full of cash in the middle of a city that was collapsing into nightmare, and we had nowhere to go. I thought about my apartment, but it was across town and probably overrun by now. I thought about trying to get out of the city entirely, but the roads would be clogged with everyone else trying to do the same thing. "We need supplies," I said, thinking out loud. "Food, water, weapons, somewhere defensible to hole up." "Where?" Marcus asked. I thought for a moment, then made a decision. "There's a sporting goods store about 2 miles from here, off Charleston. Big place, lots of camping supplies, guns, ammunition. If we can get there before it's completely looted, we can stock up and find a place to fortify." We headed west on Charleston Boulevard, and the devastation was getting worse with every passing minute. Buildings were on fire. Bodies lay in the streets. Cars had crashed into storefronts and light poles. I saw a city bus on its side, smoke pouring from its engine, broken glass scattered everywhere. The passengers who had survived the crash were nowhere to be seen, but blood trails led away in multiple directions. At one intersection, we had to stop for a massive pileup that completely blocked the road. As I was looking for a way around, I saw movement in a restaurant to our left. Through the shattered front windows, I could see people, or what used to be people, moving around inside. One of them noticed us and started walking toward the window, then running. It hit the window frame and kept coming, climbing through the jagged glass, shredding its arms and torso but showing no sign of pain. Others followed, a whole group of them pouring out of the restaurant. "Go, go, go!" Marcus shouted. I reversed hard, the truck's rear camera showing more of them coming from behind. I jerked the wheel, jumped the median, and drove the wrong way down the opposite lanes, narrowly missing an oncoming police car that swerved around us, its siren wailing. The infected from the restaurant tried to follow but couldn't keep up with the truck's speed. We reached the sporting goods store 15 minutes later, and it was still intact. Though I could see the front doors had been forced open and there were people inside, living people grabbing whatever they could. I parked the truck right in front and Marcus and I jumped out, our service weapons drawn. Inside was chaos but not violence, just desperate people loading up on supplies. A few of them looked at our guns nervously, but most ignored us, too focused on grabbing camping gear, bottled water, food supplies. I made my way to the firearms section in the back, Marcus close behind me. The gun counter had been smashed open and most of the handguns were already gone, but the rifles and shotguns were still there. I grabbed a Remington 870 shotgun and a Ruger AR-15, plus all the ammunition I could carry. Marcus took another shotgun and a hunting rifle. We loaded up on magazines, boxes of shells, cleaning supplies. From the camping section, we took a portable water filter, MREs, first aid supplies, flashlights, batteries. As we were loading everything into the truck, I heard engines approaching fast. 3 black SUVs came screaming into the parking lot, and armed men jumped out, not police or military, but private security types, heavily armed and wearing tactical gear. They started firing into the air, shouting at everyone to get away from the store. "This property is under private protection," one of them yelled. "Anyone who doesn't leave will be shot." Some people ran. Others tried to argue, and one of the security guys actually fired at their feet, the bullets kicking up chunks of asphalt. I grabbed Marcus and pulled him toward the truck. "We need to go now." We jumped in and I started the engine, but before we could pull out, one of the security guys ran over and slammed his hand on the driver's side window. He was wearing body armor with a logo I recognized, Sterling Security, part of Marcus Sterling's private empire. Sterling owned 3 major casinos on the Strip and had his fingers in half the businesses in Vegas. "You've got weapons in there," the guard shouted. "We're confiscating them by order of Sterling Properties. Get out of the vehicle." "Like hell," I said, and put the truck in gear. The guard stepped back and raised his rifle, but before he could do anything, we all heard it. That roar, that terrible collective howl coming from the east. A wave of infected was running down Charleston, hundreds of them, maybe thousands. A tsunami of rabid human bodies flooding the street. The Sterling security guys forgot about us instantly, turning to face this new threat. I didn't wait to see what happened. I gunned the engine and we peeled out of the parking lot, heading west away from the horde. Behind us, gunfire erupted as Sterling's men opened up, the sound of their automatic weapons creating a steady roar that mixed with the screaming of the infected. I looked in the mirror once and saw the security guys being overwhelmed, dragged down under a wave of bodies despite their armor and weapons. There were just too many. Marcus was shaking beside me, his face white as chalk. This can't be happening. This can't be real. But it was real. It was happening. And we had maybe hours, maybe less, before the whole city was consumed. I drove north into the suburbs, looking for somewhere we could fortify. Somewhere we could ride out the immediate chaos until we figured out what to do next. The residential areas were quieter but not safe. I saw people boarding up windows, families loading cars with whatever they could carry, neighbors fighting over supplies. One house had bodies on the lawn, fresh kills, blood soaking into the desert grass. Another house was on fire, smoke billowing from broken windows. We found an empty 2-story house at the end of a cul-de-sac. The front door open, no cars in the driveway. I parked the armored truck across the driveway to block it, and we went inside, weapons ready. The house was ransacked but empty, the residents having fled in a hurry. We cleared it room by room, then barricaded the doors and windows with furniture. In the living room, I turned on the TV, flipping through channels. Most were off the air, showing only emergency broadcast screens. On CNN, a haggard-looking anchor was reading from notes, his professional composure shattered. Reports are coming in from across the country. The infection, which authorities are now calling the Walker virus, has spread to at least 30 major cities. The CDC believes it originated from a research facility in Nevada, though details remain unclear. What we do know is that the virus is transmitted through bodily fluids, primarily through bites from infected individuals. Symptoms develop rapidly within 1 to 2 hours of exposure: fever, seizures, extreme aggression, and a complete loss of higher brain function. The infected attack and consume the living. I repeat, if you are bitten, you will become infected. There is no cure. Authorities are recommending people stay in their homes, avoid contact with anyone showing symptoms, and wait for military assistance. The president is expected to address the nation within the hour. The broadcast cut to footage from various cities: New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Atlanta, all of them burning, all of them drowning in chaos. The infection had spread impossibly fast, and I realized this wasn't just a Vegas problem. This was global, or at least national, and it had happened in a matter of hours. Marcus was sitting on the floor, his head in his hands. "My family," he said quietly. "My wife and kids are in Henderson. I need to get to them." "We can't go back out there right now," I said, though my heart ached for him. "It's suicide. We wait until dark, then we can try to move." He looked up at me with red-rimmed eyes. "They could be infected by then. They could be dead. Or they could be safe, holed up just like we are. Going out there now won't help them if we're dead." He knew I was right, but it didn't make it any easier. We sat in that house as the afternoon wore on, listening to the sounds of Vegas tearing itself apart. Gunfire, explosions, sirens, screaming, so much screaming. On the TV, the president finally appeared, flanked by military advisors and CDC officials. "My fellow Americans," he began, and even on the small screen I could see the fear in his eyes. "We are facing an unprecedented crisis. A biological pathogen designated as the Walker virus has been released and is spreading rapidly across the nation. I am declaring a national state of emergency. Martial law is now in effect in all affected areas. The military is being deployed to secure critical infrastructure and establish safe zones. I am ordering all citizens to shelter in place and await instructions from local authorities. Do not attempt to flee. Do not engage with infected individuals. Help is coming." But I could hear in his voice that he didn't believe it himself. Help wasn't coming fast enough. Maybe it wasn't coming at all. As the sun started to set, casting long shadows through the barricaded windows, I heard vehicles approaching outside. I looked through a crack in the boards covering the front window and saw a convoy of military vehicles, Humvees and troop carriers rolling down the street. Soldiers were setting up a checkpoint at the intersection, sandbags and machine gun nests. For a moment, I felt hope. The military was here. They would restore order. They would protect us. Then I heard the announcement from a loudspeaker on one of the vehicles. All civilians are ordered to evacuate to designated safe zones. Repeat, this is a mandatory evacuation. Anyone remaining in the city limits after midnight will be considered hostile. This area is being designated a military exclusion zone. You have 6 hours to evacuate. Exclusion zone? Marcus said. What does that mean? I had a terrible suspicion. I knew exactly what it meant, but I didn't want to say it out loud. An exclusion zone meant they were going to do something drastic, something that required removing all civilians first. I thought about the footage we'd seen of the infection spreading, the millions of infected overwhelming every defense. If Vegas was lost, if the infection couldn't be contained, what would the government do? They'd sterilize it. We need to leave, I said. Now. We need to get out of the city before they seal it off. We loaded back into the truck and joined the flood of vehicles heading out of Vegas on Interstate 15. It was gridlock almost immediately, every lane packed with cars, trucks, RVs, people trying to escape before the deadline. But the infection was traveling with us. I saw cars crashed on the shoulder, their occupants torn apart or wandered off into the desert as infected. I saw people attacking each other at the side of the road, spreading the virus even as they fled. The military had set up checkpoints at the city limits, soldiers in hazmat suits checking everyone who passed through, looking for signs of infection. When we reached the checkpoint, a soldier motioned for us to roll down the window. "Any bites? Anyone sick?" he asked, his voice muffled by his gas mask. "No, we're clean," I said. He shined a flashlight in our eyes, checking our pupils, then had us step out while others searched the truck. They found the cash we were still carrying, millions of dollars that meant absolutely nothing anymore, and just waved it away. They were looking for weapons, which they confiscated despite my protests. The shotguns, rifles, ammunition, all of it taken. "You'll get them back at the refugee center," the soldier said, but I knew that was a lie. We'd never see those weapons again. They let us through, but only after marking our hands with some kind of UV stamp that would identify us as screened. The road beyond the checkpoint was still packed but moving. A river of refugees flowing out into the desert night. I kept the truck in the slow crawl of traffic, heading northeast toward Henderson, where Marcus's family lived. I tried calling them, Marcus said, his phone pressed to his ear. "Nothing. All circuits are busy. The cell network must be overloaded." We reached the Henderson exit after 2 hours of crawling through traffic, and immediately I could see it was bad here too. Fires burned in the residential areas, abandoned cars blocked streets. Bodies lay in yards and driveways. Marcus was giving me directions to his house, his voice tight with barely controlled panic. When we got there, the front door was wide open and the interior was dark. Marcus was out of the truck before I could stop him, running inside, calling for his wife and kids. I followed, my stolen pistol from the glove compartment drawn, every sense screaming danger. We found them in the upstairs bedroom. Marcus's wife and 2 children dead, their bodies torn apart. The room was painted in blood, the walls, the ceiling, the floor. And standing over them, feeding, was something that had once been a man, probably a neighbor or someone who had broken in. It turned when we entered, its face covered in gore, and I saw the recognition in Marcus's eyes as he realized this thing had killed his family. Marcus screamed, a sound of pure anguish and rage, and charged at the infected. It lunged for him with surprising speed, but I shot it twice in the chest, knocking it back. It got up again because that's what they did. They didn't die easy, and I shot it in the head this time. It went down and stayed down. Marcus collapsed beside his wife's body, sobbing, trying to gather her into his arms, but there was so little left. I stood there feeling helpless, my gun still raised, watching the door for more threats. We stayed there for maybe 10 minutes, though it felt like hours, until I gently pulled Marcus away. "We can't stay here," I said quietly. "There could be more. We need to go." He let me lead him out of the house like a sleepwalker, his eyes blank with shock and grief. We got back in the truck and I drove, not knowing where we were going anymore, just knowing we had to keep moving. The radio was broadcasting emergency messages, repeating the same instructions over and over. Proceed to designated safe zones. Avoid contact with infected. Military support is on the way. But I could see it wasn't working. Every safe zone we passed was overrun, or in the process of being overrun. The infection was spreading faster than anyone could respond. By midnight, we were back on the outskirts of Vegas, and I could see military vehicles everywhere, setting up a perimeter, blocking all roads in and out. We pulled over at an abandoned gas station, and I tried to think. We couldn't go forward because the military had sealed the roads. We couldn't go back because the city was a death trap. We were stuck in a no-man's land between the infected zone and the evacuation road, with supplies running low and no plan. That's when I saw the news report on my phone, the last one that would get through before all communications went dark. It was about the origin of the Walker virus, leaked documents from a whistleblower at some government facility. The virus had been created at a black site laboratory outside of Vegas, part of a classified bioweapons program called Project Walker. It was supposed to be a controllable pathogen that could incapacitate enemy forces without permanent harm, but something had gone wrong in the testing phase. The virus had mutated, become far more virulent and deadly than intended. And then, according to the leaked documents, someone had stolen samples. A terrorist group maybe, or mercenaries. The reports weren't clear. What was clear was that the virus had been deliberately released in multiple cities, including Vegas. This wasn't an accident or a natural outbreak. Someone had weaponized it and turned it loose on the population. The article mentioned a name, one I recognized immediately. Marcus Sterling, the casino mogul. His name appeared in the leaked documents as someone who had purchased virus samples from an intermediary, someone who had connections to the terrorist network that had stolen from the lab. The article alleged that Sterling had released the virus in rival casinos, trying to create chaos that would drive down their property values so he could buy them out cheap in the aftermath. But Sterling had lost control. The virus had spread beyond his targets, beyond his ability to contain it, and now it was consuming the entire city. The article ended with a call for Sterling's arrest and trial for crimes against humanity. But I knew that would never happen now. The system had collapsed. There were no arrests, no trials. There was only survival. I showed the article to Marcus, and I saw something change in his eyes. The grief was still there, but now it was mixed with rage, a cold fury that I recognized from my time in the service. It was the look of a man who had found a target for his pain. "Sterling did this," he said flatly. "He killed my family. He killed everyone." "The article's just speculation," I said, though I believed it myself. "We don't know for sure." "Where would he be?" Marcus asked. "If everything's falling apart, where would a rich son of a bitch like Sterling hide?" I thought about it. Sterling owned properties all over Vegas, but his flagship was the Olympus Casino and Hotel, a massive structure on the north end of the Strip. It had its own power generation, its own water supply, and if the articles I'd read over the years were accurate, Sterling had built a fortified penthouse at the top, complete with safe room and helicopter pad. If Sterling was anywhere, he'd be there, sitting in his tower while the city burned below. "The Olympus," I said. Marcus checked his pistol, the one weapon we'd managed to hide from the military checkpoint. "Then that's where we're going." I should have tried to talk him out of it. I should have said that revenge wouldn't bring his family back, that going into the heart of the infected zone was suicide. But I didn't. because I was angry too. Angry at Sterling. Angry at the government that had created this virus. Angry at a world that could fall apart so completely in less than a day. And maybe on some level I wanted to see if the article was right. I wanted to know if one man's greed had really caused all this death. We headed back into Vegas as the clock struck 1 in the morning. The military perimeter was solid on the main roads, but we found service routes and back streets that got us through. The city was burning, whole blocks consumed by fire, the sky glowing orange and red. The infected were everywhere, shambling through streets, attacking anything that moved. We saw groups of survivors fighting them off, heard gunfire echoing between buildings, saw the flash of explosions as someone used homemade bombs to try to clear a path. The Olympus Casino rose ahead of us like a fortress, its lights still blazing while everything around it went dark. Sterling had generators running, and I could see armed guards on the roof. Sterling security protecting their boss while the city died. Getting inside would be nearly impossible, especially in an armored truck that would draw attention. We ditched the truck 2 blocks away and went on foot, moving through the shadows, avoiding both the infected and the few groups of survivors we saw. The streets around the Olympus were choked with abandoned cars and bodies, and the smell was overwhelming, burning rubber and flesh and smoke. I heard screaming from inside one of the neighboring buildings, someone begging for help, but we couldn't stop. We had one goal. The Olympus's main entrance was barricaded and guarded, but the service entrance on the east side was less secure. We found a loading dock with the door forced open, blood trails leading inside. Someone else had breached the casino already, probably looters or desperate survivors looking for shelter. We followed the blood trails through service corridors, our weapons ready, Marcus leading the way with a frightening intensity. Inside, the casino was a war zone. The gambling floor had been overrun by infected, hundreds of them wandering between slot machines and card tables, their clothes torn and bloody, their movements jerky and aggressive. Some were still wearing dealer uniforms or security outfits, staff who had been infected on the job. Bodies of tourists and gamblers lay scattered everywhere, partially consumed, the carpet soaked dark with blood. We stayed to the edges, moving quietly toward the elevators that would take us to the upper floors. Sterling's penthouse was on the top floor, 60 stories up, and we needed to get there without drawing the attention of the massive horde on the casino floor. But sound carried in the cavernous space, and when Marcus accidentally kicked an empty bottle, sending it clattering across the tile, every infected head on the floor turned toward us. For a frozen moment, nothing happened. Then they charged, all of them at once, a wave of rabid humanity that crashed toward us like a tsunami. We ran for the elevators, firing behind us to slow them down, and I hit the call button over and over, praying the power was still working. The doors opened just as the first of the infected reached us, and I kicked one back, sending it sprawling before we dove inside, and I slammed the button for the 60th floor. The doors closed on grasping hands and snarling faces, and then we were ascending. The elevator humming quietly while below us the infected threw themselves against the doors. Marcus was breathing hard, his shirt torn, a scratch on his arm from one of those things. "Did it break the skin?" I asked urgently. He looked at the scratch, then at me. "I don't think so, just surface damage." "Let me see." I checked it carefully. The skin was red but not broken, just scratched by a fingernail maybe. No blood, no exposure to bodily fluids. He'd been incredibly lucky. The elevator climbed and I watched the floor numbers tick upward. 40, 50, 55. We were almost there. I checked my pistol. 6 rounds left. Marcus had 8. Not nearly enough if Sterling had a full security team up there. The elevator chimed softly and the doors opened onto a luxurious corridor. Thick carpet and expensive artwork on the walls. But it was empty, eerily quiet after the chaos below. We moved down the hallway toward the penthouse entrance, and that's when we heard voices and they were arguing. Can't leave me here. I paid you. I own you. You don't own shit anymore, Sterling. The city's gone. The whole country's probably gone. Your money's worthless. I have gold, diamonds, anything you want. Just get me on that helicopter. We reached the penthouse door, which was ajar, and peered inside. The interior was obscenely lavish, floor-to-ceiling windows showing the burning city spread out below like a vision of hell. Marcus Sterling was there, a man in his 60s, impeccably dressed even now, his silver hair perfectly styled. He was arguing with 3 of his security guards, big men in tactical gear, and there was a briefcase open on a marble table, stacks of cash and gold bars visible inside. "We're taking the helicopter," one of the guards said. "You're not. Simple as that." "You can't do this." Sterling's voice was rising, panic breaking through his usual control. "I created you. I built this empire. Everything you have is because of me." "Yeah, well, your empire's burning, boss." The guard turned toward the door and saw us standing there. His hand went to his weapon, but I was faster. I shot him in the chest, center mass, and he went down hard. The other 2 guards spun toward us, reaching for their guns, and Marcus fired, taking one in the shoulder. The 3rd guard got his weapon up and fired, the bullet passing so close to my head I felt the displacement of air. I fired back, hitting him in the throat, and he went down, gurgling. Sterling stared at us, his face pale with shock and fear. He recognized me. I could see it in his eyes, remembered me from the checkpoint earlier, or maybe from news footage of his properties. He took a step backward toward the windows. "You," he said. "You're that guard, the armored truck guard." "Vincent Cole," I said, walking toward him. "And this is Marcus Chen. You killed his family." Sterling's eyes darted to Marcus, then back to me. "I didn't kill anyone. It was the virus. It got out of control. It was never supposed to spread like this." "But you released it," I said, "in the rival casinos. You thought you could use it to destroy your competition, buy up their properties cheap when it was over. But it didn't work out that way, did it?" "It was contained," Sterling shouted. "We had protocols, safeguards. The virus was supposed to burn out after a few hours, leave everyone dead but not infectious. But something went wrong. It mutated. It wasn't supposed to spread like this." "Tell that to his wife," I said, gesturing to Marcus. "Tell that to his kids. Tell that to the millions of people dead because you were too greedy to play fair." Sterling's back was against the window now, the city burning 60 stories below. "I can make this right," he said desperately. "I have resources, connections. I can help you survive. I can get you out of here." Marcus raised his pistol, his hand steady despite the tears running down his face. "My children were 7 and 9 years old. They were everything to me. And you took them away because you wanted more money, more power. You already had everything, but it wasn't enough." "Please," Sterling whispered. "Too late for please," I said. I grabbed Sterling by his expensive suit jacket and dragged him toward the window. He struggled, but he was 65 and soft, while I was 38 and hardened by years of military service and armored truck work. I smashed the glass with the butt of my pistol, the wind rushing in, the heat from the fires below making the air shimmer. "No!" Sterling screamed. "No, please don't!" I looked at Marcus. He nodded once, his face hard as stone. I threw Marcus Sterling out the window. He screamed all the way down 60 floors, and I watched him fall into the infected horde on the street below. They swarmed over him immediately, and his screaming stopped very quickly. Justice, if such a thing still existed in this ruined world. Marcus sank to his knees, sobbing, and I stood there beside him, feeling empty. Killing Sterling didn't bring anyone back. It didn't fix anything. The city was still burning, the virus was still spreading, and we were still trapped in a tower surrounded by millions of infected. That's when we heard the roar of jet engines, incredibly loud, coming from the east. I ran to the broken window and looked up and saw them. B-2 bombers, 3 of them in formation, flying toward Vegas at high altitude. I knew what they were carrying even before I saw the news flash on Sterling's still working TV. This is an emergency broadcast from the President of the United States. Due to the uncontrollable spread of the Walker virus, and in order to prevent further contamination of surrounding areas, the city of Las Vegas and a 5-mile radius around it has been designated for strategic sterilization. All military and civilian personnel have been evacuated. At 0300 hours, a nuclear airburst will be detonated over the city center. May God have mercy on our souls. I checked my watch. It was 2:58 a.m. "Marcus," I said quietly, "when we need to go. Now." He looked up at me with dead eyes. "Go where? The elevators won't get us out in time. We're 60 floors up." He was right. Even if we ran, even if we made it to ground level, we'd never get outside the blast radius in 2 minutes. We were dead. The city was dead. Everyone who hadn't evacuated was dead. I sat down beside Marcus on Sterling's expensive carpet and thought about my life, the people I'd known, the things I'd done. I thought about the world that had existed this morning with its problems and conflicts and imperfections, and how I'd give anything to have it back. I thought about all the people who had died today, millions of them, because one man had been too greedy and a government had been too reckless. Marcus was crying quietly. "I'm sorry I got you into this," he said. "I came willingly," I replied. "Sterling needed to pay. He needed to know before the end that someone knew what he'd done. Does it matter now? Maybe not. But it mattered to you and to me. That's enough." We sat there in silence as the seconds ticked down. Through the broken window, I could see the bombers circling beautiful and terrible against the stars. The city below was still full of infected, millions of them, and they had no idea what was coming. Maybe that was a mercy. At exactly 3 a.m., the bomb detonated. I saw the flash first, brighter than 1,000 suns, turning night into day in an instant. Then the shock wave, a wall of pressure that exploded the windows and lifted us off our feet, throwing us across the room. I felt myself flying, weightless for a moment, and then I hit something and everything went dark. When I woke up, I was lying in rubble. The entire top of the Olympus had been sheared off by the blast, and I was somehow still alive, buried under debris but breathing. My ears were ringing, blood running from my nose, every part of my body screaming pain. I couldn't hear anything except a high-pitched whine. I pushed rubble off myself and managed to stand swaying, my vision blurry. The city around me was gone, just gone. Where there had been buildings and streets and casinos, there was now a flattened wasteland of burning rubble and twisted metal. The airburst had been perfectly calculated to cause maximum destruction without leaving significant fallout, and it had worked. Vegas was erased, turned into a crater of ash and fire. I looked for Marcus but couldn't find him. The rubble was too deep, too unstable. If he was alive, he was buried somewhere I couldn't reach. More likely, he was dead, crushed or burned in the initial blast. I stood alone on top of a broken tower, the last man in a dead city. Except I wasn't alone. As my hearing slowly returned, I heard them. The moaning, the shuffling, the collective growl of the infected. I looked over the edge of my rubble perch and saw them, thousands of them wandering through the ruins. The bomb had killed millions, both infected and uninfected, but many had survived. The ones in buildings, in tunnels, underground parking structures, they were still here, still hungry, still spreading. And they weren't just in Vegas. My phone, miraculously still in my pocket and somehow still working, showed a final news report before the networks went dark completely. The Walker virus had spread beyond the quarantine zones. During the evacuations, infected individuals had hidden their symptoms and fled with the refugees. They'd made it to California, Arizona, Utah, spreading the virus to new cities. Military forces were stretched too thin. Other cities were being considered for nuclear sterilization. The world wasn't just ending in Vegas, it was ending everywhere. I sat in the ruins of Marcus Sterling's tower and watched the sun rise over the wasteland. The desert stretched out in all directions, and I could see smoke rising from other cities on the horizon. Phoenix, maybe, or Los Angeles. The sky was full of it, smoke and ash from a dozen burning cities blocking out the sun and turning everything gray. I had survived. I had made it through the outbreak, through the chaos, through the nuclear bomb. But for what? To sit here and watch the world die? To wander through a wasteland full of infected until I finally made a mistake and became one of them? I thought about Marcus Sterling falling toward the infected horde, getting exactly what he deserved. I thought about his greed, his arrogance, his belief that he could control something as chaotic as a biological weapon. He'd wanted to destroy his competition and instead destroyed civilization. I thought about Project Walker, the government program that had created the virus in the first place. Some general or politician had thought they could weaponize disease, use it to win wars without firing a shot. They'd created something that couldn't be controlled, couldn't be contained, and now humanity was paying the price. I thought about Marcus Chen and his family, innocent victims of a plot they never knew existed. They died in their home, torn apart by infected neighbors, their last moments filled with terror and pain. And for what? So a rich man could get richer? So a weapons program could get more funding? The infected below were getting more active as the sun rose, their primitive instincts responding to heat and light. They would wander out into the desert, following the refugees who had fled, spreading the virus to new populations. The military would try to stop them, would set up new quarantine zones, would drop more bombs. But it wouldn't be enough. It was never going to be enough. The Walker virus was humanity's last plague, and we had brought it upon ourselves. Not through ignorance or accident, but through deliberate choices made by people who thought they were clever, who thought they could control the uncontrollable. And now we would all pay the price. I sat there for hours, watching the infected shamble through the ruins, watching the smoke darken the sky. Eventually, I would have to move, to find water and food to try to survive another day. But right then, in that moment, I just sat and watched the world end. Because it was ending. Not in fire and glory, not in a heroic last stand, just slowly, inevitably consumed by a plague we had created and released upon ourselves. The infected would inherit the earth, shambling through the ruins of our civilization, and somewhere in a bunker or a laboratory, someone would be writing reports about what went wrong, about how the protocols failed, about how it wasn't supposed to happen this way. But it had happened. It was still happening, and there was nothing left to do but survive as long as possible and hope that somewhere, somehow, someone had found a way to stop it. Though deep down in the cold, dark place where truth lives, I knew no one had. The virus was out there, spreading, mutating, consuming. And we were all infected now, not literally perhaps, but metaphorically. We'd infected ourselves with greed and fear and the belief that we could control nature through technology. Now nature was fighting back, and nature was winning. I stood up, my body aching, my ears still ringing, and looked out over the wasteland that had been Las Vegas. Somewhere out there, beyond the ruins, beyond the infected, were other survivors. Maybe some of them were organizing, fighting back, trying to build something from the ashes. Maybe some had found safe zones that could hold against the infected hordes. Maybe there was still hope, however small. Or maybe there wasn't. Maybe this was it. The end of human civilization playing out over weeks or months or years as the infected overwhelmed every defense, as the virus spread to every corner of the globe. Maybe future archaeologists, if such things could exist, would dig through the ruins of our cities and wonder what had gone wrong. How a species capable of such incredible achievements had destroyed itself so completely. The answer would be simple, and it would be carved into these very ruins. We had been too clever for our own good, too ambitious, too greedy, and we had paid for it with everything. I began to climb down from the tower, moving carefully through the unstable rubble. The infected below hadn't noticed me yet, but they would. They always did eventually. I would have to be smart, careful, use every skill I'd learned in the Marines and in 8 years of armored truck work. I would have to survive. For how long, I didn't know. For what purpose, I couldn't say. But I would survive, because that's what humans do. Even when survival is meaningless, even when the world has ended, we cling to life with desperate fingers, fighting against the inevitable, refusing to give up even when giving up would be easier. I reached the ground level and moved into the shadows, avoiding a cluster of infected feeding on something that had once been human. The air smelled like burning flesh and chemicals, and ash fell from the sky like gray snow. This was hell, but I was still alive, still moving, still human. For now. How long that would last was anyone's guess. I found a service tunnel that led away from the main crater, probably a utility access for the casino's underground systems. It was dark and tight, barely wide enough for me to squeeze through, but it was heading in the right direction, away from the densest concentration of infected. I crawled through, my hands finding purchase on broken pipes and concrete, my breath echoing in the confined space. The tunnel seemed to go on forever, a claustrophobic nightmare of darkness and debris. Several times I had to stop and clear blockages, moving chunks of concrete and twisted metal with bleeding hands. My phone's flashlight app was dying, the battery at 5%, and I knew when it went out I'd be crawling in complete darkness. After what felt like hours but was probably only 30 minutes, I emerged from the tunnel into an underground parking structure. The ceiling had partially collapsed, but there was enough space to move around, and I could see daylight filtering through cracks in the rubble above. Bodies lay scattered around abandoned cars, people who had been in the garage when the bomb hit. None of them were moving, but I kept my pistol ready anyway. I found a stairwell that led up, the concrete stairs cracked but intact. I climbed carefully, testing each step, my ears straining for any sound of infected. The stairs opened onto a side street about half a mile from the main blast zone, and what I saw made my heart sink. The refugees who had fled the city before the bomb were coming back, or trying to. I could see them in the distance, thousands of people walking toward the ruins, and I realized with horror that many of them were infected. They'd been bitten during the chaos, had hidden their wounds and fled with the crowd, and now the virus had taken hold. They were spreading it to the survivors around them, creating new waves of infected that would carry the plague even further from Vegas. The military had set up a new perimeter about 5 miles out, and I could see helicopters circling, hear the distant rattle of machine gun fire as soldiers tried to contain the spreading infection. But there were too many, spread across too wide an area. The refugees were panicking, running in all directions, and the infected were chasing them, biting them, spreading the virus exponentially. I watched a family get caught by a group of infected, saw the parents trying to protect their children and failing, saw the whole family go down screaming. I wanted to help, wanted to do something, but I was one man with 6 bullets and a world that was ending. If I revealed myself, I'd just be one more target, one more victim. So I did what I had to do to survive. I hid. I found a partially collapsed building that offered decent cover and crawled inside, making a nest in the rubble where I could see out but couldn't easily be seen. I rationed the water I'd scavenged from the parking garage, ate protein bars I found in an abandoned car, and watched the world continue to fall apart. Days passed. The military perimeter collapsed. The infected overwhelmed it through sheer numbers, flowing past the machine gun nests and sandbag walls like water around a stone. The soldiers fell back, then fell back again, and eventually I stopped seeing helicopters and hearing gunfire. Either they'd evacuated to a new defensive line further out, or they'd been overrun completely. More bombs fell. I saw the mushroom clouds on the horizon, nuclear airbursts over what I guessed were Phoenix and Los Angeles. The government was trying to stop the spread by erasing every major infected zone, but it wasn't working. The refugees from each bombing carried the virus with them to new areas, and the infection spread faster than the military could respond. On the 5th day, my water ran out. On the 6th day, I couldn't find any more food in the nearby ruins. On the 7th day, I knew I had to move or die. I left my hiding spot at dawn, moving quickly through the ruins toward what I hoped was the northeast. If I could get far enough from the major cities, far enough into the desert or mountains, maybe I could find somewhere the infection hadn't reached yet. Maybe I could survive long enough for someone somewhere to develop a cure or a vaccine. But deep down, I knew there would be no cure. The virus was too aggressive, too adaptive. It had been designed to be unstoppable, and it was living up to its purpose. Humanity had created the perfect plague, and now humanity was dying from it. I walked through the wasteland, seeing evidence of the collapse everywhere. Abandoned military vehicles, their crews either dead or fled. Crashed helicopters, their rotors still slowly spinning in the desert wind. Bodies, so many bodies, lying in the sand and sagebrush, some of them infected and wandering, most of them just dead. On the 10th day, I found other survivors. They were holed up in a rest stop along I-15, maybe 30 people armed and organized. They'd barricaded the building, set up watchtowers, established a perimeter. When they saw me approaching, they raised weapons and shouted warnings. "I'm not infected," I called out, stopping about 50 yards away. "I'm alone. I just need water and food. I can work. I can help defend this place." A woman climbed up on the roof, a rifle in her hands. "How do we know you're not infected? Everyone says they're clean until they're not." "Check me," I said. "I'll submit to whatever test you want. Just please, I haven't eaten in 3 days." They debated for a few minutes, and I could hear them arguing even from a distance. Finally, the woman called down. "All right. Come forward slowly, hands visible. Anyone tries to come with you, we shoot you both." I approached with my hands raised, and they met me at the perimeter with weapons trained on me. They checked me for bites, for scratches, for any sign of infection. They took my temperature, checked my pupils, watched my movements for any signs of aggression or confusion. When they were satisfied I was clean, they let me inside. The rest stop had become a fortress. They'd reinforced the walls, stockpiled weapons and supplies from abandoned vehicles on the highway. They had a well for water, solar panels for power, and enough canned food to last months if they rationed carefully. It was the closest thing to safety I'd seen since the outbreak began. The woman who'd been on the roof introduced herself as Sarah Chen, and I almost laughed at the coincidence of the name. She was in her 40s, lean and hard-eyed, former military, she said. She'd gathered these survivors together as they fled the cities, organized them into something resembling a functional community. "We've heard reports from other groups," she told me that night as we sat around a fire in the parking lot. "The infection has spread across the entire country. Every major city has been bombed or evacuated. The government has collapsed. The president and most of Congress are dead. There are still military units operating independently, but there's no central command anymore." "What about other countries?" I asked. She shook her head. "From what we can gather from shortwave radio, it's the same everywhere. Europe, Asia, South America, all overrun. Some island nations have managed to quarantine themselves, but most of the world is infected or destroyed. Humanity lost this war in a matter of weeks." How many do you think are left? Worldwide, I mean. Millions, maybe, but scattered, isolated. We're regressing back to tribal groups trying to survive in the ruins of civilization. And the infected outnumber us hundreds to one, maybe thousands to one. We sat in silence for a while watching the fire. Someone was playing a guitar quietly, a sad melody that fit the mood. These people had lost everything, just like I had, just like everyone had. But they were still here, still fighting, still human. I stayed with Sarah's group for 3 months. We defended the rest stop against infected attacks, scavenged supplies from abandoned vehicles and buildings, tried to establish contact with other survivor groups via radio. Some days were quiet, almost peaceful. Other days were nightmares of violence and death as hordes of infected found us and we had to fight them off. We lost people. Sarah's second-in-command was bitten during a supply run and had to be put down before he turned. A young couple was overwhelmed while on watch duty one night. A child got sick with a normal flu and died because we had no antibiotics. Each loss hurt, reminded us how fragile our survival was. And always in the back of my mind I thought about Marcus Sterling, about how his greed and arrogance had led to this, about how the virus he'd released to destroy his competitors had instead destroyed the world. Sometimes I wondered if there was any justice in his death, if throwing him to the infected horde had accomplished anything meaningful. Most times I knew it hadn't. He died quickly, torn apart and consumed, while the rest of us had to live with what he'd done. On the 4th month, a larger horde found us, bigger than anything we'd faced before. Thousands of infected drawn by some unknown stimulus, all moving in the same direction, and we were in their path. We fought for hours, using every bullet, every weapon, every advantage we had. But there were too many. Sarah ordered an evacuation. We loaded what supplies we could into vehicles and fled north, leaving the rest stopped behind. The infected overran it within minutes, pouring into our former sanctuary like a flood. We drove until we ran out of gas, then walked. Half of our group was killed or separated in the chaos. By the time we reached a small town in rural Utah, there were only 12 of us left. The town was abandoned but intact, and we fortified it as best we could. We found wells and gardens, supplies and weapons. For a while it looked like we might be able to survive there long term, but the infected kept coming, small groups at first, then larger ones. The virus was everywhere, spreading through the remnants of humanity, consuming everything. Sarah was infected during a raid on a nearby farm. I was with her when it happened, saw the infected that grabbed her, saw its teeth sink into her shoulder. She shot it in the head and then turned to me with calm, sad eyes. "You know what you have to do," she said. I did. I'd done it before to other people who'd been bitten. But Sarah had saved my life, had given me purpose when I had none. Killing her felt like losing the last piece of my humanity. She made it easy for me. She walked into an empty building, gave me her weapons and supplies, and told me to wait 30 minutes before checking. She didn't want to turn, didn't want to become one of those things. When I went in after the time had passed, I found her body with a single gunshot wound to the head. She'd done it herself, taken control of her own ending. I buried her outside the town, marked the grave with a cross made from scrap metal, and kept moving. Years passed. I'm not sure how many anymore. Time loses meaning when you're just trying to survive day to day. The world continued to collapse, the infected continued to spread, and the survivors continued to die. I moved from place to place, never staying long, always ahead of the hordes. I met other people along the way, some good, some bad, most just desperate. I joined groups when I could, traveled alone when I had to. I killed infected, killed raiders, killed anyone who threatened my survival. I became hard in ways I never thought possible. did things that would have horrified the man I was before the outbreak. But I survived. I'm still surviving even now, years later, writing this account on paper scavenged from an abandoned store, using a pen that's almost out of ink. I don't know why I'm writing this. Maybe because I need to remember how this started, need to preserve some record of what happened before I forget or before I die. The Walker virus is still out there, still spreading, still consuming. The infected have evolved over the years, become faster, more aggressive, more organized. Some scientists I met claimed the virus was adapting, improving its host's hunting abilities. I don't know if that's true or just paranoia, but the infected seem smarter than they were in the beginning, better at coordinating their attacks. Humanity is dying. Maybe we're already dead and just don't know it yet. The survivors I meet are fewer each year, more scattered, more desperate. We're regressing to a pre-agricultural existence, nomadic tribes hiding from the infected, scavenging the ruins of our civilization. Sometimes I think about that Tuesday morning when this all started, when I woke up in my apartment in Vegas and everything was normal. I'd give anything to go back, to warn people, to stop Marcus Sterling before he released the virus, but I can't. None of us can. We live with what we've done, with the choices that led us here. The virus was created by human ambition, released by human greed, and now humans are paying the price. We thought we were clever enough to weaponize disease, arrogant enough to control it. We were wrong. The infected inherited the earth, and we're just ghosts haunting the ruins. I don't know how much longer I'll survive. Every day is a struggle, every night a gamble. Maybe tomorrow I'll make a mistake, get too slow or too careless, and join the billions who've already fallen. Maybe I'll find a survivor community that can actually hold out, can actually build something lasting. Maybe the virus will mutate again and wipe out what's left of humanity entirely. Or maybe I'll just keep walking through this dead world, one day at a time, until there's nothing left to walk toward. But I'll remember Vegas burning, remember Marcus Sterling falling toward the infected horde, remember the nuclear airburst that turned the desert into glass. I'll remember Marcus Chen and his family, Sarah and her rest stop community, all the people who died because a rich man wanted to be richer and a government wanted a weapon. I'll remember how the world ended, not with a bang, but with a bite. And if there's anyone left to read this, anyone who comes after, learn from our mistakes. We created something we couldn't control and it destroyed us. Don't make the same error. Don't play with forces you don't understand, because once you release that plague, there's no putting it back. The infected are outside now. I can hear them shambling through the streets of this abandoned town, searching for prey. When dawn comes, I'll move on. Find somewhere else to hide, survive another day. That's all any of us can do now. Survive, until we can't anymore. This is Vincent Cole signing off. The world ended and the infected won. Remember that. Remember us. Remember what we were before we became what we are. And if you can, do better. Because we failed. We failed ourselves, we failed each other, and we failed the future. The plague is forever now. The infected are eternal. And humanity is just a memory fading in the wasteland we created. Goodbye. Now let's move on to the next story, but something about this felt different. The smell was wrong, even for dead bodies. And the hazmat team was backing away from the container, their body language tense. "Sir," one of them said, his voice muffled by his mask, "these bodies, they're moving." I felt ice run down my spine. "What do you mean, moving?" "I mean they're moving. Not much, but there's movement, twitching. Some kind of muscle spasms, maybe." Marcus stepped forward. "Are they alive?" "I don't know, sir, but I'm reading elevated temperatures from inside the container. And there's something else. The bodies are covered in lesions, open sores. This could be a biological hazard." Marcus immediately pulled out his radio and called for backup. "We need CDC and a full quarantine team at Section G14 immediately. Possible biological contamination. Seal off this area now." Within minutes, port security arrived and began setting up barriers around the container. Workers in the nearby sections were evacuated. More hazmat teams arrived, along with emergency medical personnel. I stood with Sarah and David behind the yellow tape, watching as the professionals took over. The container sat there like a malignant tumor, its doors open, that horrible smell pouring out into the morning air. I'd been doing this job long enough to know when something was seriously wrong. This wasn't just trafficking. This was something else, something worse. I pulled out my phone and started making calls to my contacts in intelligence, asking about any recent reports of disease outbreaks in Eastern Europe. One of them, a woman named Janet who worked in the State Department, told me there had been rumors of a new virus in Romania and Bulgaria, something that caused violent behavior and rapid deterioration, but it had been dismissed as unconfirmed panic. The CDC had sent a team to investigate 2 months ago, but their report had been classified. "Classified?" I said. "Why would a disease outbreak report be classified?" "I don't know, Robert," Janet said. "But I heard through the grapevine that it wasn't a natural outbreak, something about a research facility." I hung up and walked back toward the container, staying behind the barriers. The hazmat teams were now using cameras on long poles to examine the interior without getting too close. On a monitor set up near one of the vans, I could see the grainy footage from inside. Bodies were piled on top of each other, maybe 20 or 30 people, all of them covered in dark, oozing sores. Their skin was gray and mottled. Their eyes were open but clouded, and yes, they were moving. Small, jerky movements, fingers twitching, heads turning slightly. One of the CDC officials, a doctor in a full containment suit, was conferring with Marcus. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but Marcus's face had gone pale. He looked at me and motioned for me to come closer. When I reached him, he pulled me aside and spoke in a low voice. "They want to transport these people to a secure medical facility," he said. "But I'm being told by Washington to hold everything in place until a special team arrives from Nevada." "Nevada?" I said. "What's in Nevada?" "I don't know. But whoever I talked to had a lot of authority and they sounded scared." That was when we heard the first scream. It came from inside the container, a raw, inhuman sound that cut through the noise of the port like a knife. Everyone froze. The scream was followed by more sounds. Thrashing, banging against metal, guttural groaning. On the monitor, we could see the bodies inside starting to move more actively. They were climbing over each other, pushing toward the open doors. The hazmat team leader shouted, "Everyone back! Get away from the container!" We all scrambled backward as the first figure emerged from the darkness. It was a man, or what had once been a man. His clothes were torn and filthy, hanging off his emaciated frame. His skin was covered in black and purple lesions that wept yellow fluid. His eyes were completely white, the pupils rolled back or destroyed. His mouth hung open, and I could see that his teeth were broken and bloody. He stumbled out of the container and fell onto the pavement, then immediately started crawling toward the nearest hazmat worker. The worker ran. The man on the ground let out another scream and tried to stand, his movements uncoordinated and spastic. More figures were emerging from the container now, men and women in similar states of decay. They moved like puppets with tangled strings, lurching and stumbling, but with a clear purpose. They were moving toward us, toward the living. One of the port security officers drew his weapon. "Stop right there," he shouted. "Don't move!" The figures didn't stop. They didn't even seem to hear him. They kept coming, their white eyes fixed on us, their mouths opening and closing, making clicking and groaning sounds. The security officer fired a warning shot into the air. The crack of the gunshot echoed across the container yard. The figures didn't react. They kept coming. Marcus grabbed his radio. "We need armed response at Section G14 immediately. We have multiple hostile individuals. Repeat, multiple hostiles." It happened so fast. One of the figures, a woman with half her face eaten away by lesions, reached the nearest hazmat worker before he could get away. She grabbed him and pulled him down, her mouth going for his throat. He screamed and tried to fight her off, but she was incredibly strong despite her deteriorated condition. Other workers rushed to help him, pulling the woman off, but she'd already bitten through his protective suit and into his neck. Blood sprayed across the pavement. That's when more security officers arrived and opened fire. The gunshots were deafening. I saw one of the figures take 3 rounds to the chest and barely slow down. It kept walking forward until someone put a bullet through its head, and only then did it collapse. The same happened with the others. They didn't die unless you destroyed the brain. Body shots, even fatal ones, just made them stumble. In less than 2 minutes, all of the figures from the container were down, their bodies lying in spreading pools of dark, viscous blood. But the damage was done. The hazmat worker who'd been bitten was on the ground, clutching his neck, blood pouring between his fingers. Medical personnel rushed to him with pressure bandages and equipment, but I could see it was bad. The bite had torn through his carotid artery. I stood there, my service weapon in my hand, though I didn't remember drawing it, trying to process what I'd just seen. These people had been dead. I was certain of it. No living person could have survived the conditions in that container. No living person could have looked like that, moved like that. But they had been moving, attacking, and it had taken headshots to stop them. Marcus was on his radio, shouting into it, demanding answers from whoever was on the other end. Sarah was helping the medical team with the injured worker. David was staring at the bodies on the ground, his face white as paper. I walked closer to the container, careful to avoid the corpses, and looked inside. It was empty now, except for discarded clothing, puddles of fluid, and streaks of blood. On the walls, I could see scratch marks, deep gouges in the metal where fingernails had clawed and torn. These people had been alive when they were loaded into this container. They'd been conscious, trapped in the dark, and something had happened to them during the journey. Something had transformed them. A black SUV pulled up to the barriers, and 4 people in military uniforms got out. They moved with the efficient purpose of special forces, their faces hard and professional. The one in front, a man with silver hair and colonel's insignia, walked straight to Marcus and showed him credentials. They spoke briefly, and then the colonel pointed to his team, and they began securing the area, ordering everyone except essential personnel to leave. The colonel approached me. "Agent Torres?" he said. "Yes." "Colonel James Harmon, I need you to tell me everything you saw from the moment you opened that container." I gave him a full report describing every detail I could remember. He listened without interrupting, his expression unreadable. When I finished, he looked at the container and then at the bodies on the ground. "This is exactly what we were afraid of," he said quietly, almost to himself. "What is this?" I demanded. "What were those things?" He looked at me for a long moment, as if deciding how much to tell me. Finally, he said, 3 months ago, a research facility in Nevada was working on a potential cure for Alzheimer's disease. They were using a modified virus to target damaged neural tissue and promote cellular regeneration. The virus was called Solanum, a synthetic pathogen designed to cross the blood-brain barrier and interact with specific neurotransmitters. It was cutting-edge research, heavily classified, and it was working. In early trials, they saw remarkable results. Damaged brain tissue was regenerating. Cognitive function was improving. He paused and looked at the container. But something went wrong. The virus mutated. Instead of promoting healthy regeneration, it began destroying higher brain function while preserving the most primitive neural systems. The subjects became aggressive, violent, driven by base instincts, hunger, the need to spread the infection. They lost all sense of self, all humanity. They became... He gestured at the bodies. What you see here. Why wasn't this made public? I said. Why wasn't there a warning? Because we contained it, Harmon said. Or we thought we did. The research facility was locked down, everyone inside was quarantined, and the virus samples were destroyed. But apparently someone got out. Someone took samples and sold them. Sold them? To who? To people who want to use them as weapons. We've been tracking a terrorist network with ties to former Soviet intelligence. They've been acquiring biological agents and using them for attacks. We thought we'd shut them down, but obviously we were wrong. A cold dread settled in my stomach. So these people in the container, they were infected deliberately? Most likely, Harmon said, packed into a shipping container and sent here as a biological weapon. When the container opened, they would be released into a major American city. The infection would spread rapidly through bites and bodily fluids. Within days, you'd have an outbreak that would overwhelm all containment protocols. I thought about the hazmat worker who'd been bitten, the one who was now being loaded into an ambulance. What happens to people who are infected? Harmon's face darkened. The incubation period is approximately 2 hours. Initial symptoms include fever, confusion, and aggression. Within 3 hours, higher brain function ceases entirely. The infected become what we call Z-class entities. They're driven by an instinct to feed and spread the infection. They don't feel pain, they don't tire, and they don't stop. The only way to kill them is to destroy the brain. Jesus Christ, I muttered. We need to track down whoever sent this container, Harmon said. If they have more of the virus, if they're planning more attacks, we need to stop them immediately. I'm going to need your full cooperation and access to all your port records and surveillance footage. I nodded. Whatever you need. We spent the next several hours going through security footage and shipping records. The container had arrived on a cargo ship called the Black Sea Trader, which was still docked at the port. The ship's crew was being questioned by Harmon's team, but so far they claimed to know nothing about the contents of the container. It had been loaded in Romania and had remained sealed until we opened it. The shipping company had dissolved, the records were fake, and the money trail led to a series of shell corporations in offshore tax havens. While we worked, news started coming in about the hazmat worker who'd been bitten. His name was Thomas Chen, no relation to Marcus. He'd been taken to LA County General Hospital and placed in an isolation ward. His condition was deteriorating rapidly, fever, seizures, extreme aggression. The doctors were trying everything, antivirals, antibiotics, experimental treatments. Nothing was working. I was in the port security office reviewing footage from the container yard cameras when my phone rang. It was Janet from the State Department again. "Robert, I just heard something you need to know about," she said, her voice urgent. "There's been an incident at LAX. A man attacked several people in Terminal 4. Security shot him, but not before he bit 3 passengers. The man was reportedly showing symptoms similar to what you described from the port. Gray skin, white eyes, extreme aggression. They're saying it might be connected." My blood ran cold. "When did this happen?" 20 minutes ago. They've locked down the terminal, but the 3 people who were bitten are being transported to different hospitals. Robert, if this is the same thing you found at the port, if it's spreading... "I need to go," I said and hung up. I found Marcus and told him about LAX. His face went ashen. "That's 10 miles from here. If it's spreading that fast..." Colonel Harmon was already making calls. mobilizing resources, but I could see the concern in his eyes. This was bigger than a single container. This was an outbreak. By late afternoon, the situation had escalated beyond anything I'd imagined. Thomas Chen had died at LA County General and reanimated within minutes. He'd attacked 2 nurses before security put him down with a headshot. The 3 victims from LAX had all turned within 2 hours and attacked hospital staff at 3 different medical centers across Los Angeles. Each of them had bitten or scratched multiple people before being killed. Those people were now showing symptoms. The news media had gotten wind of the story. Initial reports were confused and contradictory. A drug-related violence outbreak, a terrorist attack with chemical weapons, a mass psychotic episode. The authorities were trying to contain the information, but videos were already circulating on social media. I saw footage shot on someone's phone of one of the infected attacking people in a hospital corridor, its movements jerky and wrong, its mouth covered in blood. The comments section was full of speculation and panic. Marcus gathered all of us in a conference room at the port security building. His face was grave. The CDC has officially declared a public health emergency in Los Angeles County. The California National Guard is being mobilized. All of you are being asked to stay and help with the response effort. We need to establish quarantine zones, track down everyone who might have been exposed, and prevent this from spreading further. Sarah raised her hand. What about our families? Can we go home and make sure they're safe? Marcus hesitated. I recommend that you call them and tell them to shelter in place. Lock their doors, don't let anyone in, and stay away from anyone showing symptoms of illness. But yes, if you need to go to them, I understand. I thought about my apartment in Long Beach, my quiet life, my routine. All of that seemed very far away now, like something from a different world. I didn't have a wife or kids waiting for me. My parents were dead. I was an only child, and my longest relationship had ended 3 years ago. The job was all I had, so I stayed. We worked through the evening and into the night, coordinating with local police, the National Guard, and Harmon's military team. The port was locked down completely. No ships could leave, no containers could be moved. Every person who'd been in Section G14 when the container opened was located and quarantined. Some of them were already showing symptoms. I was running on coffee and adrenaline, sitting at a computer terminal and cross-referencing shipping manifests, when Harmon approached me. He looked exhausted, his silver hair disheveled, his uniform rumpled. We've identified the network behind this, he said. A Russian organized crime with links to former KGB and GRU operatives. They're led by a man named Colonel Mikhail Petrov. He was a biological weapons specialist during the Cold War, disappeared after the Soviet Union collapsed, and resurfaced a few years ago running a criminal organization that deals in everything from drugs to weapons to human trafficking. We believe he acquired the Solanum virus from someone at the Nevada Research Facility. We're still trying to figure out who and weaponized it. Why? I said. What's his endgame? We think he's using the outbreak as cover for an extraction operation. He has sleeper agents embedded across the United States, people who've been living normal lives waiting for orders. With the country focused on containing this outbreak, security will be weakened. He can extract his people and valuable assets without detection. That's insane, I said. He's willing to unleash a plague just to cover up an extraction? Petrov doesn't see it as insane. He sees it as strategic. And according to our intelligence, he's somewhere in Los Angeles right now, coordinating the operation. Harmon leaned closer. Agent Torres, I need your help. My team is spread thin trying to contain the outbreak. But if we can find Petrov and stop him, we can at least prevent him from extracting his assets and using this chaos for his benefit. You know this city. You know the port. Will you help me track him down? I didn't even have to think about it. Yes, We started with the Black Sea Trader, the cargo ship that had brought the infected container. Harmon's team had been interrogating the crew, and one of them had finally broken. He was a Ukrainian sailor who admitted that he'd been paid extra money to make sure the container MSCU 8745693 was placed in a specific location in the port, and that certain information about its arrival was passed to a contact in Los Angeles. The contact was a man who met the sailor in a bar in San Pedro and paid him $5,000 in cash. We had security footage from the bar. The man was in his 50s, heavy-set with a scar on his left cheek. Facial recognition software identified him as Viktor Sokolov, a known associate of Petrov's organization. He had an apartment in Carson, just south of the port. Harmon assembled a tactical team, and I went with them. We drove through the dark streets of Carson in 2 unmarked SUVs, our weapons ready. The city felt different tonight. There were fewer cars on the roads, fewer people walking around. Word was spreading even though the authorities were trying to control it. People were scared. Victor's apartment was in a rundown building with peeling paint and bars on the windows. We went in hard, breaching the door with a battering ram and clearing the rooms with military precision. The apartment was empty. But in the bedroom we found a laptop, documents, and a map of Los Angeles with several locations marked in red. Harmon's tech specialist cracked the laptop's password and started going through the files. What we found made my stomach turn. Petrov's network had been planning this for months. They had detailed information on the Solanum virus, including how to transport infected individuals, how to maximize the spread of the infection, and how to use the resulting chaos to move their assets. The red marks on the map weren't just random locations, they were targets. LAX, Union Station, the Port of Los Angeles, the Los Angeles Convention Center, and several major hospitals. Each location was chosen to maximize casualties and panic. But there was something else in the files, a schedule. Petrov's extraction operation was set to begin in 48 hours. He had sleeper agents positioned across the country, and they were supposed to rendezvous at specific locations where they would be picked up and transported out of the United States. The primary extraction point for the Los Angeles area was the Port of Los Angeles itself. Petrov was planning to use a cargo ship to smuggle his people out. "He's still here," I said, looking at the documents. "He's coordinating this operation from somewhere in the city." Harmon was already making calls, relaying this information to his superiors. But even as we worked, the situation outside was getting worse. Reports were coming in of attacks across Los Angeles. The infection was spreading exponentially. Every person who died and reanimated became another vector for the disease. Hospitals were overwhelmed. Police and emergency services were stretched to breaking point. The National Guard had set up checkpoints on major highways, trying to keep people from fleeing the city and spreading the infection to other regions. I called Marcus to update him on what we'd found. He sounded frantic. "Robert, the port is under siege. We have infected individuals trying to break through our perimeter. The workers are panicking. I don't know how long we can hold them." "Marcus, you need to evacuate non-essential personnel," I said. "Get them out of there now." "We're trying, but the roads are jammed. Everyone's trying to leave the city at the same time." I heard gunfire in the background of his call, sharp and rapid. Marcus cursed. "I have to go. They're breaching the fence on the south side." The line went dead. Harmon and his team were preparing to move to a new location based on leads from the laptop. I wanted to go back to the port to help Marcus and the others, but Harmon pulled me aside. "Agent Torres, I need you with me. If we can find Petrov and stop this extraction, we can at least limit the damage. Your people at the port are trained professionals. They can handle themselves. But I need someone who knows this city and can help me track Petrov through it." He was right, but it felt wrong to leave my colleagues behind. Still, I nodded. "What's our next move?" One of the marked locations on the map is a warehouse in the industrial district near Vernon. It's registered to a shell company that traces back to Petrov's network. If he's coordinating from anywhere, it's probably there. We drove east through Los Angeles, and what I saw made my blood run cold. The city was falling apart. We passed a burning car on the side of the road, its owner nowhere in sight. We saw people running through the streets, some of them clearly infected, their movements uncoordinated and aggressive. We saw a convenience store with its windows smashed, looters carrying out boxes and bags. We saw bodies lying on sidewalks, and some of them were moving, twitching, beginning to reanimate. At one intersection, a group of infected individuals staggered into the road in front of us. The driver didn't slow down. He accelerated and we plowed through them. I felt the impacts, heard the wet thuds as bodies hit the SUV's reinforced bumper and were thrown aside. I looked back and saw them getting up again, already forgetting about us, their white eyes searching for other prey. The warehouse was a large, nondescript building surrounded by a chain-link fence. We parked a block away and approached on foot, moving through the shadows between buildings. Harmon's team moved with practiced silence, communicating with hand signals. I stayed close to Harmon, my weapon drawn, my heart pounding. We cut through the fence and entered the warehouse property. The main building was dark, but I could see light coming from windows on the second floor. We stacked up at a side entrance, and one of Harmon's operators picked the lock. The door swung open silently and we moved inside. The warehouse was full of crates and equipment, everything covered in dust. It looked abandoned, but the fresh footprints in the dust told a different story. We followed them to a stairwell and climbed to the second floor. The hallway at the top was lit by fluorescent lights, and I could hear voices coming from a room at the end. Harmon signaled for the team to hold position. He and I crept forward until we could see into the room through a partially open door. Inside, there were 4 men gathered around a table covered with maps, laptops, and communication equipment. One of them was speaking in Russian, giving orders into a satellite phone. Harmon whispered to me, "That's Petrov." I looked at the man on the phone. He was in his 60s, tall and lean, with iron-gray hair and cold blue eyes. He wore expensive clothing and moved with the confidence of someone who'd spent a lifetime in control. He was discussing extraction times and routes, coordinating with someone on the other end of the line. Harmon signaled to his team and they moved into position. Then he kicked the door open and we stormed the room. "Nobody move! Hands where we can see them." The men at the table reacted instantly. 2 of them reached for weapons and Harmon's team cut them down with controlled bursts of gunfire. Petrov dove behind the table and the 4th man grabbed one of the laptops and ran for a back door. I went after him. The man burst through the door and into another hallway. I followed, my weapon up, my finger on the trigger. He ran into a large open room filled with more crates, then turned and fired at me with a pistol. The bullet whined past my head and punched into the wall behind me. I dropped to one knee and returned fire, my shots hitting him in the chest and shoulder. He went down hard, the laptop skittering across the floor. I approached carefully, keeping my weapon trained on him. He was still alive, gasping for breath, blood spreading across his shirt. I kicked his pistol away and grabbed the laptop. Behind me, I heard more gunfire from the room where Petrov and his men had been. I ran back and found Harmon standing over Petrov, who was on the ground with blood running from a wound in his leg. The other 2 men were dead. Harmon had a zip tie in his hand and was securing Petrov's wrists behind his back. "You're too late," Petrov said in accented English, his voice strained with pain but still defiant. "The extraction is already underway. My people are moving into position. You can't stop all of them." "We'll see about that," Harmon said. He pulled Petrov to his feet and shoved him toward the door. "Move." We took Petrov and the laptop back to one of the SUVs. Harmon's tech specialist started going through the laptop's contents while Harmon interrogated Petrov in the back seat. I sat in the front, watching the street, my nerves frayed. The area around the warehouse was quiet, but I could hear sirens in the distance, constant and overlapping, a symphony of disaster. Petrov wasn't cooperating. He sat there with a smirk on his face, refusing to answer questions. Harmon was getting frustrated, and I could see him considering more aggressive interrogation methods. That's when the tech specialist spoke up. "Colonel, I've got something. There's an encrypted file here with a list of names and locations. It looks like the full roster of sleeper agents and their extraction points." Harmon's attention shifted immediately. "Can you decrypt it?" "I'm working on it, but it's going to take time." Harmon looked at Petrov. "Give me the encryption key." Petrov smiled. "No. If you don't cooperate, I will make sure you spend the rest of your life in a hole so deep you'll forget what sunlight looks like." "I won't live that long," Petrov said. "None of us will. The Solanum virus is spreading faster than your government can contain it. In a few days, this entire city will be overrun. In a few weeks, the entire country. I've already won." I turned around in my seat to look at him. "Why would you do this? What do you get out of unleashing a plague?" "Revenge," Petrov said simply. "America destroyed my country, my career, my life. You think the Cold War ended? It never ended. It just changed shape. And now, you will pay for what you did." "You're insane," I said. "Perhaps. But I'm also a winner. My agents will escape, your government will collapse, and I will watch from a safe distance as everything you value turns to dust." Before I could respond, the radio in the SUV crackled to life. It was a general emergency broadcast from the Los Angeles Police Department. All units, we have reports of mass casualties at multiple hospitals across the city. The infected are overwhelming security. We are requesting National Guard assistance at Cedars-Sinai, LA County General, and Providence. Repeat, we need immediate National Guard assistance." Harmon and I exchanged looks. The situation was spiraling out of control. He made a quick decision. "We need to get back to a secure location and get this laptop to someone who can crack it. Agent Torres, do you know anywhere we can go?" I thought fast. "There's a Homeland Security field office in Torrance. It's got secure communications and holding cells." "Good. Let's move." We drove south through increasingly chaotic streets. The sun was setting, and the city was transforming into something from a nightmare. We passed a shopping center where hundreds of people were trying to break into stores, smashing windows and fighting each other. We saw a bus on fire, thick black smoke pouring into the darkening sky. We saw infected individuals wandering through intersections, attacking anyone who came near, and we saw the dead, bodies lying everywhere, some of them moving, some of them still. The radio chatter was constant and horrifying. Police units were calling for backup at every major location in the city. Hospitals were being evacuated, schools were in lockdown. The freeways were parking lots as everyone tried to flee at once. The National Guard had set up checkpoints, but they were being overrun. I heard one guardsman screaming into his radio that they were out of ammunition and requesting permission to fall back. Permission was denied. They were ordered to hold the line at all costs. We were a few blocks from the Homeland Security field office when we ran into a checkpoint. National Guard troops had set up concrete barriers across the street, and they were checking everyone who came through. We slowed down and showed our credentials. The young soldier who approached us looked terrified, his hands shaking as he held his rifle. "Sir, we're under orders not to let anyone through without proper authorization," he said. Harmon leaned out the window and showed him a military ID with very high clearance. "I'm Colonel James Harmon, and this is a matter of national security. We need to get to the Homeland Security office immediately." The soldier looked at the ID, then at Petrov in the back seat with his hands zip-tied. He nodded and waved us through. The barriers were moved aside and we drove past. The Homeland Security Field Office was a fortified building with thick walls and reinforced doors. We pulled into the underground garage, and Harmon's team secured Petrov in a holding cell while I went upstairs to the communications center. The office was full of activity, agents coordinating with local law enforcement and federal agencies. Everyone looked stressed and exhausted. I found the senior agent in charge, a woman named Patricia Martinez, who I'd worked with before. She looked at me with relief. "Robert, thank God. We've been trying to reach the port all day. What's the situation there?" "Last I heard, they were under attack. I don't know if they're still holding." Her face fell. "We've lost contact with half our field teams. The LAPD is barely functioning. The National Guard is running out of ammunition, and the infection keeps spreading. We're estimating that there are already several thousand infected in Los Angeles County, and the number is doubling every few hours." "What about evacuations? Are they getting people out?" "They're trying, but it's a disaster. The freeways are jammed. People are abandoning their cars and trying to walk out. And some of them are infected. The virus is spreading to neighboring counties. We've already had reports of infected individuals in Orange County, San Bernardino, and Ventura." I felt a wave of despair wash over me. This was worse than anything I'd imagined. "What's the government doing?" Patricia hesitated. "There are discussions at the highest levels. I've heard rumors of extreme measures." "What kind of extreme measures?" She lowered her voice. "Quarantine of the entire Los Angeles metropolitan area, complete lockdown. Anyone trying to leave will be turned back or stopped." "They're going to trap people in here?" "They don't have a choice, Robert. If the infection spreads beyond this area, it could become a national catastrophe. They're trying to contain it while there's still a chance." I thought about the millions of people living in Los Angeles, all of them now trapped in a city that was tearing itself apart. I thought about Marcus and the others at the port. I thought about the families huddled in their homes, terrified, waiting for help that might never come. Harmon came into the communications center and pulled me aside. "We're making progress on the laptop. My tech specialist thinks he can decrypt the files within a few hours. In the meantime, I need to know what's happening in the city. Can you give me a full briefing?" I introduced him to Patricia, and we went into a conference room where she laid out the current situation using maps and data on a large screen. It was grim. The infection had started at the port and LAX and had spread outward in expanding circles. The densest concentrations of infected were in downtown Los Angeles, around the major hospitals and in the neighborhoods near the port. But there were scattered outbreaks all over the county. Every hospital that had received infected patients had become a new epicenter. Every police station, every fire station, every emergency shelter was under siege. The authorities had tried to set up quarantine zones, but they weren't working. The infected didn't respect barriers. They climbed over fences, broke through doors, and swarmed over checkpoints. And the living were just as much of a problem. Panicked civilians were trying to break through the quarantine zones to escape, and they were bringing the infection with them. Harmon listened to all of this with a grim expression. When Patricia finished, he said, "Colonel Petrov told me that he's already won. Based on what you're showing me, I'm starting to think he's right." "Don't say that," Patricia said. "We're not done fighting. I'm not suggesting we give up, but we need to be realistic about what we're facing. This isn't just an outbreak. This is a citywide collapse. And if we don't stop it here, it will spread to the rest of the country." "What are you suggesting?" "I'm suggesting that we focus on what we can control. We can't save everyone, but we can find Petrov's sleeper agents and prevent them from escaping. We can make sure that this attack at least doesn't achieve its full objective." I hated the cold logic of it, but I knew he was right. We couldn't save Los Angeles. but maybe we could prevent the terrorist network from using this disaster to their advantage. Over the next few hours, Harmon's tech specialist worked on decrypting the laptop while the rest of us monitored the deteriorating situation in the city. Night had fallen, and the darkness made everything worse. The power grid was failing in some areas, and whole neighborhoods went dark. Without streetlights, the infected moved through the shadows unseen until it was too late. We watched live news feeds showing reporters broadcasting from helicopters, their cameras capturing scenes of chaos and horror. Buildings on fire, mobs running through streets, infected attacking in packs, bodies everywhere. The death toll was estimated to be in the thousands, but no one really knew. The hospitals had stopped counting. The morgues were full. Bodies were being stacked in refrigerated trucks, but there weren't enough trucks. Some of the bodies weren't staying dead. They were reanimating and attacking the workers who were trying to handle them. I tried calling Marcus again, but I couldn't get through. All the cell networks were overloaded. I tried the port's landlines and got nothing. I was sick with worry about my colleagues, about everyone who was out there fighting this nightmare. Around midnight, the tech specialist finally broke through the encryption. He called Harmon and me over to his workstation and showed us what he'd found. It was a detailed database of Petrov's network. There were 47 sleeper agents in the United States positioned in major cities across the country. Each one had a cover identity, a real job, a real life. They'd been living in America for years, some for over a decade, waiting for orders. The extraction plan was complex. The agents were supposed to make their way to designated pickup points where they would be smuggled out of the country using various methods: cargo ships, private planes, even overland routes through Mexico and Canada. The primary pickup point for West Coast agents was at the port of Los Angeles, where a Russian-flagged cargo ship called the Volga Midnight was scheduled to arrive in 48 hours. "Wait," I said, looking at the schedule. "The Volga Midnight is already here. It docked at the port yesterday. I saw it on the manifest." Harmon's eyes widened. "Are you sure?" "Positive. It's a big ship, hard to miss. It's docked in the main container terminal." "Then Petrov is planning to extract his agents sooner than we thought. We need to get to that ship and stop them." Patricia looked at the data on the screen. "If we can capture or eliminate these agents, we can dismantle Petrov's network in the United States. That's valuable intelligence." "More than that," Harmon said. "If we stop the extraction, we deny Petrov his victory. He'll have sacrificed everything for nothing." I thought about going back to the port, back into the heart of the outbreak. Every instinct screamed at me to stay in the relative safety of the field office. But I also thought about Petrov, sitting in his cell downstairs, smug and confident that his plan would succeed. I thought about the people he'd killed, the plague he'd unleashed, and I knew I had to see this through. "I'll take you to the port," I said. "I know the layout. I know where the Volga Midnight is docked. We can get there." Harmon nodded. "Good. We move at dawn. Get some rest. You're going to need it." I tried to sleep, but it was impossible. I lay on a cot in one of the field office's break rooms, staring at the ceiling, listening to the sounds of the city outside. Sirens, gunfire, screams, explosions, it never stopped. I thought about my life before this, my quiet routine, my small apartment. That world was gone. Even if we somehow survived this, nothing would ever be the same. At 5 a.m, Harmon woke me. "It's time." We assembled in the garage, Harmon, myself, and 4 of his operators. We loaded up 2 SUVs with weapons, ammunition, and supplies. We put on body armor and helmets. We checked our radios and our equipment. Then we drove out into the burning city. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting a sickly orange light over Los Angeles. The streets were devastated. Cars were abandoned everywhere, some of them still running, their engines idling uselessly. Buildings were on fire, the smoke so thick it blocked out the sun in some areas. Bodies lay in heaps on sidewalks and in the middle of roads, and among them walked the infected, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all searching for living flesh. We drove carefully, avoiding the largest concentrations of infected, taking side streets and back alleys. Whenever we encountered a group that blocked our path, we either went around them or drove through them. I stopped counting how many we hit. I stopped flinching at the impacts. We heard over the radio that the National Guard had abandoned most of their checkpoints. They were falling back to a defensive perimeter around critical infrastructure. The airport, military bases, and the harbor. Everything else was being surrendered to the infected. The city was lost. As we approached the port, we saw that the National Guard had indeed established a strong presence here. There were tanks, armored vehicles, and hundreds of troops in full combat gear. They'd fortified the entrances with concrete barriers and heavy machine guns. This was one of the last places still under government control. We showed our credentials and were allowed through. Inside the port, the situation was tense but organized. The port workers had been evacuated, and the National Guard had taken over. They were using the port as a staging area for operations across the city, and as a potential evacuation point if things got even worse. I asked about Marcus and the Homeland Security team. A guard officer told me that they'd pulled out the night before, just before the infected breached the perimeter. Most of them had made it to safety, but there had been casualties. He didn't have a full list of names. I felt relief mixed with guilt. Marcus might be alive, but others weren't. And I hadn't been there to help them. Harmon was coordinating with the guard commander, explaining our mission. The commander was skeptical about letting us go after the Volga Midnight. "That ship is in a section of the port we haven't secured yet," he said. "It's crawling with infected. We had a patrol go through there last night and they got torn apart." "We don't have a choice," Harmon said. "If we don't stop Petrov's extraction, we're letting terrorists win. We need to at least try." The commander sighed. "All right, but I can't spare any troops to help you. We're stretched thin as it is." "We don't need them. Just point us in the right direction." The commander gave us a map and marked the location of the Volga Midnight. It was docked in Terminal 5, about a mile from our current position. We'd have to go through several sections of the port that were no longer controlled by the guard. We loaded back into the SUVs and headed out. The port looked like a war zone. Shipping containers had been knocked over, blocking roads. Cranes had been abandoned mid-operation, their massive arms hanging at odd angles. And everywhere there were bodies. Port workers, security guards, truck drivers, all of them dead or reanimated. We saw infected individuals wandering between the containers, their movements aimless until they spotted us. Then they surged forward with terrifying single-mindedness. We drove through Terminal 1 and Terminal 2 without major incident, but Terminal 3 was completely overrun. The infected were so thick that we couldn't get through. We had to backtrack and find another route, losing precious time. Finally, we reached Terminal 5. The Volga Midnight was there, a massive cargo ship with a rust-streaked hull and Cyrillic lettering on its side. It was tied up to the dock, its loading ramps down, and I could see movement on the deck. We parked the SUVs behind a stack of containers and approached on foot, moving carefully, using the containers for cover. As we got closer, I could see that there were people on the ship, maybe a dozen of them, all armed. They were loading supplies and preparing to cast off. Harmon signaled for us to hold position while he observed through binoculars. After a moment, he lowered them and spoke quietly. "Those are Petrov's people. They're getting ready to leave." "Do we take them now?" I asked. "We need to get on that ship and secure it. If they cast off, we'll lose our chance." One of the operators pointed to a crane next to the ship. "We can use that to get onto the deck, drop down from above while they're focused on the loading ramps." It was a risky plan, but it might work. We split into two teams. Harmon and two operators would create a distraction at the loading ramps while I and the other two operators climbed the crane and dropped onto the deck. We moved into position. I climbed the crane's ladder, my hands sweating inside my gloves, my heart hammering in my chest. The other two operators followed. When we reached the crane's control cabin, we crawled out onto the loading arm, a narrow metal beam that extended over the ship's deck. Below us, I could see Petrov's people moving around, unaware of our presence. Harmon's voice came through my radio. "In position. Ready when you are." I took a deep breath. "Go." Gunfire erupted from the loading ramps. Harmon and his team were engaging Petrov's people, drawing their attention. The men on the deck grabbed their weapons and ran toward the ramps, shouting in Russian. That's when we dropped. I rappelled down a rope from the crane's arm, landing on the deck with a jarring impact that sent pain shooting through my knees. The other two operators landed beside me. We immediately took cover behind a stack of cargo crates and opened fire on the nearest targets. The firefight was intense and chaotic. Bullets ricocheted off metal surfaces, men shouted and died. I saw one of Harmon's operators take a round to the shoulder and go down. I saw one of Petrov's people try to run for the ship's bridge and get cut down by a burst from my weapon. We fought our way across the deck, clearing it section by section. Some of Petrov's people surrendered, others fought to the death. By the time we secured the main deck, 6 of them were dead and 3 were in custody. Harmon and his remaining operators came aboard and we regrouped. "The ship is ours," Harmon said. "Now we need to find out if any of the sleeper agents are already aboard." We searched the ship from top to bottom. In the cargo holds, we found supplies, weapons, and false documents. But we didn't find any sleeper agents. They hadn't arrived yet. "They're probably waiting for the extraction window," Harmon said, checking the documents. "According to the schedule, they're supposed to board tonight." "So we wait for them," I said. "No. We set a trap." We spent the rest of the day preparing. Harmon positioned his operators around the ship in concealed positions. We used the cargo holds and the crew quarters as hiding spots. We disabled the ship's radio so that Petrov's people couldn't warn the incoming agents. And then we waited. As night fell over the port, I found myself on the bridge of the Volga midnight, looking out over the dark water. The city beyond the port was burning. I could see fires all across the skyline, casting an orange glow that reflected off the low clouds. The sound of gunfire was constant, punctuated by explosions. Los Angeles was dying. My radio crackled. It was Patricia from the field office. "Robert, I need to tell you something. The president has made a decision. They're going to implement the Hammer Protocol." "What's the Hammer Protocol?" "It's a contingency plan for uncontrollable biological outbreaks. They're going to sterilize Los Angeles with nuclear weapons. Multiple strikes to ensure complete eradication of the virus." I felt like the floor had dropped out from under me. "When?" "In 12 hours. They're evacuating everyone they can, but there's not enough time to get everyone out. Most people don't even know yet. The announcement will be made in a few hours." "Jesus Christ," I whispered. "I'm sorry, Robert. I'm so sorry, but you need to get out of there. Finish your mission and get to the evacuation point at Point Mugu Naval Base. That's the closest one to you." "How much time do we have after the mission?" "Maybe 6 hours. It's going to be tight." I relayed this information to Harmon. His face went pale, but he didn't hesitate. "Then we finish this fast. We can't let Petrov's agents escape." Around 9 p.m., the first sleeper agents started arriving at the ship. They came in small groups using vehicles to navigate through the port's dangerous streets. We watched them approach through night vision scopes, counting them. 7 agents arrived within the first hour. They boarded the ship via the loading ramps, looking nervous and alert. Harmon waited until the last group was aboard. Then he gave the signal. We came out of hiding and surrounded them, weapons raised. "Hands up! Don't move!" Most of them complied, their faces showing shock and fear. But 2 of them went for their weapons. We had no choice. We opened fire and they went down. The remaining 5 agents were secured and searched. We found weapons, money, and false passports. We also found communication devices that they'd been using to coordinate with Petrov's network. Harmon was interrogating one of them, trying to get information about other agents who might be coming, when we heard a sound that made my blood run cold. It was the sound of many feet shuffling and dragging across pavement. The infected had been drawn by the gunfire. I ran to the ship's railing and looked down at the dock. What I saw made my stomach drop. There were hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all converging on the ship. They were climbing over each other, crawling up the loading ramps, swarming toward us like a rising tide. "We need to go," I shouted. "We need to go right now." Harmon saw the horde and made a quick decision. "Cast off. Get this ship moving." "We can't operate the ship," one of his operators said. "We don't have a crew." One of the captured sleeper agents spoke up. "I can do it. I was in the Russian Navy. I can get us away from the dock." Harmon looked at him. "Why would you help us?" "Because I don't want to die here. Let me get the ship away from those things, and then you can do whatever you want with me." We didn't have time to argue. Harmon agreed. The agent ran to the bridge and started working the controls. The ship's engines rumbled to life. The mooring lines were released. Slowly, painfully slowly, the Volga Midnight began to pull away from the dock. But the infected were already on the loading ramps. They poured onto the deck like a flood, their mouths open, their hands grasping. We opened fire, trying to hold them back, but there were too many. For every one we killed, 3 more took its place. "Get below deck," Harmon ordered. "Seal the hatches." We retreated into the ship's interior, dragging the captured agents with us. The operators sealed the heavy metal hatches behind us, locking the infected outside. But we could hear them clawing and pounding on the doors, an endless cacophony of hunger and rage. The Russian agent got the ship moving, navigating it out of the port and into open water. Once we were clear, Harmon ordered him to drop anchor. We were a mile offshore, safe from the infected, at least for now. But we weren't safe from what was coming. I checked my watch. We had less than 5 hours before the nuclear strikes. Harmon was on the radio calling for extraction. He spoke to someone at Point Mugu Naval Base explaining our situation. They agreed to send a helicopter to pick us up from the ship. While we waited, I went up to the deck. The infected were still there, wandering around, but they'd lost interest in the sealed hatches. They were just walking in circles, their movements aimless. I looked back toward Los Angeles and saw the fires burning across the city. From this distance, it looked almost beautiful, like a carpet of stars. But I knew what it really was, death and destruction on an unimaginable scale. Harmon came up beside me. "The helicopter will be here in an hour. We'll transfer the prisoners and get out." "What about Petrov?" I asked. "He's still at the field office. They'll evacuate him before the strikes." "No," I said. "He shouldn't get to live. Not after what he's done." Harmon looked at me. "What are you suggesting?" "He's responsible for all of this. Every death, every infection, every moment of suffering. He should face justice." "He will. He'll be tried and executed. That's too good for him. He should die here in the city he destroyed." Harmon was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "What do you want to do?" I thought about it. An idea was forming in my mind, dark and violent. "I want to bring him here. I want him to see what he's done, and then I want to kill him myself." "That's not justice, Agent Torres. That's revenge." "Maybe, but it's what he deserves." Harmon considered this. I could see the conflict in his eyes. He was a military man trained to follow rules and procedures. But he was also human and he'd seen the same horrors I had. Finally, he nodded. I'll make the call. An hour later, a helicopter arrived carrying Petrov. They'd brought him from the field office at Harmon's request, though the official reason was for enhanced interrogation. They landed on the ship's deck and handed him over to us. Petrov looked defiant, even with his hands cuffed and his legs still bandaged from the gunshot wound. He looked at me with those cold blue eyes and smiled. Agent Torres, I wondered when you'd come to see me. I didn't say anything. I just grabbed him and dragged him to the ship's cargo hold. Harmon and the others followed. In the hold, I found what I was looking for, a small interior room that had been used for storing valuable cargo. It had a drain in the floor and a door that locked from the outside. I threw Petrov into the room and looked at him. You wanted to see America fall. You got your wish. Los Angeles is burning. Thousands of people are dead. And in a few hours, this entire city is going to be wiped off the map by nuclear weapons. Petrov's smile faded. Nuclear weapons? That's right. Your plague was so successful that the only way to stop it is to destroy everything. Every man, woman, and child who couldn't get out. All of them will be incinerated. And you're going to be here when it happens. Fear crossed his face for the first time. You can't do this. I'm a prisoner. I have rights. You gave up your rights when you unleashed a biological weapon on innocent people. You wanted chaos. You wanted destruction. Well, you're going to drown in it. I stepped out of the room and started to close the door. Petrov rushed forward, but Harmon pushed him back. Wait! Petrov shouted. Please, I can give you information. I can tell you about the network, about the other agents, about everything. We already have everything we need from your laptop, I said. We don't need you anymore. I sealed the door and locked it. Then I went to the cargo hold's main controls and opened the sea valves. Water began flooding into the hold from below. Petrov's screams echoed through the ship. He pounded on the door, begging, pleading. I stood there and listened to him drown. It took about 10 minutes. The water filled the room, rising higher and higher until his screams turned to gurgles and then to silence. When it was done, I closed the valves and sealed the hold. I walked back up to the deck and breathed in the cold ocean air. I didn't feel good about what I'd done. I didn't feel satisfied or vindicated. I just felt empty. Harmon was waiting for me. He didn't say anything about Petrov. He just nodded and said, "The helicopter is ready. It's time to go." We loaded the captured sleeper agents onto the helicopter and took off. As we flew north toward Point Mugu, I looked back at Los Angeles one last time. The fires had spread even further. Whole neighborhoods were engulfed in flames. The infection had turned the city into a charnel house, and soon it would all be erased. We landed at Point Mugu just before dawn. The naval base was packed with evacuees, thousands of people who'd managed to escape the city. They were being processed and transported to other locations. But the looks on their faces told the story. Shock, grief, terror. They'd lost everything. I was debriefed by military intelligence. I told them everything that had happened from the moment we opened the container at the port to the drowning of Petrov. They listened without judgment. When I finished, the officer in charge told me that I was being transported to a secure facility for further questioning and medical evaluation. I was too tired to argue. They put me on a transport plane along with other survivors. As we flew east, away from Los Angeles, I sat by a window and watched the horizon. The sun was rising, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. It was beautiful. It was wrong. How could the world be beautiful when so much horror existed? Then I saw the flashes. Brilliant white light, brighter than the sun, erupting from the ground far behind us. One flash, then another, then several more. The nuclear strikes had begun. I couldn't see the mushroom clouds from this distance, but I knew they were there. Los Angeles was being obliterated, along with everyone who hadn't made it out. The other people on the plane saw the flashes too. Some of them started crying, others just stared in silence. We all knew what it meant. The city was gone. Millions of people's homes, their memories, their lives all turned to ash in an instant. The officer in charge of the transport got on the intercom. His voice was shaky. "Ladies and gentlemen, the strikes have been completed. Los Angeles has been neutralized. The infection has been contained." But even as he said it, I knew it was a lie. The infection hadn't been contained. The news reports I'd heard before leaving talked about cases in San Diego and Santa Barbara. The virus had already spread beyond the blast zone. All we'd done was kill millions of people and destroy one of the greatest cities in America. And it might not even be enough. I closed my eyes and tried to sleep, but all I could see were the faces of the dead. Marcus and my colleagues at the port workers, the hospital staff, the police officers and National Guard soldiers who'd tried to hold the line, the civilians who'd been torn apart by the infected, the children who died in their parents' arms, all of them gone. Days passed in a blur. I was held at a military facility in Colorado, questioned repeatedly, examined by doctors, kept under observation. They told me I was being treated for potential exposure to the Solanum virus, but I knew I was really being assessed for psychological stability. They wanted to make sure I wasn't going to break down or become a security risk. The news from California was catastrophic. The nuclear strikes had created a firestorm that was visible from space, a hellish inferno that burned for days. When the fires finally died down, all that was left was a radioactive wasteland. But the virus had indeed spread. San Diego, Santa Barbara, Bakersfield, all of them had outbreaks. The military was trying to contain them, setting up quarantine zones and implementing strict lockdowns, but it was a losing battle. Every day, new cases appeared. Every day, more cities fell. I watched the news broadcasts in my room at the facility, unable to look away even though it made me sick. I saw aerial footage of abandoned cities, streets full of the infected, piles of bodies being burned. I saw interviews with survivors who'd lost everything. I saw government officials making promises they couldn't keep, assuring the public that the situation was under control even as the death toll climbed into the millions. The captured sleeper agents were interrogated, and the information they provided led to raids across the country. Dozens of Petrov's network members were arrested or killed. The terrorist organization was dismantled. It was a tactical victory, but it felt meaningless in the face of the larger catastrophe. 3 weeks after the Los Angeles strikes, I was cleared for release. They gave me a new identity, a small apartment in a city far from California, and a job with a federal contractor doing security analysis. They told me I'd done good work, that I'd helped save lives, that I should be proud. I thanked them and left. My new life was quiet and anonymous. I went to work, came home, ate alone, slept badly. I didn't make friends, I didn't socialize, I just existed, day after day, haunted by memories I couldn't escape. The virus continued to spread, though more slowly than the initial outbreak. The government implemented nationwide quarantine protocols, travel restrictions, and mandatory testing. Some areas were walled off completely, abandoned to the infected. The economy collapsed. Society changed in fundamental ways. People stopped trusting each other. Violence increased. The world became smaller, darker, more dangerous. I followed the news obsessively, tracking the spread of the infection, counting the dead cities, watching as the map of the United States turned red zone by red zone. San Diego fell, Santa Barbara fell, Phoenix fell, Las Vegas fell. Each one followed the same pattern: outbreak, panic, military response, containment failure, evacuation, and finally nuclear sterilization or abandonment. 6 months after Los Angeles, I received a message through a secure channel. It was from Harmon. He'd survived and was working with a military task force trying to develop a cure for the Solanum virus. But his message wasn't about that. It was a warning. Agent Torres, he wrote, new intelligence suggests that Petrov's network was larger than we thought. There may be additional viral samples in circulation held by other terrorist groups or rogue states. The Los Angeles attack may have been just the beginning. Stay alert. Stay safe. I read the message and felt nothing. No fear, no anger, no hope. Just a dull acceptance of what was coming. The world was ending not in a single catastrophic event, but in a slow, grinding collapse. And there was nothing anyone could do to stop it. I still think about that morning at the port of Los Angeles when we opened the container and everything changed. I think about Marcus and Sarah and David. I think about the hazmat worker who was bitten, Thomas Chen, and how quickly he turned. I think about the thousands of infected swarming the port, the city burning, the nuclear flashes on the horizon. I think about Petrov, drowning in the cargo hold of the Volga Midnight, screaming for mercy he didn't deserve. I wonder if I did the right thing, killing him like that. Part of me thinks it was justice. Part of me thinks it was just murder, but mostly I think it doesn't matter. Right or wrong, justice or revenge, it's all meaningless now. The world is infected and we're all just waiting to die. Sometimes late at night I hear sirens in the distance and I'm back there in Los Angeles, running through the streets with the infected closing in. I wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding, my hands shaking. And I realize that I never really left. Part of me is still there, in that burning city, watching it all fall apart. The virus is still spreading. The death toll is still climbing. And every day more people join the ranks of the infected, adding to the shambling horde that's slowly consuming humanity. Scientists are working on a cure, but even if they find one, it will be too late for billions of people. The world we knew is gone. What's left is a nightmare that just keeps getting worse. I carry my service weapon with me everywhere now. It's loaded with a single bullet, just in case. Just in case the virus reaches my city, just in case I get infected. Just in case I need to make a choice about how I want to end. I don't pray anymore. I don't hope. I don't dream about a better future. I just survive one day at a time, waiting for the end. And when it comes, I'll be ready. I've seen what the end looks like. I've lived through it once already. The zombies won. Petrov was right about that much. They won and we lost, and nothing we did made any difference in the end. Los Angeles was just the first city to fall. There will be others. There will be many others. And eventually there will be nowhere left to run. I am Robert Torres, and I witnessed the beginning of the end of the world. This is my testimony. This is what happened. This is how we failed. The official reports say that the Los Angeles outbreak was contained, that the nuclear strikes were successful, that the situation is under control. But anyone who was there knows the truth. We bought ourselves time, nothing more. The virus is still out there, mutating, spreading, waiting for the next opportunity to strike. And when it does, there won't be enough nuclear weapons in the world to stop it. I live with the guilt of survival. Why did I make it when so many others didn't? Why was I in the helicopter flying to safety while millions were left behind to burn or transform or die in terror? There's no good answer. It was luck, timing, circumstance. It wasn't fair. It wasn't just. It simply was. The nightmares are getting worse. Every night I see the faces of the infected, their white eyes and bloody mouths. I see Marcus calling for help while zombies tear him apart. I see the port workers' children crying as their father turns into a monster. I see Los Angeles burning under mushroom clouds. And I wake up screaming, alone in the dark, knowing that it's all true, that it all really happened. I've thought about ending it. The bullet in my gun isn't just for the infected, it's for me too if I ever decide I can't take it anymore. but something keeps me going. Maybe it's stubbornness. Maybe it's cowardice. Maybe it's a lingering hope that somehow, some way, humanity will find a way to survive this. I don't know. What I do know is this. We created the Solanum virus. We weaponized it. We released it into the world, and now we're paying the price. This isn't a natural disaster. This isn't an act of God. This is our fault, humanity's fault. We did this to ourselves. Colonel Mikhail Petrov wanted revenge, and he got it. He wanted to see America fall, and he's watching from whatever hell he ended up in. Because even though Los Angeles is gone, even though his network is dismantled, even though he's dead, his legacy lives on. The virus he unleashed is still spreading. The chaos he created is still growing. He won. I live in a small apartment on the 3rd floor of a building with reinforced doors and barred windows. I have supplies stored, food, water, ammunition, medical kits. I have escape routes planned. I know how to barricade myself in if the infected reach my city. I know how to survive for weeks without leaving my apartment. I've prepared for the worst, because the worst is coming. It's only a matter of time. The news tonight reported new outbreaks in Denver and Houston. The quarantine zones are expanding. The death toll has passed 50 million worldwide and climbing. Some countries have collapsed entirely, their governments dissolving, their populations fleeing or turning. China sealed its borders and is shooting anyone who tries to cross. Russia is rumored to be using tactical nuclear weapons on its own cities. Europe is fragmenting into armed camps. The Middle East is a war zone. Africa is burning. And in the midst of all this horror, there are still people trying to profit from it. Black markets for viral samples. Criminal organizations offering immunity treatments that don't work. Cults preaching that the outbreak is divine judgment. Warlords carving out territories and ruling through violence. Humanity at its worst, revealed in crisis. But there are also heroes. Doctors working until they drop to save lives. Soldiers holding the line against impossible odds. Ordinary people helping their neighbors. Sharing food, protecting children. Humanity at its best, shining through the darkness. It's not enough to save us, but it's something. I wish I could be one of those heroes. I wish I could make a difference. But I'm just a survivor, haunted by the past, waiting for the future. I killed Petrov, but it didn't change anything. I helped capture his sleeper agents, but it didn't stop the virus. Everything I did, all the risks I took, all the sacrifices I made, they were drops in an ocean of blood. The apartment is quiet tonight. No sirens, no gunfire, no screams. Just the hum of the refrigerator and the distant sound of traffic. Normal sounds, peaceful sounds. But I know they won't last. The calm is temporary. The storm is coming. I sit by the window and look out at the city lights stretching to the horizon. Millions of people out there, living their lives, trying to hold on to normalcy even as the world crumbles. How many of them will be dead in a month? How many will turn? How many will survive? I think about calling someone, reaching out, connecting with another human being. But who would I call? My colleagues are dead or scattered. My family is gone. My friends stopped returning my calls after I became too withdrawn, too damaged. I'm alone, and it's my own fault. The reports from San Diego are particularly bad. The city is completely overrun. The military pulled out last week, abandoning it to the infected. There are still survivors there, trapped in buildings, hiding in basements, sending out desperate pleas for rescue that no one answers. I read their posts on social media, their descriptions of the horror they're living through, and I feel sick. I know what they're experiencing. I lived it myself. Santa Barbara fell more slowly, with the military managing to evacuate most of the population before the final collapse. But the city itself is lost. Another ghost town full of shambling corpses. The California coast is now a dead zone, stretching from the Mexican border to San Francisco. Millions of square miles of territory abandoned to the infected. The government is talking about building walls, massive fortifications to separate the infected zones from the surviving population centers. But where do you draw the line? How do you decide who to save and who to leave behind? How do you choose which cities to defend and which to abandon? There are no good answers, only terrible choices. I've been thinking about Area 51, the facility where the Solanum virus was created. What happened to the researchers who survived? Are they still working on a cure, or did they flee when they realized what they'd unleashed? Do they feel guilty, or do they think it was worth the risk? I'd like to ask them. I'd like to look them in the eye and ask if they think their Alzheimer's cure was worth the death of civilization. But anger doesn't help. Blame doesn't change anything. The virus exists, it's spreading, and we have to deal with the reality of it, not the should-have-beens and could-have-beens. I've started writing this account because I need to record what happened. I need to tell the story, even if no one ever reads it. Maybe someday, if humanity survives, people will want to know how it began. They'll want to understand what went wrong, and maybe this testimony will help them. Or maybe it will just be another artifact of a fallen world, meaningless and forgotten. The infection has reached the East Coast now. New York reported its first cases last week. Boston, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., all of them have infected individuals within their borders. The government is trying to implement strict testing and quarantine protocols, but it's too little, too late. The virus is faster than bureaucracy, more relentless than government response. I watched the news footage of masked workers testing people at checkpoints, of families being separated when one member tests positive, of entire apartment buildings being sealed off and their residents left to die. It's brutal and necessary and heartbreaking all at once. The president gave a speech today calling for national unity and sacrifice. He said that America has faced dark times before and emerged stronger. He said that we would defeat this threat, that science and determination would prevail. He looked tired and old, reading from a teleprompter with dead eyes. I don't think even he believed what he was saying. The truth is that there is no cure on the horizon. The virus mutates too quickly for conventional treatments. Every vaccine attempt has failed. Every antiviral is ineffective. The infected don't respond to any stimulus except the drive to feed. They're beyond saving, beyond help. The only mercy we can offer them is a bullet to the brain. I've been having dreams about the container at the port. In my dreams, I'm back there, watching as the doors open and the infected pour out. But instead of hazmat workers and security officers, it's my parents who are attacked. It's Marcus and Sarah and David. It's everyone I've ever cared about. And I can't save any of them. I just watch as they're torn apart, screaming my name, begging for help. I wake up from these dreams drenched in sweat, my throat raw from screaming. And I lie there in the dark, trying to convince myself that it was just a nightmare, that it wasn't real. But the line between nightmare and reality is getting thinner every day. The internet is full of conspiracy theories now. Some people think the virus is a government bioweapon that got out of control. Others think it's a foreign attack. Some claim it's a hoax, that the infected are just actors and the whole thing is a plot to impose martial law. I read these theories and feel a mixture of anger and pity. The truth is bad enough without adding paranoid fantasies to it. But I understand the impulse. When the world falls apart, people need explanations. They need someone to blame, something to make sense of the chaos. The reality that a well-intentioned medical research project went horribly wrong and was then weaponized by terrorists is both too simple and too complex for most people to accept. I got a call today from a government psychologist checking on my mental state. She asked the standard questions. Am I sleeping? Am I eating? Am I having suicidal thoughts? I gave her the standard answers, sometimes when I remember. Not much, more than I'd like to admit. She recommended that I start taking antidepressants and attend therapy sessions. I told her I'd think about it. We both knew I was lying. The medication might help with the symptoms, but it won't change the underlying reality. The world is ending. Billions are going to die. Nothing I do will stop it. Pills can't cure that kind of despair. There was another outbreak in Dallas yesterday. A truck carrying infected individuals crashed on the interstate, spilling its cargo across 6 lanes of traffic. By the time emergency responders arrived, the infection had spread to dozens of people. The city is now in lockdown, and the National Guard is trying to contain it. But I know how this story ends. I've seen it before. Dallas will fight for days, maybe weeks. The authorities will set up quarantine zones, evacuate civilians, bring in military support. They'll kill thousands of infected, maybe tens of thousands, and it won't be enough. The virus will spread faster than they can contain it. Eventually, they'll have to make the same choice that was made for Los Angeles. Evacuate and sterilize, or abandon and wall off. I'm drinking more than I should. Bourbon, mostly. It helps me sleep, or at least it helps me pass out. The dreams still come, but they're hazier, less vivid. I wake up with hangovers instead of panic attacks. It's not a solution, but it's a coping mechanism. The mail still comes somehow. Even as the world collapses, the Postal Service continues to function. I get bills for utilities I barely use, advertisements for products no one's buying, and government notices about quarantine procedures and vaccination schedules. It's surreal, this pretense of normalcy. I got a letter yesterday from the Veterans Affairs Department. Apparently, my service during the Los Angeles outbreak qualifies me for certain benefits. Healthcare, counseling, disability payments. I laughed when I read it. What good are benefits in a dying world? What am I going to spend the money on? Supplies for the apocalypse. But I cashed the check anyway. Money still has value for now. And if nothing else, it lets me buy more bourbon. The news is reporting that the infection has reached South America. Brazil, Argentina, Chile, all reporting cases. The virus doesn't respect borders or oceans. It's a global pandemic now, truly global, touching every continent. Antarctica is the only place still clear, and that's only because the cold slows the infected down and there are so few people there to begin with. I wonder how long it will take for the entire human population to be infected or dead. Months? Years? Or will there be pockets of survivors scattered across the globe, clinging to existence in fortified enclaves? Will humanity survive in some reduced form, or will we go extinct entirely? These are the questions that haunt me late at night. These are the thoughts that keep me awake even when I'm exhausted. The future is a black void, unknowable and terrifying. I saw an infected person today. It was the first one I'd seen since Los Angeles. I was buying supplies at a grocery store when I heard screaming from the parking lot. I ran outside and saw a woman attacking a man beside his car. She had the telltale signs. Gray skin, white eyes, jerky movements. The man was trying to fight her off, but she was too strong, too relentless. Security guards came running with batons and pepper spray, but those don't work on the infected. I drew my weapon and put a round through the woman's head. She dropped instantly. The man she'd been attacking was bleeding from a bite on his arm. He looked at me with terrified eyes and said, "Am I going to turn?" I didn't answer. We both knew the truth. Security called the authorities and a hazmat team arrived within minutes. They took the man away in an isolation unit. The woman's body was bagged and tagged. The parking lot was cordoned off. Everyone who'd been nearby was tested and quarantined. I gave a statement to the police and then went home. I didn't finish my shopping. I just got in my car and drove back to my apartment, my hands shaking on the steering wheel. Seeing an infected person again after all these months brought everything back. The fear, the horror, the helplessness. It was like a scab being ripped off a wound that had never healed. That night I couldn't sleep at all. I just sat by the window with my gun in my lap, watching the street below, waiting for more infected to appear. They didn't, but that didn't make me feel any safer. The incident at the grocery store made the news. It was the first confirmed case of Solanum infection in my city. The authorities assured everyone that it was an isolated incident, that the woman had traveled from a quarantine zone and had slipped through screening. They said there was no risk of an outbreak, that the situation was under control. I don't believe them. I saw how fast it spread in Los Angeles. I know that one infected person can turn into 10, can turn into 100, can turn into 1,000. It's just a matter of time. People are leaving the city now, packing their cars and heading for rural areas where they think they'll be safer. The highways are clogged with traffic. Gas stations are running out of fuel. Hotels and motels are fully booked. It's chaos, just like Los Angeles, and it's only going to get worse. I'm not leaving. Where would I go? Every city is at risk. Every town, every village, every settlement. The virus is everywhere, and running from it just spreads it further. I'm staying in my apartment with my supplies and my plans. If the outbreak comes, I'll fight. And if fighting isn't enough, I'll use that last bullet. A week has passed since the grocery store incident. There have been 3 more confirmed cases in the city, all of them people who had contact with the first victim before she was identified as infected. The authorities have quarantined entire neighborhoods, set up checkpoints on major roads, and begun mandatory testing of the entire population. The testing is a nightmare. Lines stretch for blocks, people waiting for hours in the cold to be swabbed and processed. Fights break out. People try to skip the line or forge test results. The police are overwhelmed and the National Guard has been called in to maintain order. I went through testing yesterday. They swabbed my nose and throat, took blood samples, and made me fill out a questionnaire about my exposure history. I told them about Los Angeles, about the port, about everything. They flagged my file and sent me to a special screening area where I was examined by doctors in full hazmat suits. After an hour of testing, they cleared me. No infection, no exposure markers, no symptoms. They gave me a green wristband that's supposed to prove I'm safe. But the wristband feels like a target. If someone desperate needs to prove they're clean, they might kill me for this piece of plastic. I keep the wristband hidden under my sleeve and avoid crowds. The quarantine zones are expanding. Entire sections of the city are now sealed off, surrounded by chain-link fences topped with razor wire. The people inside are being monitored, tested daily, given food and water through controlled distribution points. If anyone shows symptoms, they're immediately isolated and dealt with. Dealt with is the euphemism the authorities use. What they mean is killed. There's no cure, so the infected are euthanized for the safety of everyone else. It's brutal, but it's necessary. I understand that intellectually, but emotionally it feels wrong to kill people for being sick. The first snowfall of winter came last night. I stood at my window and watched the flakes drift down, covering the city in white. It was beautiful and peaceful, a moment of quiet in the midst of chaos. But snow won't stop the virus. Cold slows the infected, makes them more sluggish, but it doesn't kill them. They'll still be there when spring comes, frozen and waiting. I've started rationing my supplies, food, water, ammunition, all carefully counted and allocated. If I'm going to survive a prolonged outbreak, I need to make everything last. I've calculated that I can hold out for about 3 months in my apartment without resupply. After that, I'll have to venture out or starve. 3 months. It sounds like a long time, but it's nothing compared to how long this crisis will last. The virus isn't going away, it's going to be part of our world forever, like the flu or the common cold, except infinitely deadlier. We'll have to learn to live with it, to adapt our entire civilization around the threat of infection, if we survive at all. I received another message from Harmon today. The task force he's working with has made progress on understanding the Solanum virus's mechanisms. They've identified the specific proteins it uses to cross the blood-brain barrier and the neural pathways it targets. But understanding how it works hasn't brought them any closer to stopping it. Every potential treatment they've tested has failed. The virus is too resilient, too adaptable. Harmon's message ended with a personal note. I think about Los Angeles every day. I think about the people we couldn't save. I carry that weight, and I know you do too. Stay strong, Agent Torres. The fight isn't over yet. I wanted to respond, to tell him that I appreciate his words, that knowing someone else understands helps. But I couldn't find the energy to type out a reply. Instead, I just saved the message and stared at it, feeling a connection to another survivor across the miles. The power went out in my neighborhood this afternoon. The electrical grid is failing under the strain of reduced maintenance and increased demand. They got it back on after a few hours, but it's a warning sign. Infrastructure is breaking down. The systems we depend on are collapsing. I've been preparing for this. I have batteries, flashlights, a hand crank radio, and a camping stove with propane. I can survive without power for a while. But if the water stops running, if the gas lines fail, if the stores stop being restocked, then survival becomes much harder. I need to think about a long-term plan. Maybe joining one of the fortified communities that are forming in rural areas. Maybe heading north where the cold will slow the infected. Maybe just staying here and hoping the military manages to hold the line. But every option feels like a gamble, and the odds aren't good. There was a riot downtown today. Thousands of people, angry and scared, protesting the quarantine measures and the government's handling of the crisis. The police tried to disperse them with tear gas and rubber bullets, but the crowd turned violent. Stores were looted, cars were overturned, buildings were set on fire. I watched the live coverage on the news and saw the faces of the rioters. They weren't criminals or terrorists. They were ordinary people pushed beyond their breaking point. Parents who couldn't feed their children. Workers who'd lost their jobs. Elderly who'd been abandoned by their families. All of them desperate, all of them furious, all of them lashing out at the only targets they could reach. The riot lasted for 6 hours before the National Guard restored order. Dozens were killed, hundreds injured. And in the aftermath, the authorities discovered that several of the rioters were infected. They'd been hiding their symptoms, afraid of being quarantined or killed. Now the virus has spread to thousands more people. The city is doomed. I can feel it. The infection is beyond containment. In a few weeks, maybe a month, this place will be like Los Angeles, and the government will make the same choice: evacuate and destroy, or abandon and forget. I need to decide what I'm going to do. Tonight I sat at my kitchen table and loaded my service weapon. 1 bullet in the chamber, as always. I held the gun in my hand and thought about how easy it would be. Quick, painless, final. No more nightmares, no more fear, no more watching the world burn. But I didn't do it. Not tonight. Maybe tomorrow, maybe next week, maybe never, but not tonight. I put the gun down and poured myself a drink instead. And I sat there in the silence of my apartment, listening to the distant sounds of the dying city, and I waited for whatever comes next. This is my life now. Waiting, surviving, remembering. And when the end finally comes, whether it's from the infected or the bombs or my own hand, I'll be ready. The zombies won. Petrov got his revenge, and I'm just a broken man in a broken world, counting down the days until there's nothing left. But until that day comes, I'll keep fighting. Not because I think I can win, not because I have hope, but because it's all I know how to do. I am Robert Torres. I survived Los Angeles, and this is my testimony.